that's where we left off.
So, this is where we left off. You stepped through the door.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, Destrian stepped behind you. He is taller than you, so that's already like unnerving. You know, having that very glare, like feeling it sear into your neck, right? Especially if you're hyper empathy at the moment, you're like you can feel the dismay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then immediately understanding why it is dismay as you look into the face of Miss Mercenary that you don't even know the name of.
I don't.
No. So yeah. Um there we go.
Hi.
Good morning, Mr.
Cassius. Good
That's your first name. What is your last name?
Moret.
Moref. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, nice to meet
And
you. I'm Layla. Just Layla. I don't have a last name.
all right. Nice to meet you, Layla. Um, you're here early riser.
Yes, or late. Took me quite some time to find you. You are elusive, along with your companions.
Yeah, people might have described me as such. I don't know my companions. Pretty obvious.
In the
So
meantime, you have Blackrock basically growl into your neck. Sit.
mm-hmm. Just like power walks to the. So what's the seating arrangement? So she was sitting down
She
as
is
well, right?
sitting because it's one of those like tables that have benches. It has a bench along the wall, right? And all the other chairs around it are actually chairs. She is actually sitting dead center on the bench against the wall, with her back against the wall, staring at the door.
Hmm. Okay. So I would basically have to take like a chair to sit in front of her.
Yeah, you have to either take a chair at the head of the table or
Hmm.
opposite her.
Okay, and at the head of the table is that where Destrian sat most
Yeah,
of the
I mean
time?
usually yes. He was sitting at
Okay,
the at. He has his own chair, so to say, which is a bit closer to the fireplace.
okay. Then I'm just gonna take the chair that's opposite to her. Can you describe her for me? I see the picture, but like what's she wearing? Like what's her general demeanor like?
Like when you met her for the first time in the tavern, she doesn't wear any armor, right? There is next to her, leaning against the wall, what seems to be like a metal walking cane,
Okay.
or quarterstaff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it looks normal enough, besides it being metal, right? Um, she wears clean, very practical clothing, not a dress, right? Pants,
Mm-hmm.
not too tight, not too wide, right? It's the kind of clothing somebody wears who doesn't want to get caught or have the hassle of restriction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, she's sitting there drinking tea because, of course, Destrian made her tea. Because, of course, Destrian made her tea. Um, but yeah, she is. It's hard to judge how tall she is. She doesn't look very tall from the position of like where she's sitting. Like, she's not like towering above the seat, right? In her
Mm-hmm.
sitting position. So in that sense, she doesn't look, out of the ordinary. Like she would be like what you can gauge like average female height, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yes, otherwise, like, yeah, the face that you can see is in the picture. That's what she looks like.
So
Um,
is she what's her like facial expression at the moment? Like
it's
does she seem
pretty
like
much like
relaxed?
on the picture.
Oh, okay, she's actually smirking
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Perfect.
She also maintains eye contact at all times with you.
Okay. Yeah.
She's like, as you move through the room, her eyes are following you
Uh,
as you sit down. But she's like, she looks relaxed and she's sipping her tea, but she's also not taking her eyes off of you.
I mean, who would?
I mean, yes, you look amazing.
Okay.
Destrin is just leaning against the door, by the way, with his arms crossed and just watching
Of
this
course,
and being
of course
quiet.
he is. Of course he is. Okay, yeah. So Cassius just takes a seat. He tries to kind of like regain his cool, his Cassius self, but it's a little bit difficult at the moment, especially because he has this like empathy backlash from Destrin just like burning into his fucking back.
It
So
helps that she is this collected and obviously amused. So this actually helps you calm a bit down. Take the edge
okay,
off
oh
of
okay,
the empathy, right?
yeah, good.
So I would say you can be your somewhat normal self, as normally as you can be in this situation.
Will yes,
Yeah.
but at least that's not hindering it. Okay. Yeah. So he'll sit down. Uh, so you probably wanted to talk about the attacks on the caravans. Is that why you're here?
Well, if you do want to talk about that, we can talk about that. We can talk about other things like what your merry bunch of people has been up to lately since I have seen you last time in Jaden's.
Mhm. Um, I mean, well, she probably was the one to tell you that I was going here to get some. Well, I'm here to receive training from Destrian in magic use. Although it's primarily now been about history a lot, and but also a lot about magic actually.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
and otherwise, we've been exploring the city, being at the festival. We went to the library. Um, did a bunch of things. Yeah, we're just hanging out. And yeah, and oh, well, I did bring up the attacks because we did also went to the garrison. Did they tell you about that?
Who told me what?
The probably the I want to say he's the captain of the guard, or maybe the snobby lady at the desk.
Oh, I see. Why do you think they told me anything? She takes a sip of the tea.
Uh, I figured you were working for them, right? To investigate the attacks.
Yes, I have collected my bounty for that.
Yeah, so we went there because, well, probably as Janshai told you, because you were talking with him in the inn. Uh, we were involved in the sense that we encountered them, the caravan, I mean, from Janshai,
Mm-hmm.
and we helped Lady Seraphina from not dying,
Mm-hmm.
and that we went after the perpetrators.
Oh.
And
Mm-hmm. Tell me more.
got yeah, so well, I'll start from the beginning. We encountered Chancha and his caravan at the crossroads. We had a conversation. They were on their break from going from Gaitan to Penwant, and we were also settling down for a break. And at some point, was how we talked a little bit with them. There were maybe some plans to travel together, but then my companions went out to hunt. and it took a little bit longer than expected. So I just told them to go ahead because I didn't know how long they were going to be gone for. And then we basically caught up with the caravan. I think I want to say it was a couple of hours later, I believe.
Oh, and?
Uh, and they were standing around Seraphina or Lady Seraphina, who had 4 crossbow bolts sticking out of her chest.
How
So
dramatic.
yeah, it was. So we rushed up to help because of course that's what you do.
But of
And
course, why would you not help?
right, like someone's in trouble, someone's wounded, possibly dying. We rushed up.
How
And
altruistic.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's only natural, right? To help fellow person in need if they're wounded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And well, my friend, she's actually pretty good with a med kit, although a bit heavy-handed
Which
sometimes.
one of your friends would that be?
The taller one with the dark hair,
Mm-hmm.
the with the kind of like weird eyes. Yeah, not so like not the elf. It's probably the easiest way to describe her.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like also a bit burly, bit mean looking. Um, so she helped stabilize Lady Seraphina. Then we asked the caravan what happened. They told us that they were attacked by 3 figures. They didn't see exactly who or where they came from, but just that there were a bunch of bolts flying into Lady Seraphina's direction. She got hit in the chest, went
Mm-hmm.
down, and
Mm-hmm.
the attackers basically made off again. And so we asked a little bit further, but they didn't know that much. And then Gensha actually proposed this because we were mentioning reporting this in the city to see if there was possibly some kind of like way to help, because we also heard from the caravan that these attacks have been going on. And
And
then,
you did this, of course, out of the goodness of your heart.
well, maybe Janshai also offered us well, then Janshai offered us money to actually go after them and at least collect information about them, so names and faces, so he could report them more properly, or a larger sum of gold to
Oh,
apprehend them.
I see.
Yeah, it is. You're a mercenary, right? That's like,
Of course, I completely understand.
mm-hmm.
Coin does not lie.
It doesn't. It certainly doesn't. So yeah, that convinced us to go after them. And my other friend, the elf this time, she's actually very good at tracking people, like really good. Um, and she found out that the attackers were the only 3 people around, so the only possible suspects, and they were a couple of hours ahead of us on the road.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So we went after them. We caught up with
How
them.
did you know that they were several hours ahead of you?
Uh, I, she's just that good. She's just
Shh.
really good at tracking.
Aha, I see.
I don't know, probably by like reading the freshness of their tracks. I don't know how this any of this works. We went through a forest before, and she basically just dragged me through it, and I really didn't learn that much. I was trying, but it's hard to keep up with her sometimes. She's also not the greatest teacher. It's between us, right?
I will see what I can do about that.
Hmm. So, where was I? Yes, we went after them. We because they attacked Seraphina, but without any provocation. We weren't necessarily that happy to just try to stop them or like call after them because we also didn't want to receive any bolts in our faces. So we tried to initiate uh, hostilities in order to subdue them, never to kill or to maim. Uh, we're not those kind of people, not those kind of mercenaries, at least. And
So,
so
what are
we,
your weapons of choice when you're trying to subdue something? I'm curious.
well, I mean, so the other friend, she is like this big ass maul, and she can knock people out. Like I've seen her do it
Oh,
before.
yes, because blunt trauma to the head is certainly not a deadly thing.
Well, not if you can like help them stay alive.
Oh, I see.
There's
And how
resources.
would you help them stay alive?
Like medkits,
Hmm.
maybe a little bit of magic.
I'm certain. Oh, magic. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
magic. Color
Mm-hmm.
me curious. What kind of magic?
I mean, it's might be obvious because I'm studying with Destrin, but at least I have some capabilities in healing magic, which I'm trying to. Well, I'm learning, trying to learn more about magic
So you are a
overall.
healer.
Uh, Not by profession.
Uh huh. What are you by
Um,
profession?
it's actually a good question. They asked me that at the garrison before, and I said adventurer, but I guess mercenary it fits as well, right? Like that's your job description. You take gold from people to help solve their problems. So isn't that what mercenaries do?
Yes, that's what mercenaries do. I mean,
So
some mercenaries do other things as well,
like what?
like murdering and thieving.
Ah, hmm. Is that something you're particular about, or?
Oh no, not really. Not if I don't have to. But we're not talking about me. Do tell me. I'm actually curious. I've heard that the three of you met the caravan when you were coming from the Zir village.
Yes,
What were you
correct.
doing there?
We were helping them with also another problem.
Uh
So
huh. What were you helping them with?
so I mean, there was a bunch of issues, but basically, what it comes down to there, um, a lot of the men that went hunting, they got ill, or they were at some point they got some of them were just very tired, and they had to like drag them back to the village. There was also the chieftain. Um, I want to say her name, but it eludes me at this point. Hmm. Anyway, uh, their chieftain was asleep for a very long time, for several months, I believe, and they had a bunch of other issues like the fish not they didn't catch enough fish, or it was like the sources of food were drying out,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I think those were the primary three, like the sleeping men, the longer sleep chieftain, and the food sources.
Again, sounds very dramatic.
Yeah, no, it was. So yeah, we helped
It
them with
seems like
that
drama is
problem.
following you wherever you go.
Yeah, I would, you could say drama. It's just people always have issues, right? There's always
Not in
some
this
problems.
league. People have issues of, oh, it rained today. Oh no, my egg's burned. Oh no, I've misplaced my fork. I don't know where it is. Not people dying on the road and mysterious illnesses and things like that.
No, haven't you encountered that before as a mercenary? Then
But I'm not a normal person. As a mercenary, I'm quite the opposite, because I do hunt down criminals. Therefore, my life is not exactly in the boundaries of the average.
Yeah, well, in that similar vein, I wouldn't necessarily call us average as well.
So,
Or
where
at
did you
least
come
myself.
from originally? When you were before you went to Zir,
Um,
this elusive backwater village where nobody ever goes to?
yeah. Uh, well, actually, you're probably not gonna believe me, but Destrian
Try
can
me.
actually back me up on this. We came to this island by magical means. We were like we appeared here because we went through a magic tower. So yeah, I don't really know the details of how we got here, but we were not from.
We.
I'm trying to collect my thoughts. We're not from around here, so it's weird, right?
Yes, maybe. So you are outsiders.
It's a bit harsh.
I mean, you're literally not from this place.
Well, sure.
So you said you took a good look at the perpetrators that attacked Seraphina.
Yes, we did, and they were not three men.
But
Three older women, and I'll basically describe them, what they look like. So there was the Rosa, was having she had some like daggers and shorter weapons. There was Jackie, who seemed to be the leader. She had a big old greatsword, not fun. And it was the dwarf Sincere, who was wielding a mace, I believe, or like a maul. Yeah, they were older women
mhm.
who were actually staying in the city. So, and you arrested not three older women, right?
No, because there were multiple caravans who have delivered descriptions that matched independently
Mm-hmm.
the three perpetrators, and the fate was sealed by, well, hard evidence being found in within their belongings.
Like stolen goods, right?
Yes.
Did you find this evidence yourself?
I reported that evidence will probably be found, and then the guards followed me on the day when
Mm-hmm.
they were apprehended, yes.
Okay. So these other caravans, just because I'm curious, because we only encountered the one that was attacked, and we didn't really get that much information from the city guard. Was there so there was things stolen, but were any of them attacked or like killed or wounded?
No, they were not. Um, it was very threatening, but mostly non-violent.
Okay. So but they could describe these people that attacked them pretty accurately because they were just getting up in their face and like, give me your gold, give me your money, that kind of thing.
Yes, and she kind of like puts the teacup down, right, on the saucer, like very, precise. And then, and you notice that she actually on the bench next to her, she has like a bundle, right? And she reaches into it and then pulls out three parchments and spreads them out in front of you, which shows faces you've never seen before, right? You have no idea who these guys are.
Mm-hmm.
The art style seems very similar, so it's probably drawn by the same person.
Mm-hmm. And like, what did they just generally look like? The three faces, just so I can remember that.
Yes. I mean, you would have you would be able to recognize them based on the drawings. It looks like one of those
Okay.
police drawings, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But do they look like super brutish, like the type you would expect them, or actually, better question, do
They
they
look
look
like
like
dudes. They
they
all
look
have
like
pale
dudes?
eyes, right? Have dark
They
skin.
all. Mm-hmm. So definitely within the same possible. Actually, I haven't seen
And
any of
also there's
the.
enough detail on each drawing to like pinpoint each man. It's not like wishy-washy, vague, dark skin, and it could be any of the sailors from the ship, right?
Mhm.
There's like, facial structure, nose is different, eyebrows, you can see also there have been corrections to the drawings as well. So like,
Okay. And these men were with the ship that arrived. We heard
yes.
a bunch about like the military force, right, from Karbach.
Yes, the Karbach Sea Dogs, which
Yeah.
you should be familiar with, as I've been told that you are from Hoya, but apparently you
Well,
are not.
well, yeah. Um, we didn't necessarily want to tell everyone a far-fetched story, possibly what would sound like a far-fetched story about just appearing in the middle of nowhere after being teleported through a tower. So,
Understandable, but there's also the question of like how much of what you say is true and how much isn't.
I mean, sure,
She
but
grins.
I also don't really have any evidence to show that we come from the tower, but that's what I said. Might seem far-fetched, but it isn't.
Well, the
So,
evidence was provided by Mr. Blackrock here.
I had to look at it.
Like he's just like leaning against the door. It's like he's not saying anything. Well, you don't have to look at him. He can confirm that you are not from this world.
Mm-hmm.
I did spend a little bit of time before you showed up. Do tell me in the
Oh, so you were
meantime, where are your
really early.
friends? Oh, I'm very early.
Hmm. Not particularly a morning person myself. They're not here. They're around.
Oh, so what
You
they
can
have
meet
been
them
up
if you
to?
want. Uh, Training actually, doing a lot of legwork, like running around,
Hmm.
wrestling.
What about
You know,
yesterday?
yesterday. Well, we were in the city for a little bit, and I went to bed really early because I take my studies seriously. And you would have to ask them, honestly. I couldn't really tell you
But you
that
didn't
much
go to
about.
sleep in the tavern. For some reason, you collected your mule and
Mm-hmm.
you
Donkey.
rapidly.
Matteo is his name.
Well, good to know. But you seem to have left in quite a rush, leaving no trace whatsoever which direction you took when you left.
Mm. Well, so our sources in the city, we managed to gather some sources
Your
in the city,
sources, and she like
some
pulls out
eyes
a
and ears.
notebook and like a pencil. It's like name and where do they live?
Do you know of the Hissen?
Yes.
Those guys. We were
Which
contact
ones?
with several of them, multiple.
Name.
There was always different ones. Like it was like a tiny little one. Spot,
Hmm.
I think it was the name was. He was actually it was mostly just him that we interacted with. And then there was the other I want to say Misha.
Uh huh.
Misha.
Uh huh.
Yeah. Those were the two big ones.
And what those did those sources report to you?
Well, that the three old women when they handed our asses to us on the road, they went back to their ship with the rest of the Karabakh Sea Dogs. And they were attacked, apparently, that the ship was sunk. And that at some point, I don't necessarily know the exact timeline, but at some point they took up residence in the Wiggly Danger Inn, where I believe you
And this was
went.
told to you by, and she like looks at the notes, Misher and Spot.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Uh-huh.
And we got wind of the fact that they were planning to, what we presumed, that because in our eyes, these three women were the attackers. This is as much as we wanted to report to the garrison.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't seem to be interested in following up on any leads. Even though we don't have any hard evidence, sure, I will agree, but we do have a contradictory account
And
to
this is the
the
reason
other
why you left town
evidence.
suddenly last
Well,
I've
we
heard.
gathered that they were planning to, well, what we presumed was doing the same as they did to the three men,
How
was
would they do that?
scapegoating us, pinning probably some kind of blame that we were possibly involved with these attacks.
Oh,
Um,
did know where you are.
what? Sorry.
They did know where you are.
No, but we didn't feel safe there anymore because
You
we were
didn't feel
actually,
safe in a town full of partying people of 7,000 citizens where nobody knew where
yes.
you were?
Well, people knew where we were because the caravan that we assisted, they were also there, and we were not entirely sure
Oh, so
because
the
we found.
caravan told the grandmothers that you were there.
I'm not saying that, but I this is a
So how did they
possibility.
know where you were?
I didn't never said that they knew where we were.
So
We
why you were
don't know.
worried and why did you have to leave so rapidly? And why did you not simply report it to the guard?
Because the last time we would try to report something to the guard, we were waved off and told to get hard evidence or not bother them at all. So we didn't necessarily have that much trust in that they would have our backs, to be
Well,
perfectly honest.
I mean, you would have had to tell them why you think that you're in danger.
But we already tried to tell them that the grannies were behind the attacks, but they just didn't want to listen. So why would they want to listen that we thought we were in danger?
Really? Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. Do you not think that during a festival of incredibly drunk people and a bounty of 300 gold, they didn't have at least 300 reports? One for each of those golden shiny coins about this person being it or that person being it, even people admitting they have perpetrated the crime. Why do you
You,
think they ask for hard evidence? She kind of slides the cup to the side. So, let's cut this a bit because it's been a very long morning and it's been a very long day while I was trying to find the three of you and you're very elusive and I spent a lot of time talking to various people. Please cut the bullshit. I know that the cats didn't tell you anything because I've spoken to them as well. So, how do you know what you know? And please be honest with me.
oh, I see. At least someone is this in the city is a little bit competent.
Well, there's
Who
many
can do their
competent
job?
people in the city. The guard
Is
is
there?
also competent
Oh,
within the restrictions they have. Again,
okay.
if you had multiple hundred people admitting to crimes or blaming their neighbor because for whatever reason, how would you know which one of those is true if you do not have hard evidence?
Well, I don't say necessarily say that ours were was the only truth, but that then following up on
Well,
said
they
accounts.
would have had to follow up on all of those accounts, which they tried to do. But again, when a bounty is put up, it's a bit difficult, especially with, again, a city full of drunk people.
Sure, sure, but you can't blame us for not trusting the guards to help us if we were necessarily
I
in any
can't blame
danger.
you for
So,
not telling me the truth when I ask you how you know that they were coming for you.
well, so one of my friends, the tall woman who's a bit mean, sometimes a bit angry, she has a creature. Um, I'm not certain about the word. Like a little servant, like a little shadow puppet that she used to keep tabs on them, on the grannies, because we wanted to keep ourselves safe.
Is that creature still there?
You would have to ask my friend.
She raises an eyebrow and smirks.
I don't know. I'm not particular about the details of whatever that thing is. I don't necessarily like it so much, so I don't, and I'm not necessarily in constant contact with them as well. So I don't know. It might not. It might be there. It might not be there.
So, please, and this is very important,
Mm-hmm.
can you truthfully tell me what your two companions, to your knowledge, were up to yesterday before you so rapidly vanished from Jaden's thicket?
I know that one of them, the elf, was going to speak with the rats because we were also doing a job or supposed to do a job for the Hissen in the city because apparently they have been having trouble.
Do
Um,
do mind me at the moment, do you not remember the specific order of things, or are you trying to pack everything into yesterday?
no, I mean this was yesterday evening, I believe.
No, it wasn't.
No, sorry, 2 nights ago. Yes, yes. No, sorry. I honestly missed it. Yesterday evening we were in the forest sleeping.
All right.
Mhm.
So during the day, what were they up to? I mean, you were here training. I'm very much aware of that, but to your knowledge, what were they doing?
Raining as well
Where?
in the woods, in nature, in the swamp.
Where? This is very important. And
Like I said, in the forest. I
she
don't.
starts getting serious, right?
Mhm.
To the
I'm
west,
serious.
to the east, to the south, where?
I can show you.
I am not following you out into the middle of nowhere by myself.
Okay.
You're perfectly capable of giving me one direction.
You can also just follow me. I. But I
Are you
honestly,
saying you're
they
not
they are in the
cooperating
forest.
right now and not telling me the truth?
I am cooperating. I'm saying they were in the swamp, in the forest. They were there, and it's not that far from here. So if you want to talk to all of us and get all of our accounts, and
Well,
maybe,
and she kind of like flips a few pages and then
mm-hmm,
reads through and then closes the book and puts the pencil top. Here is what I know.
mm-hmm,
Cassius. May I call you
yes,
Cassius?
sure.
I have an entire market square full of people who can identify every single swirl on your elven friend's face as she went around and stabbed multiple people. In the middle of the day.
Yeah, that's probably what the grannies told everyone. They seem to be very good on pinning crimes on people that they didn't commit.
You see, I actually agree with you because I know, not for a fact, because otherwise I could have proven otherwise, that the three people I have apprehended are not the three people who have done these things.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I do not have evidence, and in this place, evidence matters very much.
Especially because the military is from Hoya, right? And that would increase tensions.
Even if the military was from Balabalia, it would be the same outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Neither side wants to be accused that they're causing trouble on the one neutral island between the two forces.
Hmm.
In
But
that sense, it doesn't really matter which side it is.
yeah. Sorry, but the three men, were they also with the Karbach Sea Dogs?
Yes, they were part of the crew, yes.
One thing I'm confused about, and this is probably because I'm an outsider, but why wasn't then this military force basically told, okay, three of you have proven to be, or well, proven as far as the proof was there to be thieves, and possibly at murderers or at least attackers. Why wasn't this military force just asked to leave politely?
Because the ship was sunk?
Oh, so they were going to leave, and then they were
Yes.
attacked
I mean,
before they
considering
could.
the perpetrators were apprehended 2 days ago, how fast do you think is to be? Where do you come from where things move at such a great speed?
I mean, it's pretty crazy world, to be honest.
Really? They
Yeah,
dismantle an entire military force within 2 days?
but yeah, I don't have much evidence about that, but it probably could happen. People are pretty crazy over there. Over here as well. It's kind of similar in that
Well,
sense. Sorry,
I don't understand which lawless place you come from, but here are we have rules and laws and regulations in place, and because three people have been found to be corrupt with an organization doesn't mean that the entire organization is corrupt,
mm,
especially because the Karbak military is much, much, much bigger than a single ship crew.
sure, I understand.
Not to mention that we wouldn't want to apprehend 40 people for not doing anything and not knowing anything about these crimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Lest
Yeah,
we
that makes
start
sense.
putting innocent people into jail. I mean, more money for me, but ultimately not great.
I mean, as a mercenary, doesn't that really matter? Who's the guilty one to you?
It does occasionally. I do not have any pleasure in seeing innocents being put away.
Mm. I've met mercenaries that would laugh at that notion, but that's fine.
Well, there's different mercenaries. There's mercenaries who have no rules. They do anything for money, and there's mercenaries who do have certain codes they stick to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. So,
Which one are you, Cassius?
well, not the one that would go into daylight and stab random people on the street.
Well,
Neither is my friend, so.
unfortunately, we are in this situation where many, many people have seen her doing exactly that. Now, you see, I came here because I know better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have proof, but considering you three are now potentially more invested in resolving this, I thought I would approach you for an alliance.
What would you propose?
Cooperation.
Mm-hmm. To
Full disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
No backstabbing.
Mm-hmm.
The moment I think you will backstab me, I will put you all three behind bars. And she grins very widely at this.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we can expect the same from you, then that's fair. So no backstabbing. Gotcha.
No backstabbing.
On either side.
On either side. Because I'm very keen
Can
on
I
seeing those three women behind bars.
can I inside check her
You can
on that?
inside checker, yeah.
Yeah. I mean probably I would have done this like the entire fucking time, but
I've been
particularly at the
going off
non
your passive the entire fucking time.
Okay.
For your lying as well, yeah. She's totally truthful.
Wait, don't I have my advantage
You
on
have
that shit?
advantage, yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, she's truthful.
All right. And the corporation.
You can also absolutely see that she has absolutely no doubt that she can put you all three behind bars.
Sure, I wasn't necessarily trying to inside check that.
Yeah.
I'm sure she thinks she's capable.
It's
So,
not even arrogance. Like this is, you know the difference between somebody being delusional about what they can and somebody being confident in what they're able to do.
Yeah.
So we have a deal.
Well, we haven't necessarily said anything about what the corporation would entail.
Oh, but we're
no
about to make a deal.
Well, before we do that, we had a conversation in our group that we wouldn't make any big decisions that would affect any of us without consulting the others. So because I didn't know you would be here, we didn't really talk about, oh, what happens when the mercenary lady comes? Oh, maybe you should make a deal with her about corporation, or maybe you should try to escape with your life or do something else. So I really actually would like for all of us to meet. And okay, you're not inclined to follow me by yourself. That's fair. I wouldn't either. But maybe we can propose like a safe meeting place for all of us, and then we can discuss this.
You can meet here. Comes Destrian's voice behind you.
Well,
considering I want this to go away, as I don't want the town guard snooping around, because I have provided whatever I will provide to the three of you. As your presence here has put me into quite a predicament.
Realize that, and I...
So you will meet here, and you will behave. Or I will get involved, and I don't think that any of you wants that. Like, Layla shakes her head. It's like, nope.
I think my companions could agree to that. Yeah, as long as it's not in the city, and I don't think Layla would feel safe about meeting somewhere in the forest. So, what do you say about that?
I'm perfectly fine meeting here. At least there's good tea, and it's comfortable.
Okay. Then should I get them now? Or do you want to meet later and I look at Destrian, because I do intend to study?
Well, as far as I know, you are in the process of studying, so it can wait. As far as I know, nobody knows where you are or will figure it out this quickly.
As long as no one tells them, of course. And I smile at that.
But why would I do that? If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have come by myself. You would have been greeted by guards.
That makes sense. So, can I, before we meet later, but can I ask you a couple more questions? Just a couple brief ones to just get my understanding clear.
Go ahead.
So,
She picks up her tea again and leans back.
what do you know about the Karbach Sea Dogs? And particularly, do you know anything about the three grannies? All the women?
They are veterans and they work as cooks and caretakers on the ship. They call them the ship mommies. I know quite a lot about them because I did come here on their ship.
Oh. So, are you from Hoya as well?
No.
Where are you from?
Around various places. I don't really stay that long in one.
Yeah, I can get behind them. So, and the Karbach Sea Dogs. So, how long have they? Well, this ship has been here for a couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
So, why did they come to the island?
They came here because they're hunting a certain perpetrator ship that has robbed one merchant vessel in Hohian waters. So they dispatched on behalf of the noble a military ship to find those pesky pirates, but it seems they have been eluding the Karpak Sea Dogs quite well. And as far as I know, they assumed that they just continued on because there was no trace of them in this harbor. Completely unrelated to this. It was more that they were staying in the harbor to just make sure they didn't miss anything.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like a power play by Ho here to send people here during the
Oh,
festivities.
no. They
Okay.
wouldn't dare. Neither would Balabalia. Again, both forces are very keen to keep this as neutral ground. They wouldn't
Okay.
risk that. No, no, they were here for entirely different reasons. And they stayed here hoping that the ship would come through on the way back.
Oh, so they just decided to wait and not pursue them any further, possibly into the territories of Balabalia.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, then that does make sense.
But then, while they were waiting, apparently some of them grew bored.
Mm-hmm. And they were allowed shore leave in the festival. I mean, that makes sense.
Why wouldn't they?
Sure. Well, because some of them might abuse the knowledge that this island was as well, as far as everyone has told us multiple times that this is a safe place where people don't steal or lie or kill or maim or
No,
murder.
no, they don't.
Well, I'm not so sure about that anymore. Because we've, well, with the Karbach Sea Dogs now here, it has happened, and probably not
And
really in the
yes, it
knowledge.
will have consequences and they will be dealt with in Hohiam. Because I'm pretty sure that the Hohian authorities will not be too happy that the captain had this happen right underneath his nose, potentially with his involvement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be trouble for him. So why were you on their ship when they came here? Were you also chasing after these pirates as part of like a contract with the Karbach Sea Dogs, or?
Well, I was looking for opportunities, as a mercenary does.
Mm-hmm.
It was an opportunity to get on the island, maybe continue on the other side. I travel. with various ships, whatever suits me at the time. Travel is rare at this time of year, so you grab what you can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And there's
So
sometimes visitors during the festivities, and sometimes some of those visitors get too drunk, get too handsy, need to be dealt with, which brings coin. Easy money.
yeah, probably like a
But
couple
it is
drunken
true
stairs
that
and
it's
2 hearts.
very rare that crime is perpetrated on this level. That's quite the exception, which is why usually people like me are hired to deal with it.
Yeah, that's what we were told as well. So
Lucky I
what?
was here.
Definitely would rather have you here than that city guard. That's for certain.
Well, like I said, they're doing their best within their restrictions.
Mm.
They also have to be mindful of neutrality,
Mm-hmm.
especially because the accused were one of the Karabakh Sea Dogs. That makes it a very precarious diplomatic situation.
Yeah, very tense. I can see that. I'm not sort of familiar with political structures and military, to be honest, but I'm also not dumb. Sometimes.
She smirks.
All right. Um. So I think that's enough chit chat. I do need to get on with my lessons. Um. What time do you want to meet here?
As far as I know, you're finishing here around 14.
Yeah, I will need to get my companions though, and it will take me some time.
How much time?
Depending on what they're doing, depending how far they're into the swamp, and
How
like I
much
alluded
time?
to,
They wouldn't have gone so far that you cannot find them, so how much time?
just to be certain, would 6 work for you? So 18?
No, you can make it across the city multiple times in a time. How much time, really?
I just want to make sure that we can all be here on time and that I'm not interrupting them in anything else. But
You have
okay,
half an hour after your studies are done. You better run.
can we make it 15? Just to make sure I get here and back here in time.
No.
I mean, then we might be late because I can't promise I can get them in half an hour.
You better not be late. She grins.
Come on, cut me some slack here.
She's not even blinking at this point.
All right, that's what it takes. You'll be here.
I will be here.
Okay, by yourself, right?
By myself with Mr. Blackrock here.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. because he doesn't like to be called Lord. She kind of like whispers and then she looks at him and like shudders a tiny bit and then like looks at her tea.
Yeah, Cass is now just like smirking a little bit, like. Mm-hmm. Okay. So.
I will give you one more information.
Mm-hmm. Please.
Rosa is unusual. I don't think she uses magic. I don't know what she does to pull this off. It is beyond a mere disguise.
Hmm. So she. So actually, now that you say that, I do have another question. So did she approach you directly, or you were saying something that's not a mere disguise?
She hasn't
How?
approached me directly. According to the descriptions that were given by the eyewitnesses, it
Mm-hmm.
matches your companion, as I have seen her myself in
Mm.
Jaden Sticky, to the every swirly on her face.
Mm.
But more so interestingly, the caravans that have been robbed, they have only ever seen one of the three men at a time. But equally
Oh.
so, there were enough overlaps because each man was seen at least twice, and each man was seen very well, and each man was described very well. So it's not just a disguise, it's not just similarity.
And you said it wasn't magic? How do you know?
Because I spent 2 weeks with them on a ship. They're not casters, I would know that.
Do you have any way of detecting that to be certain, or
She grins.
figured as much? Do you think probably maybe some kind of item? Does something like that exist? And I look at Destrian with that.
Potentially, if it is an item, and she also looks at Destrian, it is very well hidden, but then it's beyond my capability.
Hmm.
But it also means that she can copy any of you. And I would not be surprised if we see Cassius stabbing people on the street or your other friend. Samira was her name, I believe.
Hmm. So what about the poor people? What happened to them that got
Well,
stabbed?
that's up to the hospital. Nobody died.
Oh, that's good.
But it's not ideal, considering the outbreak at the moment that the hospital is dealing with.
Oh, I heard about an outbreak.
Oh, how
Did,
did you hear about that?
uh, shadow puppets or puppet, I think, and they actually looks like. Is it one? Um, yeah. So I've heard. So the outbreak, is that some kind of sickness that came with the first ships, or was it already present on the island?
Um, I think it happened right before the ship arrived, as far as I understand. She grins. A certain member of a certain crew has brought something back from one of their travels. It
But
happens. It is what happens when men cannot keep it in their pants.
oh, it's that kind of disease.
Oh yes.
Oh, yikes.
Unfortunately, he brought it into the only bathhouse in the town.
Oh,
She looks like amazingly amused at this point.
hmm. It's probably good that we didn't visit the bathhouse. It's probably
Well, it
quarantined
has
or
been
closed right now.
contained, but the
Yeah.
bathhouse is closed at the moment as well, which is not great because it's quite the meeting place during the festivities.
Well, I saw some people during the festivities that didn't need a meeting place like that. Um. Anyway, so you said it happened right before the ships arrived? Did you say?
Yes.
So how can it be someone coming from somewhere else that brought it back here?
She like lifts both eyebrows. Oh, I thought that you were not always dumb.
Maybe I'm being dumb.
Well, there's one more ship here that
Oh,
trades and
the
travels.
the
Yes. The Mother of Mercy.
that's the one.
Good crew. Very useful. Good ship. But yeah, they have a few interesting individuals.
Hmm. Have you met the people of the Mother of Mercy?
Oh yeah, I've traveled with them many times.
Oh, okay. And luckily you didn't catch the same disease, right?
But of course not. I'm a bit
All
more
right.
picky when it comes to my companions. She kind of
Oh,
grins even wider.
all right. Well then, should we say then 2:30 back here?
2:30 it is.
Okay.
Don't be late.
I shan't.
Well,
I wouldn't miss it.
then see you later. And she kind of like drinks up, right? And then gets up and then nods at Destrian. Thank you for the tea, Mr. Blackrock. And he kind of nods at her with this like disapproving scowl that he usually has. And she picks up that quarterstaff, you know. And as she like lets it like hit the floor, right, to lean onto it, it is heavy, right? Like you wouldn't want to get punched in the face with that. It's probably
Yeah,
hurts. Yeah.
something about blunt trauma. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't seem to be having difficulty carrying it, by the way. And she picks up her pack, puts it over her, shoulder, and then Destrian steps aside and opens the door for her, and she gives you a wink on the way out, and then she's out, and he
With
closes the
like
door.
a finger gun to her. Like,
Yeah, she grins at that, and then she's gone. Um, roll me another insight check with advantage. You recognize a very similar way how Steno used to move.
oh, okay.
A very normal people don't move this fluidly, right?
So like with a certain grace?
Yeah,
Is that the word?
it's not the grace of a dancer.
Mm-hmm.
It's the grace of somebody who knows how to control their muscle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for like very controlled movements, basically.
Yeah,
but
but
that
still
seem kind of
smooth.
fluid.
Yes.
Yeah, that seem fluid at the same
And
time.
it's very unconscious. Like it's not very, it's not something. It's not stiff, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, not very like super
Yeah.
particular, but like fluid movements.
Yes.
I get it. I get the picture. Yeah.
So yeah, and then she steps out, and you're alone with Destrian, who turns around and looks at you.
I am deeply sorry for bringing any trouble here.
So what is this about?
Well,
What is your interest in these three grandmothers?
well, like I told Layla, they were taking care of us. We went after them.
And you care why?
Because we were offered gold. And to be honest, we needed something to make a beginning here.
And gold is the explanation why you're so keenly investigating them down to sending a shadow puppet to spy on them.
That was both for our own security, but also because they did beat us. And one of them, this Rosa, who apparently has some kind of capabilities, which if you have some insight on that, that would be very much appreciated. But she did stab the, I want to say, Shadow Panther companion of Viera, and made it personal for her in that sense. And the other one, Jackie, with her greatsword, and I kind of like pull down my leather jerkin, which is still probably a little bit fucked up, and you can like to show the scars that I have across my body. The greatsword did a number on me, and I don't take kindly to losing. So, as petty as it may seem, a grudge.
He kind of like takes a deep, like through the nose, You're not any better than my own kind. And he like turns around to start making tea. Because he didn't make you tea. Like you were having this conversation without any tea.
I was having a tealess? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, Daddy, please.
Yeah, he's making tea now, very
Okay.
angrily.
Yeah. I will not interrupt him. I'll just sit there, wait until he's done.
Yeah. And then he like puts, that's like anger gently. We're like just enough force
Controlled
to make,
anger.
yeah, it's like just enough force to show that he's disapproving still, but not to break the cup, right? Because he's still, it's a saucer. It's like,
Mhm.
he doesn't want to break shit. Drink.
Yeah, and I'll start drinking it. Um, do you have any ideas about this Rosa and what Layla described?
Depends. It can be a magic item. A magic item can be hidden.
So, Shinny,
Yes.
there wouldn't probably possibly be any reason for me to know this, but could I roll to see if I know anything about creatures that can take up appearances? Would I,
Oh,
from my
okay.
maybe experience in Westgate, although that was vampires, and I also didn't necessarily encounter vampires, but I'm trying to gather if Cassius would have any knowledge about shapeshifters or doppelgangers or any kind of
Shapeshifters, yes.
stories.
Wares, lycanthropes,
Hmm.
maybe. Doppelgangers, no fucking way would you know.
Okay, but possibly with yeah no because it's not like a religious thing. I was trying to see if it like from a religious background, although
No, no, you
there
usually
yeah
know that a doppelganger is a doppelganger when the doppelganger dies.
okay yeah so no okay okay just trying to figure out how I could use player knowledge, but
You,
no
you,
that
you could
that
have
makes
you
sense.
could have bumped into doppelgangers, that's true, but you wouldn't know that it would have been a
Wouldn't know
doppel.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, but any other like polymorphic creatures from like a religious standpoint, like I mean fiends were probably there's stories about them
Yeah, roll
polymorphing
religion.
around. So maybe in that sense, I will try to. Doppelganger is too much of a stretch, but
No, it's too much. Sorry.
no worries, no worries.
I mean,
So,
sure, there's fiends who can shapeshift. You have heard
mm-hmm,
of succubi, incubi, right?
mm-hmm,
But that's in your world.
yeah. At
In
the
your
moment,
world,
I
also, BlackRock would have never taught you anything without actually bargaining for your soul to begin with.
yeah no I mean, and I'm also probably not going to try to point out oh maybe it's one of your kind. Like I said, I'm not that dumb.
He like looks at you and pondering, and he
There
takes a
was
sip, and then he's like,
there were
"It's not of one of mine. I would have known that."
oh, Cassie looked kind of like surprised at that. It's like, was he reading my mind? You can't. No. Yeah, I'm just trying to scratch my brain.
We can sense each other's presence. I am the
Oh,
only one of my kind on this island.
how far does this sense reach? Like this island specifically, or?
It reaches far enough. I would have sensed someone in this city and surrounding area, and on the island for that matter.
But what if they were from the other side, your opposites? Would you sense them as well?
That is a very interesting conundrum, but I sincerely doubt that Lord Vinces would have allowed anyone to step into this world of that kind without being marked immediately. It wouldn't be the first time.
Lord who? Shinny? Lord who?
Vinces.
Vinces? How do you
Vinces.
spell Vinces? Oh, Vinces. Okay. Lord Vinces. Who's
The father
that?
of fiends.
Oh, so he does.
He can sense us all, no matter where we are, which is a side effect of being the father of fiends.
But I was more pointing towards the, you know, your direct opposites who are not fiends, right?
Yes.
So how would Lord Vinces know about, does he also know about the other side if they step through?
No, we don't know about the other side. Not in that
Hmm.
way. We can sense their presence if it's strong enough close by, as we can also sense some other powerful creatures. Some of us, not all of us. It depends on how strong we are.
Hmm. All right.
But then I also sincerely doubt that one of them would walk around stabbing people.
I mean, you already established that they're not necessarily the good ones, right?
No, but they also don't commit petty crimes.
Hmm.
Just like I wouldn't go around stabbing people on the street. I would just level the entire city.
Much easier solution, yeah. Um, Before we begin our lesson, I did have some more questions about some of what you already told me, and possibly some other things of this world that I don't yet completely understand. If it's Is it okay if I ask those questions first?
Go ahead, ask your questions, drink your tea, and then we will commence practice.
So,
And I want you
well,
to deal with this affair because, again, I don't want the guards coming to my doorstep and causing trouble. I'm living on this island for the peace and quiet, not to get
yes.
involved in mortal affairs.
No, I understand, and I will take care
Potter. I'm sorry, I had to.
of it. Potter. Step into my classroom, Potter.
Yeah.
so, so the world where I come from, I'm not sure if it's the same or how these languages even work, but I did pick up the language associated with your kind in my world. So I wanted to ask before we do any of this, because I could use practice in it, if you would prefer if we speak that language, if it's even the same.
Give me a best.
Yeah. And I will switch over to, well, Fiendish.
Yeah, he will. I assume you just say something general, like,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'll probably start saying that, yeah, I'll basically explain how I learned it just from a book and I will say that
He
in
scrunches
Fiendish.
up his face like, your accent is terrible.
Yeah, I haven't
Please do
gotten
not
the
insult
ability
my
to
native
practice.
tongue with that. You
Okay,
need lots of practice, but not in my vicinity.
okay, and that okay was already in common, like immediately.
Yeah, yeah. There is the slightest, tiniest tug at the corner of his lips.
Oh! Yes.
I do appreciate the effort.
um. So I had two questions that are disconnected from our lessons, and one is, what do you know about promises? Because Layla already alluded to it, and when we came to this land, we were told about promises and some of their weight, but not necessarily everything, or I didn't grasp the full extent or consequences of promises.
The exact mechanism is not very well understood or known. It is a constant of the world, like light shines, it gets dark at night. If you throw a rock, it falls down unless you make it float. Um, Things like that. Laws of nature. When you make a promise, a pact, a deal, an oath, it varies in severity. The world, it's almost like it listens and it makes sure that you keep your word. Which is why most people grow up learning very quickly that a word given is not given lightly. Which has the nice side effect that people do not easily make promises which they do not intend keeping. Not all consequences are dire. It depends on the severity of the promise and the severity of the consequence if the promise is not kept. Of course, if the promise is between large organizations, it is heavier. But equally, if it is a very serious promise between two individuals, it also carries more weight. To the point of, if the weight is large enough and the promise is broken, or the oath, or the pact, or the deal, you would die breaking it.
Just, that's it.
Yes. Like I said, it depends. It's a nuance. It's not an exact science. As I said, it is not very well understood. Many have tried studying it, but as there are as many promises as there are people in the world, there's always a slight difference. And the price is not always life, because life only is the price if it is worth it being the price. If the individual dying doesn't care about dying, then the price will not be death.
So like equal worth, right?
Yes. It is also not preferred to make the promises vague. As if there's wiggle room in interpretation, there is a side effect that the world seems to make sure that every possible interpretation is kept.
So you would want to make them very specific.
Very specific as possible, which is, like I said, people learn very quickly from very young age in this world that things like that are not being said lightly. And the pact, deal, promise, or oath needs to be made willingly. The person needs to be aware what they're entering into.
Just making notes, sorry.
It also doesn't work one-sided in some of the cases either. Like I said, it depends on the oath, but if somebody willingly wants to do the sacrifice of binding themselves to an oath because they want to do that, that is one thing. But if a pact is made between two sides, they have to put in equal stakes, even if they are not always aware how far that reaches. The world makes sure to level it out.
So, how are oaths differently then?
As I said, the wording is irrelevant. You can call it a pact, you can call it an oath. You
Yes.
can make it, you can call it a promise. Whatever you call it, it's the same effect.
Mm.
It's a mutual agreement between two parties.
But you said that there can be people if they like sacrifice that part that they basically.
Yes, for
Because they.
example, I swear to. He kind of stops and blinks and kind of taps the side of his nose and kind of gives you a finger gun.
He actually did it.
Yeah.
I will. Cassius will definitely suppress like every single fiber of his being now. It's just like, just take it in.
I swear that not an hour will pass without me making another can of tea. And then he gets up and starts making tea.
All right. He's cheeky. He's definitely cheeky.
Yeah.
I like it.
It is also not infallible, as you can see, right? So.
So they would work on everyone. Everyone in this world is able to make promises, oaths, whatever you want to call them. Then
I've heard there's one kind that is exempt from that. I don't know much about them. It is not my level of expertise. Vince's would know.
would these be the? I don't know if this is a word that you want to be said, but traceless.
He
Or
raises, like, he stops from, like, pouring water into the kettle and raises an eyebrow at you. Oh, you're incredibly clueless about this world and incredibly knowledgeable at the same time. Yes, they're called traceless because they leave no trace. As such, they cannot keep promises. They cannot make them. Or that is the
so
theory. Whether this is really true, I don't know. Like I said, not my area of expertise. It's a very vague, obscure concept that other scholars have wasted their time on. It is very difficult to study something that leaves literally no trace.
mhm. Do you know anyone that does study this?
Among my kind, not really, no. I know some of my kind who know of them. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how far their knowledge extends. I don't even know how far Lord Vince's would be interested in them.
Hmm. All right. So no contacts in other places.
As far as I know, they could be in this very city and I wouldn't know about it.
All right. Okay. Um. So then, about what you told me last time about the different kinds of magic, the different ways to approach them, the same source necessarily.
Yes.
Uh, it was alluded to me, I think, but it was by someone who's hard to follow sometimes. Is is magic this energy? Is it limited in some way? Is that?
Yes, it is limited. I did explain this to you at some point. Everything needs to come from somewhere. When
Mm-hmm.
people die, they travel past the veil, through the fate, and they come back.
Mm-hmm.
Transformed and reused. So if there's more people dying, the abilities of people grow, of the living, of the things
Mm.
that stay behind. If there's a lot of everything dying, nature, animals, people, it doesn't matter. They're all the same. The grains of sand you step on, the blades of grass, the air you breathe, the trees, the birds, the animals, whatever it is, they're all the same energy. If there's a lot of living, there's lots of magic. If there's not that many living, there's more magic.
So during the red light, people were probably the ones that were left were probably very powerful, or
That ones
is
that
that
came after, yes.
because it takes like some time to catch up? Is that the thing?
Yes, as I said, once people die, they travel beyond the veil, are transformed, and then brought back. It is, well, like the lines that I showed you. They have to travel along that route.
Yeah, they circle between the different planes, but in this, so if we take this
No, no,
world,
no. And he like pulls up the drawing of the ring again, of
Mhm.
um, of the world, right?
Yeah,
Let me pull this up so I can follow along. Map vault. So yeah, for the fear, right? It's not that's not technically a parallel dimension, right? It's a ring. So they travel through the veil
yeah,
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
fear and back along the ley lines that go through, right?
Yeah. But
It's
these,
basically OSC. It's a recycling mechanism,
yeah, and
and
they
it
look like
takes
these
some
the
time.
mech.
Yeah, it takes some
Mhm.
time. And he says he will tell you that during the 4 years of darkness, that cycle was
Mhm.
interrupted. The souls dying could not leave past the veil, and they were trapped, which also means they couldn't be recycled. So people were dying, and that energy was not being brought back. It was just stuck.
So the ley lines that go through the different rings, do they also? I assume they also in the world itself they also cross everywhere, right?
They center at the very spot, basically where the sun is in the center.
Mm-hmm.
He will say that to the south, there is the place where they come in through the crust, right, from the outside. Um, and that place is very cold, so cold that nobody travels there. Um, and they go through the middle where the sun is, right? The fake sun, right?
Yes, yes.
Um, and then they go up to the north where they leave to exit towards the outside. And sorry, it's very hot down. It's very hot, and then up there where they leave, it's very cold.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
vice versa.
Changing that in my
Yeah,
notes.
yeah. So in the south is basically the hot South Pole,
Mm-hmm.
and he will describe it as a vast desert because nothing can survive the temperatures, right? Nothing that's normal. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's stuff out there supposedly, but nobody who can witness it and come back to tell the story, like has seen whatever might live there. It's also a huge amount of energy that people normally normally cannot stand. Right? It's like he will explain to you is like energy is also tricky because you have to be able to channel that much, right? Or it just rips you apart. Um, but basically, and then it goes out for the north, and because this is where it leaves, it's extremely cold to the north, right? Same opposite. So you have a north pole that's cold and a south pole that's hot.
And is the energy weakened then also at the North Pole? Like, is it also
It's a very
that?
thick juncture, which also is full of energies.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's still like you can't
yeah.
like
Also,
yeah.
supposedly, where they merge, where the sun is, it's like beyond comprehension.
Yeah, That's what I have in my notes.
Yeah.
I have it in my notes as the big magic stop.
But that bundle of the ley lines is also thickest along that line, right?
Yeah, so where it goes through the middle.
Yes.
Hmm. And with the energy that you use when you use magic or spells or any of the schools or ways of using magic, so you're accessing it from these ley lines, right?
No. He will explain to you that the ley lines are basically like you have veins in your body. Just because you have
Okay.
veins doesn't mean that the rest of your body is not alive and doesn't get nutrition, right?
So it's more like ambient energy that you're
It's
using,
ambient energy,
like.
yeah. Like he explains the way he casts, and this is what he's teaching you here, is
Mm.
that um, you have to learn to do precise calculations of like where to pull, because the ley lines are the fixed strands, right? But they have capillaries, just like you have capillaries in your body with your veins, right? And if you pull the right string, it causes the right effect. But it's a precise science. It's a very precise thing, which is why his kind doesn't usually do it, because they're not good at that level of precision, right? Um, so
But people can channel energy by not like exactly knowing what they're pulling, right? And like Cassius points to himself.
yeah, and he will say that because of that, you will probably get the effect you want to a certain degree, but you don't know what you're leaving behind and what else you pulled in the cascade of it. And if the effect is big enough, it can get very messy if you don't know what you have yanked.
Writing this down.
And he will give you as a best example is that, for example, the people who so clumsily and woefully just go around resurrecting people, they do get the effect. The person comes back. They don't know who else dropped instead. And it might ultimately be somebody they didn't want to drop.
So if you bring someone back from the dead, you might not get the same person.
You
Like you
get
might
the
get
same
someone else.
person, you
Mm.
get the person you want to bring back, that's fine. But what happens, like you have to pull that life energy from somewhere, right? So if you're not specifically
Oh yeah.
controlling who that is, it might be the person next to you. You don't know.
Mm.
The world will balance it out and make sure that an equal exchange is made. You don't have control which equal it is, because you have just pulled and
Mm-hmm.
you hope for the best. The effect, the outcome will be the same, but what is being yanked, you don't have any control of, because you just like grab and yank. While with his kind of
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
like what he does, especially transmutation, he's aware of this exchange. So when he pulls the strings, he makes sure that he knows as far as possible where it comes from, so it doesn't have any lingering background effects that he didn't intend to.
Mm-hmm.
It takes longer in the kind of magic he's about to show you, as in like the ritual casting. It's not
Mm-hmm.
a quick thing to do, but you have more control over it. And not only that, but he also points out that when you do the rough kind of magic where you just yank without any thought, it leaves more palpable traces in the overall web. for those who can read those traces, you are much, much easier to find if you just yank your way through the world. But then he will wave off because it's like way above your capabilities.
Current. So if the magic comes from the ley lines or the capillaries, the side channels, basically, is it also possible to use a source where it's already collected, such as a certain item, or if you have an item in your possession that has magic channeled into it, could you also use it from that if you're cut off from,
Well, I
or
mean,
just
he like he will wait. Like he will give you several examples. Like if you're in an area where magic is cut off, period, full stop, that's just cut off, right? If it's just a matter
then you're
of
dead also.
recovering your resources, there is potions for that. There is items that can store spells.
But you can just take any item.
No, you cannot just snort magic items, Cassius. No, you can't. No, you cannot grind them up as magical cocaine and go like, and then like, and then like, oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, you can't.
And you can't also do the same with people. Well, you can if you do the resurrection stuff. So because you're basically grinding up someone else, but yeah. Okay. Okay, that's
I mean, in the resurrection example, he will specifically tell you that like a resurrection is not just the body mass that you're replacing, which you have to bring back, right? Especially if you don't have a body that you're resurrecting, but you're like resurrecting them literally from nothing, right? So you have to provide a body that's of similar mass, but the body is not the whole thing that the person was. The whole thing that the person was is the body plus the soul plus whatever magical capability they had, which means you have to compensate for all of that. So it's not just enough that you bring somebody who's like of similar build. If they don't have magical abilities, you're pulling that from somewhere else, which you can compensate by like adding magical, magically strong materials on top of that, which is why resurrections do tend to come very costly when they're being performed. But yeah, this is now going into magical theory where like you're zoning out.
Yeah.
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 And I think actually from this
it's like
point,
a short story, long story short. Think of it as Full Metal Alchemist.
I mean, yeah.
It's like they did technically
yeah.
like when it's like basically like in Full Metal Alchemist when they tried to resurrect their mother, because this is how I was inspired with this. Like this is basically the basic principle I'm using. It wasn't enough that they just had the physical ingredients. They didn't compensate. They didn't take the soul into their mathematical calculations, which is then
so
why his brother lost his entire body and he lost an arm, right, and a leg. Because it wasn't just enough to have like the physical ingredients. You have to compensate for the non-visible as well, because all of it is magic, right?
Well, he lost the arm. The other one lost the arm and the leg to bring back his brother, at least his soul, into this armor, right? Yeah. So that's when. Sorry, nerd.
But you know what I mean. It wasn't just enough that they had like a pile of ingredients on in the ring.
So OOC, not in character.
Yeah.
Could you also do this thing where they did with what they did with the cities, the homunculi were doing, where they basically were making this huge alchemical ring to get all this energy from all these fucking people?
I mean, if you figure out a transmutation spell on that level, yeah, sure.
Okay. Never mind, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, and Cassius doesn't know about Full Metal Alchemist, so it's not something he would ask.
No, sorry.
And at that point, like, Destrian would actually kick you out of the house.
I mean, why do you think I said items?
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually with that, I think
He
It's
will point out,
most of the
however,
questions.
that certain things can help you channel bigger energies, which is why wizards tend to build towers as conduits for that.
So the towers are actually conduits by themselves, then?
Well, certain
Or
wizards have
just the...
built towers on top of ley line junctions to serve as conduits to boost their own abilities.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's not
It
talking about
doesn't...
your tower. He's talking about like some people have built like buildings on top of ley lines to serve as conduits to boost their own powers. So they can like scry further than they usually would be able to, right? But those are like very complicated enchantments again that they have been like they need to be built a certain way because otherwise they would detonate themselves trying to like guess the body would not be built to channel that much energy through them, right?
Yeah. And it probably has happened to quite a lot of people.
Yeah. But like yeah, and there's also potentially items that have been serving as a similar thing, right? To channel like certain energy as a conduit to increase power.
Yeah, but it's not just any item.
Not just
That's
any
what I mean.
item, it has to be, material that can handle that, because otherwise it would go kablooey. And by that description, you realize it is probably very rare. Okay, legendary.
All right. Just finishing up notes.
I
I
wonder what the
think
shiny
it's...
is that the father has sunk into this island.
Hmm, I wonder.
I wonder.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not powerful at all. Yeah.
No, not at all. No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's just his diary or something.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Dear diary.
Today I met
In a
some
very
idiots.
girly handwriting, yes. It's
Yeah.
totally the
Well,
father.
it will probably just say also not today, question mark, tomorrow, question mark, yesterday, I met a couple of idiots.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He wouldn't have a diary because he couldn't make any sense of any dates. It's like, I don't know.
No, no, oh my god. Like, imagine that diary. It would be horrible. Now, anyway.
It's
So, any more
comical.
questions?
No, I think actually with that question of like going into these energies, it will probably just like shift
No,
over
oh, see, I want to
into...
tell you, I did give it a
Okay.
thought about the magic item snorting because I found it funny, right? So I did actually give it a serious thought. I tried to like find a mechanical way where it's like not fucking broken and overpowered, right? The thing is, like, if you take an equivalent spell of something that does that with life energy, like life transference spell, the necromancy spell, you actually spend the spell points to cast life transference in order to transfer your own life energy in order to heal somebody, right? So while you are transferring life energy, you still have to use spell points to make it happen, right? As a trigger, as the
Yes.
cost of the spell, if you want. So
Yes.
I tried to imagine what then would you have to pay to transfer magic. So in that way, the only way to do that would be you would have to sacrifice HP in order to transfer spell points onto you from a magic item.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But then also the side effect would be that you would then render the magic item inert because you drained it from, and it would give you like a kind of backdoor towards dispelling. And I'm already not like super cool about dispelling being that easy to begin with.
Yeah, no, that's... I mean, we
So
had
if
a big
anything,
conversation about
it
this.
would be a huge fucking like high level spell
Yeah.
to begin with to do that,
Yeah, you
right?
couldn't...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
Because
again,
it
there
just
is already like items like rings of spell storing that like you know.
Yeah, that mechanically kind of do this basically, so it does make sense.
Yeah, but
And
it works by the principle of like you cast a spell into it and then you use it when you're out of
forehand.
spells, right?
yeah, you're storing the energy specifically
Yeah,
for
you're
this
not
purpose.
specifically draining the magic item out of its innate
Y-
energy.
Yeah,
Right.
because the energy, like it's
Yeah.
the item itself is made to receive this energy and to give it back
Yeah.
easily, kind of like.
I don't
Well,
mind us coming up with a spell where you can destroy a magic item of which level you are capable of. Like, so it would be like dispelling third level and lower, right? Where like
mhm.
it's instantly dispelled, right? I wouldn't allow you to apply this to levels that you cannot cast, right? So if it's a common magic item, and that for example would be something that you can do, right? Um, and it would also be probably on par. Well, it would probably be a fourth level spell because it's not just dispelling it; it's also transferring the energy onto you. But it would be more of a you would destroy a magic item to pull off what basically sorcery points are doing, like adding a DC or doubling the damage or doubling the duration, stuff like
Oh,
that.
okay, okay. Yeah, we could think about
We
that.
can think of something like that, yes.
Yeah, that's not super broken.
Yeah, that's not super broken. The other
Yes.
thing that I have used before, and that's a very slippery slope, I can tell you right away, especially if you don't have many hit points, is I have imported the 40k Dark Heresy Corpus conversion into 5e as a rule, where you
Mm-hmm.
spend your own HP to basically
Mm-hmm.
pull off sorcery points, like, doubling the duration and
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Yeah.
But in combat, willingly sacrificing life force and crippling yourself while people are actively beating on you is
Yeah,
tricky.
it would
Especially
only,
because it's
yeah.
not something. It would be one of those like necromantic drains that minimize also your maximum hit points until you take a
Yeah.
long rest.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be as a cost meaningless, right?
Yeah, and I think like with that you would like go like super deep into like changing so many different mechanics. I would just like, okay, that's just like.
Yeah, but I like that it would be a fourth level spell that where you
Mm,
like, yes, you have to pay life force because you have to pay the spell with something. And
mhm,
because you are exchanging mana and not HP, it would be like life transference, but swapped.
mhm,
So you're paying life force in order to swap mana.
mhm.
And it would
Yeah,
be swapping from the item onto you, and the item would be permanently destroyed, yes.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it definitely sounds cool. But we can workshop
Yeah.
it.
And in
Yeah,
order to
sounds
pull
good.
off, like, hey, I'm out of sorcery points, here's a way to, you know, because that would absolutely be a very interesting transmutation spell that Destrian would maybe even be interesting on working with you on it, right?
I could work with them on
maybe
it.
maybe as a ritual spell only that you have to actually 10 minutes, like that you cannot do it in combat, right?
Hmm.
Because that would be just broken.
Yeah, no. I agree. I agree. But
Like I said, one day I will sit down and come up with my own magic system that I can integrate with 5e that's like somewhere between Shadowrun and the 40k force system, right?
one day,
One day.
when you have time.
Because I prefer things where, like, why are you restricted by levels? Like, if you want to die casting the shit, go ahead and die. I don't
Be
care.
my guest.
Be my guest, yeah.
Yeah, it will be cool, but maybe later.
Yeah.
I'm as it is, I'm already like struggling with like spells and
Yes.
what to do. So I think that's later.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can shift it over basically in the time skip phase. It's like the fade out
Yeah.
as you start studying with Destrin. And just like mechanically, how much time would this whole conversation have taken? So how much time I would have to study
An
until
hour.
2? So it would be 7 hours instead of 8 hours.
Well, this basically the conversation you had is part of the knowledge you're gaining,
Yeah, but
so
the
it's
but
fine.
the conversation with Layla, how much time would that have taken?
That was an hour.
That was the outer, but that was not like training, right? So
No.
then So then it would be 7 hours of training instead
Yes.
of 8. Yes. Just making sure that's still
Yep.
correct. So I'll just already add that before I forget. And okay. And the exhaustion.
And the
Yep.
exhaustion.
Yes.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry.
No worries.
Well, yeah. Okay, then we're calling it here.
I think so. Yeah.
And this is the point where we're gonna swap over and see what Viera and Samira were up to. And
I would have seen that.
So how is everyone?
Good.
Yeah.
Ready,
Excited.
prepared, expecting TPK opportunities at any moment.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Nah.
No TPK protection, so there's that.
No TPK protection, we're screwed.
We're
Viera's still
fine.
got 1 level of exhaustion, so we're extra screwed.
All of a sudden the kaiju come out of the ocean like we're done.
Nah, it's fine. I've got Lungstrider prepared.
Kaiju out of the
Samira,
ocean?
so
Okay.
you and I are good.
I didn't consider that up. I will write this down in my notebook.
Nope. Stop making notes. No.
Hell yeah.
No.
Too late. Too
No.
late. Too late.
All for it.
It stays in the ocean.
It's a Tarask. You dead.
No.
that pops out of the ocean. This should be fun.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Too bad that we are planning to sail sometime soon, so you know, nothing's gonna happen there.
No, but keep in mind, I can swim.
Not if you have a kaiju in the water.
We haven't really seen you swim.
Not really, no.
I would like to point out
Snaga has.
that you would be like just bite-sized in the water for a kaiju.
Yeah, I know. But
exactly.
but on the same front, he's got to actually see me in the water because I'm so small.
I mean, from the sizes of the general ocean life, we are pretty much bite-sized for a lot of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe a giant tuna will come along and go nom 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 nom.
Yeah.
And then be very surprised when it explodes because I revert to full form.
I mean, the giant tuna is still bigger than Viera.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I know, but not when she shifts into.
can be person-sized in our world.
Not if I shift into bear form while inside the giant tuna.
There's always a bigger fish.
The giant tuna is still bigger. Yeah.
I think all of us can explode the tuna from the inside, so we should be fine.
That's fine. I'll just shift into elf form and stab it with a poison dagger and see how well it copes with that.
Yeah. Have fun sinking with the tuna to the bottom of the ocean.
That's fine. I've got a dagger. I'll cut my way out.
Don't give her any ideas.
Yeah,
Well,
and then you flood the water, and then what now?
Because water pressure is not a thing, obviously.
I've only got to cut a tiny hole because I can turn into a fish and swim through it.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. Yeah. And then I can swim and breathe underwater.
Okay,
since you're a tiny fish and you flooded the water.
Since you're already so imaginative, why don't you do the recap of last session, Chris?
Yeah.
Do it. So the recap started with, or the session started with Viera and Samira having a brief conversation outside the inn, having completed their training for the day. And Samira was heading inside. Viera told her to lock the doors behind her because she didn't plan on coming back tonight. She was going to spend the night out in the forest. And I can't. The conversation for me is a little bit hazy. That's
I think it was basically just. But it was, are you sure you want to go alone? No,
yeah.
You want to go alone? Okay, then you do that.
Yeah. It was basically Cassius and you are at risk the most because you're in the tavern in the city, and I'll be fine with the breath in the forest. So we had that conversation. We did discuss briefly Viera's plans for the evening. She was going to meet with the Rat Lord of the Rats, and also then scout the tavern and then kind of spend the rest of the time with the breath in the forest. So we had that conversation. That was on the evening of the 25th, and so I'm going to do the slightly shorter bit first, where Samira went into the inn and then did her interactions with Vinny, and she was learning how to cast light through him. I believe it was your light cantrip, wasn't it?
Yes.
You tried to do your healing hands cantrip through him, but it didn't
Mhm.
work.
Exactly.
I think those were the two that you did.
Mhm.
And you then kind of experimented with distance and not being able to see him and all that kind of stuff. So you got to grips with being able to cast spells through Vinny, basically. So that was that. I don't remember you doing anything else in particular at
Not
that
really.
point.
No. No.
I think you just went to sleep. And then Vieira had once again an escapade on her own. She's getting fond, not so fond of these, I have to say, as a player. So I left and got to the correct bridge. First of all, that was a good starting point. Um, so I arrived at the bridge. There was a little bit of languishing around and waiting. She was using a dark vision to make sure she covered all of the bridge, basically. And at some point, the Lord of the Rats appeared, and the two kind of moved a little bit closer and began speaking. And they discussed a few things before an untimely intruder arrived. But he introduced himself as Crackrot Nightbreaker. He's the Lord of the Rats. And the key things I took away from the conversation were, before being interrupted, was that he prefers to be referred to as the Lord of the Rats, and there's no spirit that looks over the rat people, whereas the cat people have a spirit, and the spider people appear to have a spirit too, the mountain spirit. So that was interesting. He referred to the rats as the biters, the spiders as the tangled or hidden, and we basically had a brief conversation about trying to create an alliance with him to rescue the Cat Lord, use him as our eyes and ears, basically. Unfortunately, we were interrupted by a stray cat called Misha, who might be a dead cat soon, but for now it's still just a stray cat. Um, Interrupted, there was a brief flurry of exchange between Crackrot and Misha, and basically the gist of it was that Crackrot referred to Misha as not even a real cat, which is curious. That's something that Vieira is or certainly has paid attention to. She's wondering if he's some kind of half breed or something like that, or traitor. She certainly thinks he's a traitor, but that's a different story. There was a little bit of a combat ensue. Misha pounced on a nearby giant rat that had swarmed up from the river below on the pillars and killed it, and the Rat King turned and chose to run away, but not before Vieira put a spike growth in place, basically telling Misha not to move. You're interfering, and to basically stand down and stop attacking. Misha ignored that, tried to jump out of it, landed in thorns and brambles, and then decided thorns in the paws is not worth moving, so decided to stop and give up for the most part. There, obviously, with the Rat King's exit, Vieira made a mental note to try and track him down a little bit later to resume that conversation away from prying eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't manage to track him down. But as she had a conversation with Misha, basically telling them that she didn't trust them now, and that we can't work for people we don't trust. And she started to walk away, and Misha apologized and started to kind of try to at least seem sincerely apologetic, though Vieira has her doubts. He did mention that the Cat Lord is being moved to the warehouse on the far east of the Eastern Beach, and Vieira put him in a position where basically he was not to interfere anymore. He was to do what he was told. The reason he's hired big people is to deal with this, because clearly he keeps messing things up. Misha is to basically inform us of everything that's going on. And finally, the last thing was that basically put eyes and ears on the Cat Lord, or at least the tavern where the Cat Lord is, and to tell us as soon as he is being moved, because it might be easier for us to intercept rather than stake out the warehouse as well. However, I think largely as a group we abandoned that idea anyway. So that was that. That ended with Vieira trying to track down the Rat King, which disappeared somewhere around the Fishers area, and that was that. Couldn't find him, so never mind. He is someone who knows how to hide, which she suspected anyway. Vieira then moved on to scouting the inn for our current target, because that was always the plan anyway, even though this whole kind of confrontation messed things up a bit. She spent a lot of time scouting the inn, noticing guard placements, trapdoors, hatch doors, basements, all that kind of stuff, and making sure that she did a detailed mental plan in her head to write down for Cassius. And whilst doing this, scouted the granny's room and noticed that Rose's dagger was actually just hanging on the bedside, not locked away in the chest or protected or anything. And she couldn't resist the temptation of removing such a malicious, dangerous weapon from malicious, dangerous people. So she finished her scouting, returned to the granny's room, and stole the dagger. Not before Jackie took a swing at her with a great sword and missed, lodging it in the bedpost. Vieira warned her to her face as she walked past her that they are coming, and then she disappeared out the window, teleporting away. So they probably wouldn't even have seen where she went, to be fair. So yeah, that was that. She then moved on to spend the rest of the evening with Abrath, had a conversation asking about the Cat Lord, and he didn't know too much about the Cat Lord, but the Cat Lady he did know about, and it was potentially possible to try and find her, though she moves around the forest. But the Cat Lady seems like a good information point to start, but we'll get onto that more later. So she spent the rest of the night with Ibrath, basically out in the forest, and returned to the inn at 5 a.m. to ensure that Cassius was awake for breakfast, like she promised. So she knocked on the door, and Cassius came out. They had breakfast, and we talked a little bit just about what had happened in the night. Vieira catching him up to date, basically. He vocally approved and said that he was proud of her for taking the dagger.
I wouldn't say approval. I would say pride.
Sure. It's very similar. So,
yes.
Vieira then
Potatoes.
escorted him to the tower where he did his training, and she left him, turned around, and went to the beach and began her own training as well. So Vieira has not slept through the night. Thankfully, she made her constitution saving throw for exhaustion, so she didn't go fully derp, but she's still tired.
One does not go full derp.
Yes. So Cassius had several conversations with the Lord, I forget his name, Lord Blackrock, I think his name is. Destrian. I always forget the first name. I remember the title and the last name, which
forget the title.
So if Vieira's unimpressed with him, she's going to refer to him as Lord Blackrock, just to be annoying. So Cassius asked about his
piss off the demon daddy.
Yeah, it's fine. Cassius asked about hyperempathy and got information about the Fiend's Lord's daughter, though I don't remember what information. She had something similar, I believe, was the idea.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Was it Tiffany?
It was most likely Tiffany.
She's the only other person that has it, according to her. So
Yep.
That she
Yeah.
knows
you know,
of.
and he described exactly what happened to her, that she got impaled and they had to like
Yeah,
cut her
impaled
off, and
through.
that's exactly what she said as well. So
Yeah, and then
but
she
yeah,
was the daughter
Right.
of some demon guy, and she mentioned being like a half person.
well, not of some demon guy, the
The fiend.
Lord of Demons,
The
basically,
fiend lords,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
guy,
Um,
D
Demon
demon guy.
granddaddy.
demon granddaddy. Yes.
yeah. Um, there was a bit of information. I scribbled this all down as quickly as it was happening, so I don't fully make sense of it all. But the father and mother have references for all kinds of creatures, fiends, dragons, etc.
Mhm.
So I think that was a bit of a conversation about the father and the mother. Basically, are there is a father of fiends, essentially, like a prime fiend, a prime dragon, all
Yep.
that kind of stuff. And I'm guessing there is a. I mean, if the father is the first, what is the mother? That was the bit where I got a bit confused. Or were there just always two to begin with?
I think they were already the first, basically.
Yeah. Was it the first pair, basically?
Yeah, and they basically created all the elements together, created life, the sun, sacrificed the sun to create death.
Yeah.
And afterwards, basically, that those are all basically in all
All
their
of those things began intermingling to create the various creatures and aspects
yeah,
of the world and
that
stuff.
was only after all the like pure
All
beings
the
were like
mantles were done. Yeah.
yeah, the mantles were basically populating the world after the war between all the pure creatures, and they
Shush,
got kind of like
shush. That's
segregated.
your training. Shush.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But he's recapping what was mentioned last week during the
Yeah.
session anyway. So yeah, I've got the next point here is that I've got the story of the mantles and the sun in the middle of the world having been a moon. And at some point, I still have forgotten his name, even though you just said it, Lord Blackrock.
Destrian.
Destriant?
That's strange.
Is it Destriant or Destriant?
Destrian.
You have him in the
Destriant.
character vault. I will murder you.
Shush! I'm not looking at the character vault. I'm looking at my notes from the session.
Destrian, wrote it right
Destrian.
down.
He mentioned that there is no contact with the surface world whatsoever.
Yep.
So yeah. So break out of Cassius's training to Vieira training on the beach, where Samira appears in a bit of a huff and starts walking towards her very purposefully. Vieira notices this, decides to turn around 10, 15 feet ahead of her and continue jogging across the beach during her training. Samira attempts to tackle Vieira, which largely ends in Vieira slipping out of the grasp and Samira probably ending up in the sand. And she then proceeds to chase her up and down the beach, where Vieira turns into a panther and then just keeps legging ahead of her. Eventually, they both stop chasing each other and they settle down for a bit of a serious conversation to do with consequences of actions and the fact that Vieira last night stole the dagger, which has sicked the grannies on the group. And I think roughly at that point, Cassius finishes his training, give or take.
Yeah.
Comes out. In the meantime, my notes were a little bit light towards the end when it comes to this point, but Samira finds out that Rosa has dealt with it, using those words specifically, which is obviously she's put a bounty on us or hired somebody to do something, because Cassius was expecting her to come on her own, and obviously she's not quite that dim, unfortunately. Um, so so there was that, and then we had a group talk towards the end where we were setting down in the campfire, basically setting our camp up for the night. And we decided as a group that our primary concerns are to find out what Rosa did, whatever that is, um, and we discussed how we might do that with information sources. Um, Rats, cats was mentioned, to get a promise from the cats potentially. Cassius knows that promises are powerful and can be very binding potentially. So he wants the cats to do a particular promise and also to renegotiate the terms of our actually doing anything for them, full stop. And then after that, I've just got that Cassius left, where we went to sleep. Vieira spent a night hunting in the forest, and then came back as Samira was going to sleep, and then basically spent the rest of the night on watch. She caught a boar, which was for breakfast. And when Cassius woke up, she gave him some breakfast, and then he headed off to the tower to train. I'm pretty sure that's where we left it.
Yes, I think
He opened the door, and the mercenary
That was like around
sitting.
5 a.m., so an hour still until Samira woke up.
Yeah, this is where we're gonna take it from there. So basically, Cassius opens the door, and
midweek session happened.
And then midweek session happened, yeah, and then stuff that happened. But then
it's
basically,
shush. It's a secret. Yeah.
But then we basically switch over to you two in the meantime, because you have about 8 hours in half. What you doing in the meantime? You too.
Vieira is. She's gonna. I take it. Has Ibrath come back from hunting in the night? Because obviously they went hunting together. Did he come back and stay with her, or did he go off?
No, he stayed. He stayed with her. He was just not very like he doesn't sleep at night, right? He's now napping.
Yeah. So I think waking up, Samira is probably just going to see Vieira a little bit lost in thought, and kind of Ibrath's head resting in her lap, and she's just kind of giving him neck scritches, and then occasionally giving him tummy scritches. And that's probably where she's at when you wake up.
Okay.
Morning. You went hunting, right? Do you breakfast?
There's some boar left. Not much, but Cassius ate a lot for breakfast.
Alright.
Yeah, help yourself. I've eaten, obviously. You sleep well? Well enough?
Decently, yeah. Certainly rested.
Do you want to check in on the grannies first thing, or?
I'll do so while eating. Let me just sit down.
Take your time.
She just gets herself a bit situated, drinks a bit, eats a bit, and then just flashes over to Vinny's eyes. Maybe, yeah.
Is this after you get what time would this be?
Just shortly after 6 a.m.
Okay, yeah. No, they're sleeping still.
Okay. I still sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't seem to worry at all.
Whatever they think they've sorted out, they think that's fixed the problem.
Yeah, they think that's definitely fixed the problem, because they didn't even care making watches.
Are there any... Obviously, I'm currently hearing lots of birds and wildlife. Is that the case for actually the area around us, Shin?
Yeah, you're in the jungle. Of course there is. Like, it's a bunch of animals.
Are there any birds kind of low enough branch for me to speak to?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm gonna spend a bit of time doing a spell, if that's okay, Samira. But what I'm gonna try and do is see if I can get the birds around us to act as sentries for us. Just in case anything is coming through the jungle, they will know other humans approaching, so we might be able to get a warning. Just in case anybody is coming.
Yeah, I'll just...
Do you plan on training on the beach today, or training at all, or?
I'm definitely training, but I think I'll stay in the forest today.
I'm just gonna have a quiet day, I think.
Okay.
And just rest. I feel like I've been doing too much lately, so I need a day to just rest.
Alright.
But yeah, if you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be here at camp.
Okay. I'll check in occasionally. Yeah, and after breakfast, and we'll just start, I guess, hefting something in a backpack and just start doing laps and climbing trees and just a lot of like
Yeah, I mean, endurance training in the
pull-ups,
jungle is pretty
push-ups, and
endurance
shit.
because you have to jump over branches, not, face plant into the ground and, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
What else are you
And
guys doing?
every like hour, she's gonna take a lap around the campsite to check and make sure that everything's all right. And then just unless Vera strikes up a conversation, she won't. She just continue spending the next 8 hours.
Yeah.
I assume you guys gonna eat something for breakfast and lunch.
Yeah,
well, we got the leftover
breakfast.
boar for breakfast.
Yeah.
Which is what Cassius had, and basically that's gone after breakfast. So, for lunch, Vieira's just gonna pull out rations. I think.
Yeah, so rations as well.
So, but I'm gonna use ritual casting, speak with animals to talk to a nearby bird, and also use my ranger's like bestial bond to essentially kind of make them friendly-ish, sort of.
Roll me D100.
Not ominous at all.
You got to see how big the bird is.
Well, she's not gonna pick one. She's gonna talk to several birds.
Okay.
Roll 56.
Okay.
There you go. So she's going to talk to several birds and just ask them that if all they have to do is if they see any other humans approaching or any other two-legged people approaching that aren't the two that are Samira and herself, basically, before Samira goes off to do the rest of her training.
Bestial bond gives you advantage on the animal handling check, right?
I actually don't know. I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Check, and then roll me that thing.
Yeah. Checking very quickly. That's one thing I've never actually noted down what that power does in full. So it's listed under primeval awareness. Innate ability to communicate with beasts and they recognize you as a kindred spirit. Through sounds and gestures, you can communicate simple ideas to a beast as an action and can read its basic mood and intent. You learn its emotional state and discern any of its immediate needs, such as food, water, shelter, safety, etc. And if any actions, you can take an action to persuade it not to attack you. So you can't use this ability against a creature you've attacked within 10 minutes. So there's no mechanical benefit to it. It's more a case of they treat me as a kindred spirit.
Yeah, so it's like you have an easier time with animal handling other people. Yeah, roll me an animal handling check. Or persuasion, because it technically speaking to them. Whatever's higher.
I will do animal handling, definitely. Just normal.
Yep.
Not advantage.
Yep.
23.
Okay,
so
yeah.
All I want them to do is
the birdies that you've been talking to were smaller, so they're not as bright as the animals you've talked to so far.
Sure.
They repeated a lot of words, right? Repeatedly, to the point where like you were not even sure that they actually understood what you want. But they seem aware, and they didn't fly away either. So they're sitting there and doing the like head rotation thing of like looking into every direction.
Okay. And the only other thing I'm going to do is then just sit and prepare spells, basically.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to spend... And Vieira's just having a quiet day. She's staying in camp. She's going to keep her breath company and give him head and belly scritches.
He's up on the tree.
And yeah, she'll climb up, get a good vantage point. So essentially, she's just resting for the day.
Yeah. Every 2 hours, I'll check in through Vinny's vision to see if anything worthwhile has changed. What happened?
After the breakfast, Rosa is gone.
When I do my lap around the camp, I let Vera know that Rosa
So
is on
around
the move.
11, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after 11, basically, when the next time you check in, which would be at 12, she's gone.
Mm. Rosa's on the move. Just
And
be aware.
she's back 2 hours later.
Let her know that as well.
Sounds like she's just going about normal business that they have. So. Okay.
Yeah, or they're up to something. I don't know.
Sure. No problem.
Okay. 2 p.m. Cassius.
Yep. After that enlightening day, I will step out. Bid Destrian farewell for now. And I will first look around if she's around or anyone else is, basically.
Perception check, plus.
Ooh. Actually, this should be with disadvantage, I think, because I am exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, exhausted.
Yes.
Yep. Hey, that's more like it.
Yikes.
Yeah, no, you're way too much thinking about how much time you have.
Alright. Then I'm not gonna worry about it so much. I'm gonna go a little bit in a southwestern direction, and I'm going to basically triple dash into the forest. So action, bonus action, and
if you
normal
go
movement
to the,
dash.
if you go here, wait, Abel, pull to see. Which way are you going?
So, because I don't know exactly, so I mean, I know where we set up the new camp, but I probably just only know the direction. Actually,
going
no, I would have.
This and this way.
Yes. So what I'll do instead is basically go like this, and then like this, and then I will go towards the sea again, and then so like I will just
like,
take kind of like a kind of like that. I'll just take kind of a roundabout, so I'm not heading in necessarily the direct direction.
Okay,
that
that's 1,340 feet.
And I'm triple dashing, so.
Triple dashing. So what's your moving speed per 6 seconds, or per minute rather?
90.
Per 6 seconds is 90, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, per 6 seconds, so it would be 900 per minute.
The only thing to point out is that the second you hit dense jungle, it becomes difficult terrain.
Yeah, so it would be half for when I'm in the jungle. And
how long is that math? How long does it take him to do 1,340 feet, Chris?
Is he in dense terrain?
No, he isn't. The jungle is not that dense
so,
here.
So he's 90.
It's normal, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Minute and a half, maybe?
Yeah, should be fine.
No, shouldn't be minute and a half.
No, like, a minute is like the 900 feet, right?
Yeah. So then it should be 1,300.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do me a survival check, because you went to the jungle, doubled, then turned around to go to the north, and then back south, but you're not exactly the best survivalist.
Hoping to avoid it.
Oh! No, you're fine. Yep.
There we go.
You lucky fucking bastard.
Even with disadvantage, that's good. Yeah.
I'm learning from you, Fiora. That's
good. At some point, you can start teaching me stealth properly.
So at some point, Viera, the birdie starts shrieking at you, and you hear running through the underbrush.
She prepares her bow because she's still in the tree branch above the camp, and she'll gently nudge Ibrath awake.
And then bursting with a bright red face, completely out of breath.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cassius.
And look around
What's
the
the
camp.
matter?
Where's Samira?
Samira's doing her last 2
Training.
laps around the camp.
Yeah, she's
She's those a
running
couple
around.
minutes ago.
She needs to
She's
come here
here.
right now. Can you find her?
This would be around the time when Samira comes back anyway.
Yeah, she'll just do a leisurely jog back to camp.
There she is.
Oh,
Good.
Hi, you're back already.
Here, let's go.
What?
So,
What?
very quickly. I went into the tower. The mercenary lady was there. Yes, I know. I was also kind of surprised.
Not the granny, you mean? You mean the mercenary from the tavern?
Mercenary lady from the tavern.
You're right.
Okay.
You didn't have a fight or anything.
No. I'll cut to the chase because this is quite important. Apparently, the thing that Rosa has been doing to take care of the problem is going into the marketplace in bright daylight, somehow disguised completely, perfectly as Vieira.
What?
Completely, and stabbing several people.
Are you fucking kidding me? She's done. She went out for a couple hours today as well.
Yeah, then it's likely that a Samira will pop up in a marketplace and stab someone, or a Cassius will pop up in the marketplace and stab someone.
What?
Yes.
So they're just framing us. That's how they do it.
Exactly. Because apparently, and just as a brief side, I don't want to talk about it too much, but as a brief aside, the other caravans that were attacked by the 3 guys, apparently, they always saw like one person up front in their face without hiding their details at a time, and it was always a different person. There were 3 people, but the other 2 were always kind of hidden, and
or
there
too
was
far
always
away.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So that's
Break
how
camp.
they did it.
We
We're
need
not
to move.
well. No, wait. Let me finish. So
Samira will just start packing up her shit.
Yes, pack up, but we don't move yet. Mercenary lady. She was suspicious of this. Wasn't a lot that she could do yet, so she did take the bounty on the 3 guys. But she is guessing that they are likely innocent. Actually innocent. And she believes that we're not responsible for any of this, or with.
Why does she believe that?
I mean, so she did ask me what we were up to for the last couple of days. I tried to keep it as vague as possible, but she has also been in contact with the Hissen. They have. I don't know how much they have told her, but I was giving information, and also she asked like why we moved suddenly. I said it was to keep safe from the grannies because we do have some kind of grudge with them and they with us. And so I had to give away some sources, some of our secrets. She knows that we're outsiders. I mean, I couldn't hide anything. I couldn't do my normal fucking shtick.
Everybody who meets us knows we're outsiders.
Yes,
so.
but I couldn't I tried to do as much lying as possible, but it was kind of hard because Destrian was boring to burning pinpricks into my back.
Sometimes the truth is the better option to go with, especially when we are innocent. So.
Possibly.
I mean, so we're not possibly innocent. We are.
What did she decide to do? Did she?
Well,
that. What?
I have good news. And possibly bad news at the same time. She wants to create an alliance.
Okay.
With us. Because, well, I don't think she can take down these grannies alone. She needs to also have some kind of evidence, because these Karbach sea dogs, they're a big deal. And, tensions in the city, they don't want to have Hoey invading and blah, 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 blah. So, and, well, we would want an alliance because we also don't want her to have her on our fucking asses and also possibly go back into the city so clear our name, I guess. So I think it's a good idea. We're meeting with her at Destrian's place because it's the most, how do you say, neutral ground
Neutral?
that we could think of. Not in the city, but also not in the forest because she didn't
I'm
want to follow
guessing
me in the forest.
Destrian's not very happy with that.
Well, he wants me to take care of it. And he is not happy with it, but he would also not be happy with it if guards show up at his place for basically aiding a, well,
Supposed fugitive
criminal
criminal.
or criminals.
So when you say he wants you to deal with it, I mean obviously that's what we're trying to do anyway. What does that mean?
Well, possibly in conjunction with her, although I don't think he cares a lot if we really work together with her, as long as we don't pick a fight with her in his place. I think that's the most important bit. So
we're trying
please.
to make friends, not enemies. So.
Yes.
No, I think she's most likely the only option we have at the moment. Like,
we still have the Rat Lord, I think, if I can talk to him alone.
yeah, we need to find him.
But we also need to be able to get into the city to do anything meaningful.
Yes, we need to get into the city to even leave this place.
So
if it's basic things, I can go in and out as a cat and be unseen.
We need to go into the city to leave this place. We need to board a ship.
Yes, this is not only solved by us
not
doing shit.
Not necessarily, because the Mother of Mercy does dock in Gaitan as well. We can dock there and leave.
If they don't go looking for us there.
But if this continues with Rosa, and there's convenient influence with Hoya, then I don't want bounties in other countries for us.
I'm not saying we run. I'm saying we kill these people and expose them for the thieves and liars that they are.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Okay. If that's agreed, let's go, because we're meeting her in 20 minutes or something, like half an hour, I think.
How far? Destrian's Tower is not that far, is it?
Not that far, but we should start moving.
Are we taking everything with us in case we have to leave? Or
we might need to relocate afterwards, and we all need to go, so no one can stay behind to defend the camp against anything.
So Ebrath too.
I would.
What is this mercenary like? Does she have a plan? Is that what?
I don't necessarily know that much about like what her plan was, because she started talking about a possible alliance, and then I remembered our conversation that we had the evening before, and I was like, I need to check with my colleagues.
Good.
So, one more thing, as we're walking, I can also elaborate a little bit on anything that's unclear, but one more thing. If she wants to make any kind of deal, promise thing that is apparently like very important around here, I did ask a little bit about it with Destrian, like what does it entail? I just
the promise thing.
Yeah, but like yes, but we need to be careful with this because it's apparently pretty powerful. If you have a very big deal, if you betray it, then it's likely that you just die outright. If it's pretty big, I don't know, like how
like
consequences
if you swear
are measured.
to protect someone and then you end up being the person who kills them.
Yeah, you probably just die.
You'd probably just die.
Another thing is,
okay,
and I was thinking back about the promises we made with Zebe.
Makes sense why she wanted a promise now. It seemed a bit weird at the time, but sure.
But another one thing to be very wary about is that you need to be very precise, because if you're vague, apparently the world, the universe, the whatever this fucking place is, will find a way to kind of like calculate for every eventuality. So if you promise to be very vague about something, if you then betray it in the slightest sense that the world thinks you did because you were vague, you still suffer the consequences. So it's actually better to be very
specific.
Yes. That's one thing I wanted to say before we
Saber should probably have told us that before asking us to make the promise, because mine was pretty vague.
Yeah, mine was as well. So I'm kind of worried about that. But she probably didn't
So-
because she
so wait.
could just take advantage of us and our lack of knowledge. Yes.
Packing up the camp. Vieira's gonna whistle for a breath
Cassius,
to come down.
roll me an intelligence check, please.
Rip. With disadvantage.
With advantage, so normal.
Lucky.
Never mind.
Not so lucky.
I guess adrenaline is not making you think straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Vieira's gonna whistle for a breath. We're moving.
Braff is already pulling Matteo along on the.
You're such a good cat. I need to reward you at some point.
Okay. Just before we do anything else, please don't antagonize her. Just
You're doing the talking. We're only there to say yes or no. We agree with it. Unless
well,
Samira has other things she wants to say.
I would actually prefer if we all kind of like, because this doesn't own well.
This is a group thing. This is a group decision.
Yes.
Because fuck, this could drastically change everything.
So, do speak up if you have any concerns. And there might have been a lot that I missed because I was kind of improvising when I went along.
I'm gonna let you lead, but if I have any questions, I'm gonna ask them. If I have any concerns, I'm gonna state them.
You said not to antagonize. Is she a hadass or what?
Well,
what's she like? Is she a tiefling? Is she Hohian?
No, she's human.
Okay.
I think probably. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, she looks human. I don't know what that means.
What's she even called? Do you know her name?
Layla.
Okay.
Layla.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. She does have some magical capabilities.
So
wait. Oh, good to know. Good to know.
Quick question.
Yes.
She's taken the bounty to find the 3 people, or has she taken the bounty from the grannies to find us?
I'm not sure. She didn't talk about any bounty on us. She just said what was witnessed in the marketplace. So I'm assuming this leads to a bounty on our heads, but she didn't say anything about it.
Oh.
If we do not make a deal with her, she'll probably take this bounty, likely. She's the type.
And she already followed you here, so we're fucked then.
Well,
we need to deal with her if she's our enemy.
She doesn't know exactly where you guys are. She knows, but she does know I come.
You have to train.
It's not ideal, but
if we don't make an alliance, we need to get her out of the tower and then deal with her.
Yeah. Even if we don't make an alliance, at least we can maybe come to some sort of agreement that we're just not gonna deal with each other and not at all. But I don't know if that's gonna work out. Probably not. To come back to your question about her personality, she's kind of hard to read. She was nice at first.
Is she like an investigator, mercenary sort of type? Is she like?
She looks like it, and the weird
Does she
thing
look
is,
like she'd be capable of tracking in the wilderness?
I don't know. You would have to be the judge of that.
Okay, it's fine. I've got pass without trace prepared, so tracking is unless she's got magic to track, which she might do. You said she has magic.
She has apparently magic to detect if there's magic around.
In which case, Ibrath, you need to stay in the forest. I don't want her knowing about you.
He's still leading Matteo on the leash.
What's special about him?
I have spells to track beasts, and he's technically a beast. She'd be able to track him using it if she has similar magic.
Okay, but
tracking people.
So we're not taking Matteo either.
Tracking people is not something that I can do. Yeah, so I don't know of any low magic that would be capable of that.
I'm not sure if she's like you in that sense. I actually really don't know.
I don't know if this is magic specific to me. This might be magic anyone can have access to. Finding things seems like pretty generic magic to me.
I'm not. I'm not sure if she can even find things. I just know she can detect magic because she said something about. I was asking about how Rosa might have been doing these things, and she's pretty certain that it's not magic. And Destrian, I mean, we talked a little bit about if maybe she was some kind of like, you know, fiend or from, the other side, celestial, whatever. He said he would have probably felt that. So Rosa maybe has some like far-fetched magical capabilities that they can't, that she couldn't see. She said she does have her limitations, so
But she didn't use anything in the fight at all.
Rosa, well,
I suspect it's not her. I suspect it's something they have that lets
possibly,
her do it.
Or maybe it's just that useful in the fight.
Except that one person has always been up close and personal in these attacks during the caravan, and when we tracked and caught up with them, none of them were even so much as trying to wear a disguise.
Well,
yes, because they left already.
The attack on Seraphina was different because no one really. The other ones with the other caravans, they didn't hurt anyone, they didn't kill anyone, they just stole shit, and they were always like upfront in someone's face. And now the last time with Seraphina, there was the three of them. They just shot crossbow bolts.
Maybe Seraphina knew something.
Possibly something to think
well,
about.
we can't meet her with her anyways. 20 minutes. You said we need to go.
Half an hour, I think, somewhere around that. I don't know.
You've been walking and talking, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're walking at normal speed, so calculate how long it will take you. I don't know which way you're going.
We're already abandoning campsite, so
you're already on the way. For good 4 or 5 minutes.
Vieira's gonna tell her breath to remain in the forest.
With Matteo.
Stay safe.
Yeah, he'll pull him off to the side.
But this is at the edge of the forest, right? Or
before the edge of the forest, so nobody even knows. Nobody can see or even remotely have a chance to glimpse him.
Good, but he should be close. I don't think she's gonna pick a fight with Destrian there, but
she doesn't have to. She can arrest you, probably, if you've been killing people in the market too, and Destrian would be considered helping to aid a criminal or helping to catch a criminal. It's not in his interests to help us, so don't think Destrian's an ally for any second.
Not an ally, but that he doesn't want to have a fight.
He doesn't want to
have a fight in his house.
We know that in there it's not gonna come to a fight. Maybe outside it will, but in there not.
This is about the time you arrived there.
I think he would consider that to be semantics. That's
well, depends on how far away from his house the fight is. If it's outside his front door, I suspect he would be unimpressed.
I don't think he would even want to continue to teach me if I just become a real criminal or more of a criminal or whatever.
Well, we don't want to be. She said she wants an alliance. I have questions.
Good.
Why she wants this alliance? If she wants it to take down the grannies, why does she want to take down the grannies? There's no bounty on them. She doesn't profit.
She said something about not necessarily being happy with the innocent people ending up. Although she was happy with taking the bounty with the 3 guys in the first place, but
yeah, she's the result of them being locked up.
Well, I mean, probably someone else would have taken that because they had very accurate descriptions from multiple parties, which was entirely the intention of the grannies. So, all right. So before we exit the forest, Gus is gonna straighten himself out, cast prestidigitation on himself to clean.
Appearances. Vieira is not. She's got ragged hair. She's got the occasional stick or leaf in her hair as well. Because She's been bounding through the jungle in the middle of the night.
Could you do this for me as well? I'm so sweaty. Why?
It's probably not going to do a lot for a spell, but
deep breath, Samira.
and then
We're fine. She's here to make an alliance, and like Cassius said, she's not going to try anything in this house. So, worst case scenario, it's a ruse to get us all together in one place so that they can track us once we leave.
Better not be.
But I can make us disappear unless she has really good magical tracking. So.
Okay. The goal is to clear names. Running would not solve everything.
Running will
but
not
it is
solve
a
anything.
good intermissible thing.
If it's a choice between clearing our names and staying alive, I'm running.
Okay.
Just so we're clear.
Yep. Crystal.
All right.
Ready?
Ready.
And I'll casually stroll up out of the woods.
As you have experienced the previous 2 days, Cassius, the door opens before you guys even step onto the staircase. And Destrian comes out.
Wow. Good afternoon.
You're back on time, or early. He kind of gives everyone the same, very deep, scowling, Severus Snape style disapproving glance. And then he steps back and opens the door completely so you guys can come in.
Thank you for allowing us to do this here. It's definitely an imposition, but thank you.
He nods.
Yeah. Roll inside.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, inside you've been already before. So there's the hearth, a simple table, right? The sea gets quieter as he closes the door. You can still kind of hear the chimes. No Layla yet. He makes you all sit down at the table. You can choose. There is one nicer chair by the hearth that you also noticed the last time.
You can see Cass is particularly avoiding that one, not even thinking about sitting in it. So he's just gonna take a chair on the side.
Following his lead,
and since I didn't mention it, there's also like a back door that clearly leads further into the house and probably into the lighthouse, right? So yeah, he closes the door and kind of leans against it and just like crosses his arms, looks at all of you. And then he will start making tea.
Awkward silence.
Yep.
Yep.
He will put down 5 cups with saucers, very nice ceramics. No flowers on it, mind you, but it's like, nice teacups on tea, plates.
I was hoping for flowers.
No, no flowers. It's still not rough, like, ware. It's still more sophisticated than what you would expect, like in an average inn, for sure, right? And yeah, you sit for a while in silence. He's making tea, and halfway through making said tea, there is a quiet knock, which he clearly didn't open the door this time, ahead. But he will then pull the door open and said mercenary woman comes in. And she kind of bows her head to Destrian. Mr. Blackrock. He kind of nods, steps aside, lets her come in. And then she kind of looks at you guys and flashes you all a grin. I see that you did make it on time.
Yeah, it was easy.
Ah, but of course. And where are you all sitting? So there's a bench against the wall, and then there's like
Mm-hmm.
a few chairs around the table, right?
On the bench against the wall with my back to the wall.
Yeah, I'm sitting at this side of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, next to either of those two, just probably in between, somewhere there.
So bench probably as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will kind of look at the two of you on the bench for a moment, and then basically take the chair opposite the wall, and pull it a bit back so she's like closer to the other wall with her back. She's carrying what seems to be a quarterstaff, but it seems to be made of metal, and you can really hear that when she like puts it down. There's like this like thud, clunk, like thud on the floor that you would expect from something a bit heavier. That's not like wood, right? It doesn't sound too heavy, so it may just be covered in metal. You're not sure. And she also like carries a pack, like messenger bag style, across her shoulder, but it's like behind her, and she kind of shifts it around as she sits down. She wears mostly neutral clothing that seems very practical. It's neither too too tight, nor is it too wide. It's pants, not a dress. Actually, you saw a very similar style of clothing in a certain companion that didn't come with you. She doesn't wear armor, right? And Vieira, especially because your wisdom is also super fucking high, she moves with a certain fluidity that is not normal in people, which kind of implies a higher degree of unconscious body control, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like normal people don't move like that, right?
As you would say, she moves with purpose.
Yeah. But it's trained, so she doesn't do it consciously. Like this is just how she moves. Yeah.
It's her natural state.
It's a natural state. So she sits down, she puts one leg after another and flashes you all a grin.
So, here we are. Layla, meet my friends, Samira and Vieira. Samira and Vieira, meet Layla.
Just nod at her.
So she like looks at Vieira, so you are Vieira, and you are Samira, and she looks at Samira.
Mm-hmm.
So what have you been up to throughout the day?
Trying not to get killed by grannies.
I've been running a lot, as you could probably see.
She kind of like raises an eyebrow. You got the prestidigitation treatment from Cassius, so.
I did?
Yep.
I thought he said something.
I did it on as you asked. He did it on you as well.
Yep.
Yeah, but does it work on skin? Like, she's still sweaty.
I mean, you haven't been running to the tower, so you dry off eventually. She kind of like raises an eyebrow. Sure. I mean, there's various reasons why somebody would run.
Yes. For example, on a dog.
Or from someone.
Less this time.
Oh, so there are times where you are more running from someone.
Yes, of course.
Of course. I see. Please do
Everyone
tell me
what times. Everyone has times when they run from something. Be that because they've played a prank, be that because they've I don't know, been doing things relevant? That shouldn't be in any way, shape, form terms right now, as far as I know.
Well, your friend here did ask why that is relevant. Where were you training, if I may ask?
In the forest. If you take a look, you could see the tracks. I'm pretty heavy-footed, so should still be there.
Sure, if you would point out the direction, I might check later. Maybe.
Yes, right over there. And I just point in a general direction of the forest.
Do you? Oh, do you actually point into the accurate direction or just random?
Just the general direction of the woods. Like,
Close to the lighthouse. Okay, those woods.
yeah, we already decided that we're not going to stay there anyways.
Okay, okay. She nods. Well, the woods are a good place to be for now, as you too have been spotted throughout the day today, not too long ago, stabbing people in the marketplace.
Oh, it was me this time, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so we can guess that tomorrow it will be him.
Potentially.
I don't like people being me. It's not good.
Mm-hmm. I don't either.
Well, the obvious way to discredit this is to have people watching and seeing us as us when they try and kill using the disguise.
Problem is that there's just one person and we two were seen separately.
Well, the other issue is that you have been seen by the caravan that Janshe runs that you can use magic.
Yes, of course, and we used it to save the life of their god, of which they are fully aware.
Yes. Unfortunately, you have also been seen stabbing people in the marketplace.
Mm.
Yes, and if Cassius is seen tomorrow in two places at the same time by credible witnesses, that will raise suspicions as to how he can appear in two places at the
It
same
would
time.
raise suspicions, that's for sure, but it is not definitive proof yet. So, I've heard from your friend here, and she kind of like gives Cassius a very sweet smile, um, that you've been watching our non-friends
You could
with
call them
a
enemies.
with a
They would
little
be enemies at the moment.
shadow puppet.
Yes, guys, like look at
Just
the
a
table now.
sideways look at him at the shadow puppet comment. Just eyebrow pulled up. Yes. Yes, we have.
Care to elaborate? In the meantime, Destrian will, by the way, pour you all tea, and she will thank him and take her teacup and sip tea.
Oh. As far as my friend has told me, you already also a magic user, so I'm sure that you know some of us have a connection with some creatures can see through.
I've never heard of shadow puppets, so please do enlighten me.
Well,
That's more an area for Destrian to be involved, I think. He's the foremost knowledge here on magic.
He kind of raises an eyebrow at that and leans against the door again, crossing his arms.
It's possible to summon different creatures, isn't it?
Yes, it is possible to summon different creatures, but mostly the summoner themselves know usually what they are. Usually. And Lily like smiles at, you guys again.
yes, usually there are exceptions, you know?
So you're summoning unknown shadow puppets that you're not sure of what they exactly are. Interesting.
It's just a skill.
Let me
Bottom
just
line
ask
is
you, Miss Suspicious, I was introduced to you as Layla, correct? Why are you interested in alliance when you are already on this path right now with us? Just
Well, do let me ask you one counter question before I continue, because I'm a bit confused. Is there a reason why you're openly hostile towards me?
no, I'm just confused that you are asking very pointed questions and still asking for an alliance of some sort.
Well, I am asking pointed questions because I'm dealing with strangers and I'm trying to figure out what is going on here and not trying to get involved with potential murderers. So I'm asking the questions to make sure that I am right in my opinion. Because an assumption is assumption, but it doesn't do
Okay,
much
but
unless you have proof.
what does her summoning a shadow puppet have to do with anything?
Because I want to know what you're capable of. What
And
if
we
you're
want to know
capable
what
of?
you're capable of.
What
We
if you're
don't know you
capable
from
of
anyone.
summoning two different people in two different places? What if that shadow puppet can look like somebody else?
It can't.
Definitely can't.
Next question. Before this turns into an interrogation rather than alliance.
I mean,
And excuse my appearance right now. You've called me antagonistic just now. I am not appreciating the thought of someone stabbing people in the marketplace looking at me, so I'm a bit equally suspicious of your intent here right now, so that's why I'm acting like this. I'm sure you understand.
My intent is quite obvious considering that there is not a dozen guards outside the door right now.
Well, you can follow our trail leading all the way back to the village to the south, where you will find a chieftain and her people extremely grateful for the help that we gave them. Would random murderers do that?
Well, I did already point out to your friend that I do not think you random murderers. I still like to know who I'm working with. I, as I already told to your friend, I am a mercenary, but I do have a certain code and I prefer not to detain the wrong people like I did already. Unfortunately, it was a matter of it was either me going to be who detains them or someone else in the city because at that point all the proof was leading to them.
Yeah, and then getting the money is only a added benefit, right?
I mean, once
Ultimately,
it
it
is
still left you detaining innocent people.
well, yes, but I do want
Which
to.
leaves us in the vulnerable position here.
Yes.
Because you've already done it once, you might as well do it again for another bounty.
Well, again, if I wanted to do that, there would be 12 guards outside the store right now.
Or perhaps you're just waiting until all 3 of our bounties are up and then you stake the gods on us. Who knows?
I mean, who knows? But the bounties are already substantial, much bigger than the previous 3, considering the previous 3 haven't stabbed people.
May I ask?
250 per head. More than worth my effort already. Don't have to wait for the third one.
Cassius, that's not even worth it.
Might be. Anyway, you wanted to talk about an alliance, and that's why I got both of them here, because that concerns all of us. What do you exactly propose? Actually, first, my allies raised a good question. Why do you care so much, exactly, that the right people are caught?
Because that's my personality. She grins.
That's just it. Okay.
Yeah, some people actually do care about morals. Imagine that.
Wow. All right, that's fair. Then, what exactly is your plan? Because you've been talking about direct evidence, so I want to kind of like measure what you already know, and what you propose that we should do.
I want to know what your capabilities are so we can plan together on what can be done. I already know that you have someone.
Enlighten us on your capabilities?
Maybe not interrupt me while I'm talking. Again, that antagonistic behavior is not helping right now.
I'm just
Neither
curious.
is your attitude. Take that down a notch while you're at it.
What attitude? I'm being
I
relatively
just want us
friendly.
to be equal here because you're asking a lot of us and you're not answering much on
Well,
your own.
it's very difficult to be equal here because I am not the one being wanted for stabbing people in the market.
Neither are we, because we aren't the people stabbing people in the
Well,
market.
then I can leave it to you to deal on your own.
If you want to do that, then why come here anyways?
Well, because I thought that joint forces is better than us dealing on our own individually.
Yes, so how about not threatening, just doing exactly the opposite when you have obvious wants to do
But again, I am not being
alliance?
the one antagonistic here, and I do not
You are.
appreciate that.
You're the one creating all the hostility right now.
Oh, really?
With
Do
your
explain
pointed
how.
questions without explaining why you're asking questions. The
I did
friendly
explain
approach
this.
here. No, you didn't. Only after the pointed question. The friendly thing to do here would be to come in and explain who you are, what it is you're doing, why you're trying to do it, and why you want the alliance. And then point out that now that you've shared this information, you'd like to see a little reciprocation because you want to know you can trust us too.
Oh, but let's see. I
Except
did
you've walked in,
introduce myself. I did say
a
I'm a
name means
mercenary.
nothing.
Well, I
A
mean,
mercenary means nothing.
you can.
You're basically paid for a mercenary could be someone who takes the most coin from the highest bidder.
And we do not know anything about you, even though we've obviously heard from a friend over here that you have heard a lot about us already. How would we even the ground a bit?
She
I
takes
do not want to be
another
antagonistic in an
sip of the
alliance.
tea, and then Mr. Blackrock, I've really tried, but apparently this discussion is not going anywhere.
Wait, wait, wait. Just look at where my friends are coming from, and I didn't really have that much time to tell them a lot. They don't know you. I also don't know you that much, although I had a previous encounter. Let's just start from the beginning. Okay? We're not interested in necessarily dealing this on our own. Allies would be a good thing. And I look at Vera and Samira. But we do have negative experience with already dealing with some people, both in our world and this one. Secondly, we don't know a lot about how this world works. So if we're a little bit uncouth and hostile, I will apologize for that fact. And thirdly, I just want to make sure that we're both know what we're getting into, and my allies asking questions is for the same purpose. But so let's just take it easy. We're all here with the same thing in mind.
She kind of like takes a slow look, looks at Cassius, and then leans back again, crossing her leg again, taking another sip of the tea. Destrin, in the meantime, like leans back against the door, crosses his arms again. Very well. Again, I did point out several things, but I also pointed those out to your friend already. This is not the first time on this island I'm actually known. I've been hired multiple times to do mercenary jobs and take care of outsiders who cause trouble. Mr. Blackrock is familiar to me, which is why I respected the sanctity of his home and didn't bring a dozen guards here in order to detain you. And because I already knew that you probably were not the ones doing this, I would like to see it resolved before this further escalates, because these three are clearly out of control, and I do not appreciate that they're causing trouble in this town. I like this town.
Thank you. I appreciate the honesty.
That wasn't so hard,
I mean,
was it?
I did point out I'm a mercenary, and I
That
did.
doesn't mean anything, though.
Well, I am still a mercenary, and I'm still a mercenary who's known in this town. It doesn't
So
change that I'm a mercenary.
you're a mercenary working for yourself, working for other
For
people.
myself. I
Okay.
did not appreciate the outlook of becoming a seamstress.
Nothing wrong with tailoring.
Nothing wrong with that. No.
Samira is very good with it.
She gives you a cheeky grin, which implies that she doesn't mean tailoring.
Lost on Viera completely. Well, the first thing I can assure you of is that the three of us absolutely have nothing to deal with stabbing random people in the street, because that would be crazy.
But you do have something with drawing the ire of the trio, which is curious. So how did that
Yes,
happen?
of course. So they attacked the caravan,
Yes.
and we came across it a little bit later after they'd been attacked. We stabilized Seraphina, who, if you talk to her, she will corroborate
I
her
know
story.
that already. You don't have to point it out.
Exactly. If we were murderers, why would we stabilize the person we just tried to kill? We also then chased them down, because I'm pretty good at tracking people in particular. I also knew their numbers before we even came upon them, and there was a little skirmish about an hour outside of town where we all came off battered and bruised. Some of us a little worse for wear than others.
And at this point in time, when we were diverging directions once again, I was able to slip my little friend into their pouches and was able to then keep taps on them.
Predominantly so that they couldn't get the jump on us.
Exactly.
Why not attach your little shadow puppet to Rosa then?
Well, I mainly kept it on the pouch because I want to keep an eye on the majority of them. If multiple of them left, then of course would have went long, but cannot expect Rosa to do what she did.
Well, she did. I am not entirely sure how she's doing it.
You said something about magic not being involved?
No, if it was a magical item, unless it's hidden, I would have picked up on it. It would have been, if it would have been a spell, I would have picked up on it. I didn't.
Could it just have been a very, very clever disguise?
It can be a very clever disguise, except that the witnesses have seen details down to your pretty little swirls on your face that would have been very difficult to replicate, including eye color, which in Samira's case would have been very difficult to replicate.
So she is able to do this outside of magical means?
That is my guess, but I'm not entirely sure how. Like I said, if it is a magical item, then it is very well hidden, which is a possibility. But I spent time with them on the ship because I did come with them on the ship that came here 2 weeks ago.
And so, to just so my allies know this, they're considered to be what were they called? Like ship mommies?
Yes, the ship mothers. They
like
cook, they take care of the ship. The crew has very big respect towards them. As far as I know, they're veterans. They earned that respect. Half the crew is actually downright afraid of Jackie.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yes, she has a very hard swing.
She just
is a
about
bit of a
cut
bitch.
Cassius in two.
Well, this is the reason why I do not want to detain them by myself, because I do appreciate living.
So, just to be clear, your goals in all of this are to A, prove the three other people were actually innocent.
Yes, I would,
Which is
of
gonna
course,
look
keep
bad
the
for you.
bounty because the free bounties would be transferred to the trio. So,
assuming you can prove that.
yes, that is the stickler here, because a proof needs to exist. I cannot just go and on somebody's word detain somebody. With the political climate we're in here, in this particular area, it would be very bad.
I'm guessing that notebook in the granny's chest might be more important than you thought at first, Samira.
Might be.
So, Layla, just a question. Because you said you spent time with them, how's your standing with them? How do they view you?
Neutral, presumably.
Neutral. I was a passenger. They don't. I don't think they care for mercenaries. I don't think the Karbak Sea Dogs care for mercenaries at all. Not a very common thing in Hoya.
Apparently murderers are, because those people that were stabbed, are they still alive?
Every society has their black sheep. In your world you don't have murderers in cities?
Of course, of course.
No murderers amongst my people.
Except when it comes to certain races, right?
That's not murder. That's
Mhm.
sport.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah. So your plan is to prove that these grannies are the people responsible for all of the attacks so far.
Yes.
And then what? The guards help
Then we get
arrest
in,
them?
and I want to keep the guards out of it because I really do not want Jackie to cut them down. Again, I do like the people on this island.
She's not always as good with that blade as she makes out. She missed me.
Well, it happens. And your kind
And
is limber.
And her sword is pretty large. In close quarters, she would be confined.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
that might be an advantage to use
well,
against her.
maybe. But if we're gonna take someone down, if we have multiple people, I also
Well,
don't like being cut down, and neither do you, right, Layla? So it
it
might.
sounds to me like the burden here lies on finding proof so that they can be arrested with overwhelming odds to the point where they can't even.
Well, I
This
would
needs to be
love.
proved to their sea dog captains.
I would love to help you here, but if they see my face, then I will be the next one who's going around the streets and stabbing people.
Well, I can move around unseen.
At which point we should probably talk about what we're all capable of.
Please do.
She grins at all of you.
I'll start.
Please. Yeah. Thank you.
That's fine. Well, as you maybe at first described me, I am a bit of a healer, I think. And otherwise, I'm pretty good with sneaking around and, funnily enough, impersonating people. But that's ironic, I think.
Oh, as in making perfect copies?
No, no, it's more mundane. It has certain limitations.
It's more personas that he slips into. If you slip into that priest again, I will kill you.
I can't. He's dead.
Like you've mentioned before, the eye thing is kind of something that's hard to fake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's dead?
What?
Who's dead?
Well, you said you can't slip into him because he's dead.
The priest, yes, he's dead.
You killed the priest.
No, yeah.
Bad choice of words, Cassius. If anything,
I think it was meant the persona was dropped.
He's destroyed the disguise, is what
yes.
he means.
Yeah.
Destry is at this point like pinching the bridge of his nose, right? It's like
Vieira's just shaking her head slightly at Cassius.
He is. I can't help it. He is.
Okay, but you didn't actually kill anyone, so given that we're
metaphorically,
suspects,
yes.
Given that we're suspects for murder right now, perhaps don't use the word kill
not
or dead.
murder. She actually didn't kill anyone. Those were all minor injuries.
They were saved.
Minor injuries. None of the injuries were serious. But it is serious enough that they're considering shutting down the festival.
Because she's just stabbing random people in the crowd.
Because random people are stabbing random people in the streets, yes.
Makes sense. That solves one problem.
So your disguises are not magical, they're traditional.
Yep. I have all the things necessary in the saddlebags. You can get them if you want to see. Good to even try a new one, but that's beside the point. Yes, and I do have some other magical means which are a little bit more destructive. It's not very controlled yet, hence my training with Destrian over here. And that's about it. And of course, I'm good with people.
She gives a shit-eating grin at this.
So?
It's like the type of grin, it's like, sure. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then she looks at the other two.
Well, we've done one. I think you're next.
Still not the one who's accused of stabbing people in the street.
If we're all
Yes, but
gonna
I
tell
thought
anyway, what's the matter? Like, why do you want to be last?
we're on even ground here right now, as far as I hope. So, let me just go now, and then you can follow up. How about that?
Sure.
Okay. I'm quite easily described, I think. I mainly hit things with a hammer. And I also have my little shadow friend, and to currently see through and watch the enemy, which is very helpful. And otherwise, I have minor magical capabilities, but nothing destructive like he has, or as wide-ranging as hers. It's just mostly supporting things like a bit of extra speed, a bit of extra light, and things like that. And that's about me.
Well, I punch really hard. I can be very quiet. I'm very limber. I can detect magic. I can aid my fighting with magic.
What sort of magic do you have, for example?
I mean, you don't exactly tell me what kind of magic you have.
I told, sorry, he told you I had destructive magic. I told you I had mostly supportive magic. I just want to know what
I
thereby
have
region it
magic that
is.
aids my fighting, which you could interpret as destructive.
Good. That's all I was asking for.
I mean, I did already say that I'm using magic to aid my fighting. It's like, you know, we can all be very vague. So I figure when you are vague, I'm also going to be vague.
That's fine, right? You just have to give an estimate, give a basic understanding.
If you want a bit more detail, I am capable of spells. Not like Mr. Blackrock here, surely not anywhere close. Sufficient for my line of work.
I didn't ask for too
Sufficient.
much detail. I understand there's still that distance here. I just wanted to hear some examples. That magic to help during fighting could be various things, as you understand. But thank you for
I
answering.
mean, you all have kept it rather vague so far, and one of you hasn't really shared at all. So she looks at Viera.
Yes, she is last of us. You know, it's her turn now.
Well, I'm capable of using magic to aid my fighting.
A little snicker from Samira.
Yeah. Her grin is unfaltering, right? She keeps grinning the entire time.
And I'm sometimes good with the bow.
Sometimes.
Sometimes you miss, don't you?
Oh, that happens, yeah. Sometimes I miss with my staff.
Exactly. Oh, but if you want more specifics on the magic, I tend towards healing magic.
Oh, that's helpful. Is
And I
it
tend not
innate?
to
Is it
random.
spellcasting?
It's a good question. Both. I'm not wise in the ways of magic. I just ask for things and they happen.
One of those, all right. More priestly or more naturey? I would assume more naturey.
Why?
Because you have pointy ears and look like an elf.
Well, that's an estimate, huh?
Perhaps I have a god that I like to share.
Well, it wouldn't be unheard of. I'm curious, is your kind in your world similar to the kind of here? Because they are very close to nature.
Mostly acting as scouts for caravans? No.
I mean, there's one scout on this island.
There's not very many elves on this island.
No, they don't stray far from their own lands. And her smile gets very artificially, like visibly tight.
I'm starting to understand why.
You are making the wrong assumption here.
Am I?
Oh, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time one of your kind makes that kind of assumption, because your kind is not very fond on anyone who's not their kind.
Oh. In that case, our worlds are completely different.
Scarlet looks at Vera.
You can see we're all very different here, so she would not.
She sounds very much like them.
Really? Traveling with two of other people? Really?
Oh, they do travel with other people. They're not just very fond of them.
When somebody invites me to a neutral ground to try and strike up an alliance and then starts asking pointed questions and threatening both me and my companions, who I love dearly, you can understand why it might get my back up just a little bit.
I threatened?
Yes, you did.
She kind of like tilts her head to the side. Really? Did I?
You threatened to walk away and let the guards deal with this.
Yes, because then it's not my problem anymore. I did offer my help, and if help is not wanted, then I will not offer it.
Let's not get
threatening
stuck here
is
again.
more like you will do as I say.
Politics.
Well, maybe you should then not accuse people of random things if you're not interested in politics.
It's not an accusation if it's true.
Well, but it is not.
We all know what happened. We might call it differently for each of us, but I think we have taken a further step towards this alliance now by talking about our abilities. How about putting the rough start behind us?
I mean, if the rough start is you throwing accusations at me and me not being allowed to answer and me having to be nice to you while you don't have to be nice to me, and she drops the smile, then this is not much of an alliance, and I don't really appreciate that kind of cooperation. Considering you all three outnumber me as well, I'm not really interested in that.
And do you really think we're going to do anything to you?
How would I know?
Because we have no interest in you.
How would I know?
Because I'm telling you, we have no interest in you.
That for one, and for the other, you already told us that you believed we were not the actual stabbers. I hope at least that still holds truth.
That makes you automatically saints?
No, it doesn't, but it gives us a bit of an equal ground.
I mean, I am still alive in my line of work because I don't trust everyone I meet blindly.
And from our perspective, you're also the person who hands in innocent people just to get a bounty. So neither of us is standing on pristine holy ground right now.
She shrugs. As I said, if it wouldn't have been me, somebody else would have done it.
So they're just happenstance and collateral. That makes me feel really trusting.
Well, I'd rather an outsider detain Scarback Sea Dogs instead of the local guards drawing a conflict onto this island that this island absolutely does not need. Yes. Maybe get a bit more information about where you are and what you're dealing with before you cast your judgment.
Well, we were doing that before we had to move from the city, so we'd like to continue. All right, so we did talk about all of our abilities, and you said a little bit about what you want to do, so like getting direct evidence.
We need the evidence, and you have creature on the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, they have their limitations. So probably it would involve. We still need to get to where they would keep any possible evidence.
Do you have a ways getting there? Well, apparently you have.
Possibly.
Wow.
Well, it depends. If they're in their room while we're there, it's likely to go wrong. So,
That depends. Last time I was on my own and I still managed to take something out of their possession.
How did you
Working
manage
together
that?
with my tricks.
Well, then getting more evidence should be no issue to you.
well, okay. Yeah, should be perfect. Should be fine. What if they don't have any
So-
evidence in their room? What's your plan B?
They know we're onto them. They're not going to have any evidence whatsoever. It's the first thing they would burn.
Yeah, likely.
The second step would be to figure out how Rosa is doing what she's doing and have her do it in front of somebody that's a neutral party and can witness it.
Let me just ask you, because I'm unsure on this point. Taking evidence from their rooms, breaking and entering basically, would not eliminate the evidence being of use, correct?
I mean, if you just take it, it's just a thing in your possession. It's at this point evidence in your hands pointing at you.
But we could equally write a piece of paper stating that they have a contract to do something nefarious in the city. That doesn't make it true. You need to prove it's theirs.
You have to prove it's theirs, yes.
So if we take it, how do we prove it's theirs?
Yes, exactly.
Well, yes, exactly. I didn't say you should just take the evidence. I said find the evidence. I need to know that there is evidence before I can point anyone into that direction.
Okay, so
the
I think
reason
this is a
why
good
the
point
three people from the ship were apprehended was because there were people who saw certain items, reported it, and then we acted on it.
And yet it led you to the wrong suspects all the same.
Well, again, evidence is very hard to dispute.
Do you know of any items still missing with that evidence that we could look for, potentially?
Well, the coin is missing, but they're very careful to take only one item from each caravan they robbed that was very easily identifiable. And those items were found in the belongings of the free sailors.
All of them were found?
All of them.
Okay. Like I wanted to say before you interrupted me just now, we do have knowledge of them having some sort of notebooks inside the chests inside the room. We are not sure what's inside of those currently, but that could be a potential lead. Just need a check.
Well, if they have written confessions in those notebooks in their own handwriting, sure. Unless it's romance novels, then I don't care.
It could lead to certain, paths we could take. Who knows?
It could give more hints.
Well, like I said, we need to know that there's evidence before I can act on it.
The other thing you're proposing is that if Rosa does something that betrays her abilities, basically, it needs to be in front of a neutral party.
That is way more complex because we assume that she would do that.
It is.
Or us finding out how she does it, and if it's an item, we can then point towards that. Because I'm pretty sure that Mr. Blackrock here would aid the guard in finding the perpetrator, and Blackrock nods.
In your experience, Mr. Blackrock, do you have any kind of idea what might be able to give her this ability to do these disguises so far?
There's items that can cause illusions, which can look very realistically. We don't have reports on how close those attacks were in voice, I believe. He looks at Layla and she kind of shrugs, as in like doesn't know.
But Layla said there was no magic presence involved. How would they disguise that?
Well, Miss Layla also pointed out that a magic item can be hidden.
Yes, but
But
hidden or
they
not,
would
surely
have to,
detections would find it.
not if the hiding is well done. There's spells that can hide, that can make you on detection spells seem a different race. There are spells that can turn a magical item on detection to look completely mundane.
Oh.
Would these magical items have to be on her person while she's doing so?
Yes. It would be a magical item she would have to be attuned to.
What does that mean?
That means she's bound to it, needs to be on her person, and that binding after the item is removed would hold for about an hour, up to an hour.
So would you be able to prove that this binding exists?
If the binding exists, yes, I can see it. I can see the
So
threads.
possibly getting an item and getting it to you within an hour. That's rough, but maybe more possible than letting her do anything.
Or find out if she's wearing an item to begin with. It would have to be of high quality. It cannot be random jewelry or knickknacks. Enchantments of this level need to be good. The craftsmanship needs to be pure. The metals or the gems being used need to be more precious, more purity, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to handle the enchantment and they would break.
Do you have anything that could aid us with the... If it's hidden against detection against magic, it's probably going to be a little bit hard by just inspecting her person. And if I was her, if
There's
I had
another
magic...
option before we get too far, is that she's of an inherent race that can do that. She's not a fiend, I would know that because I would sense other fiends in the city.
You mean a shapeshifter?
Yes. But as you already probably found out, this island is full of shapeshifters. There's different kinds.
I do have a spell that forces a shapeshifter out of their appearance into their natural form.
Well, that would certainly be useful then, if she is indeed one of those.
It is also going to slightly crisp her.
Eyebrow raise.
He kind of tilts his head and at the same time if Cassius raises an eyebrow.
But that's what it does. It will burn her, but it will also force her out of her shapeshifted form if she is in one.
How close would this spell need to be to her?
This spell would have to be on top of her because I use the power of the moon to force her out of her form. But I don't need to cast it at night.
Is the potential for collateral?
Yes, because it's a very large area of effect.
Okay.
I would also like to point out that she needs to be shapeshifted to begin with.
Yes, and if she isn't a shapeshifter, then she won't revert.
Well, I suppose then you should create a stakeout tomorrow, because if we go and continue this pattern, she will probably turn into my pupil tomorrow, at which point I will be very dismayed.
Looking at Cassius, Samira just asks, would it be also a possibility just getting her to confess? No.
Possible. I could try it. I haven't tried it.
Layla shakes her head. If you are thinking of forcing a confession with magic, there are ways to detect that. Don't do it. It's not valid.
We don't need to. She is leaving the room with the other two. She
No,
is
No,
in
she's
by
going
herself.
alone. She is going alone.
No, like I said, she is leaving the room with the 2 people still inside it, so she's on her own.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Exactly.
entering a throng of people, which if we are wearing any sort of disguises, means they won't be able to see us either. And we trail her until she's about to pull out a dagger.
I'm just very of. You said it was a wide area.
Oh, I
was
don't mean
affected.
that spell. I have spells that can paralyze. So before she even starts stabbing, we paralyze her and take everything off her.
Wouldn't we need to reveal her in front of other people to make this more realistic?
Well, if you're looking for the item that allows her to shift, it could still be one or the other.
True,
But
that is true.
But at the very
Layla
least,
raises her hand, like she puts the teacup back on the table, and then like raises her hand as in like pointing up her finger, like, may I say something?
jump in.
That would also potentially not incriminate the other 2. Just saying. So if we can, in the meantime, perhaps try to find evidence that they have in the room, that would be additionally beneficial. The more hard evidence we have, the better, if we want to detain all 3 of them.
Then I think a look at what inside the chest is the best possible choice right now for evidence, since we don't know
You mean I
what
get
else.
to sneak into their room a second time and she
I think that's something we need to talk about, since they're not asleep currently.
No. Perhaps it's time for that cat distraction.
Samira, one question. Did Rosa leave the room the same time both times she went into the market?
Did she?
Nope.
No, she didn't.
Do you know at what times that she left, roughly? Like early morning?
Today it was at around just before midday. Yesterday, I think it was earlier.
Earlier, yeah.
Like just after breakfast, I think.
Alright.
But basically, as soon as she leaves, that's it.
Yeah.
Should be
Well,
easy to spot. She looks like Cassius. We can see him from miles away.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I think the evidence, looking for evidence, would have to be done today.
Would have to be done tonight.
Tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we do not want Cassius to also become a suspect, if possible.
Well, I need to sleep before we do anything. So, the longer this conversation goes on, the less time we have tonight. As well.
Okay,
Yeah, I also do need to sleep at some point, but if we need to, I would rather be there in the morning to do any kind of confrontation. I could also sneak in. I'm pretty good at that, but I'm not sure about the timing.
Vera, you left through your usual ways, right?
Sorry, I left using my usual
Through
ways.
your usual ways, you know, your
How do you mean?
teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At work, you lost the trail? That it couldn't follow you?
Yep.
Alright. So, how were you caught, anyways?
Well,
because we need to prevent that if you're going in and getting the chest again.
Yeah, I made a bit of noise, I think, and it woke Jackie up.
But the possible distraction, they do have a history with cats. It might distress them enough.
It would put them on alert, if nothing.
Yeah, else, so... and they might just say, "Oh, we need to stay in the room and stay on alert." And
yeah, Layla lifts up a finger again.
Which is what they did last time. They kind of went to the door and reinforced the door to make sure nothing was coming their way.
Mhm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I can help with staying more quiet as long as I'm within a certain range of you.
if you were in the tavern below, perhaps having a drink peacefully.
Well, if it's in the middle of the night, the tavern will not be open, but I can be on the roof.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's something I can maybe Pierre, you and me can go in.
Mm-hmm.
Try to be quiet and
You
try to
both
get
go in? How are you going to leave then, Cassius?
Yeah.
You cannot teleport.
No, but if we don't make any noise, I can just leave through the door.
But if they're watching and they wake up,
If they're watching, then we shouldn't do that. But I can at least
Well, they
be
went.
there to.
They
I
were
think
not on
the
watch
best thing
yesterday.
is you should be
Or
on the
tonight.
rooftop opposite, because whatever it is they have is in that chest. That chest is locked. And I can get inside it,
Yes.
but I can't then get outside it with the stuff. So the easiest thing would be for me to bring the chest to you, you unlock it, we read the diary, find out what's in it, and then take it back.
I would like to point out that if they see you doing that and then you put the chest back, they will then make the evidence disappear.
Only if the evidence is in that chest.
It's still there, considering you alerted them, what, last night? Night before?
Night before.
Yes.
Assuming it's even still there. We haven't checked
Exactly.
if it's still there. So,
I don't think I have seen any movement towards their chests and any burning or something like that.
I mean, are you watching them constantly?
No, but that's why I say I
but it's
don't
something
think
you can
that
check
has
very
happened.
easily.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, we first need to check if anything is in there at all before we do anything of this. But then having a stakeout on the roof and having a roof camp out might be
And if you have a way to look for more than just journals or notebooks, because those might not be anything.
What do you mean anything more?
Well, like I said, for all I know, they're carrying around romance novels. That's not evidence.
Yes.
If you're only looking for books, that's a very narrow. Well, what are you looking for?
Anything that could potentially point to evidence. At this point,
All
notebooks were one of
because
the
I
ideas.
don't know how capable you are in these matters. What do you consider evidence?
How about you enlighten us? I am not an investigator of any sort.
I mean, if
You
you're
seem to
looking
be
for
the one.
bloody daggers or written confessions in books, I can tell you for sure that most people don't have that kind of thing on them. Hardly ever. If at all. Ever. I don't think I ever had a murderer who actually had a written confession in their belonging.
It could have.
No, I did not expect a written confession. I expected maybe a few letters that could lead us to some threads we could follow or something like that.
At this
Any
point,
notes?
that's the evidence we can think of, because apparently there's no any identifying items necessarily that were stolen. So what else could be there?
Well, the amount of coin they have, because they have only a certain salary, whatever belongings they have, maybe there is something else that slipped through the cracks. We don't know. In the chaos of robberies, there might be more things that they overlooked. I'm hoping that they overlooked.
But then still getting this chest,
which means you're looking for jewelry, rings, necklaces,
amulets.
Well, at the end of the day, we don't know what's been stolen, so we have no idea what we're looking for in that regard.
Wow.
What might be an amulet to us might very well just be something that their military gives them to mark them as part of that military.
Well, I would know that. I would know the difference for that.
Sure, but you're not in the room looking for stuff. So
no, but you can describe it to me.
Why would I not just show it to you if I'm talking to you?
Or that. I don't know what you're planning to do with the evidence. As I said, removing it from the room would be a bad idea. or permanently removing it from the room, because the point is of people knowing that there's evidence and finding it on them, not apart from them.
All right, yeah, but I think that was part of the plan, is looking in it, looking in this chest, looking at the items,
I'm just
making
pointing out that
certain.
I would like it if you would look for more than journals and papers.
Sure.
Well, we
Sure.
don't know what else we're looking for.
Everything and anything. You just look for
their
everything.
weapons have the seal of the Sea Dogs on
Well,
them.
yes, they are veterans. This is why they have the seal.
Okay, but I don't know if that's evidence or not. So,
No, that is not evidence. It's only the evidence that they have been veterans.
sure.
Well, I can have a look through the room again once it most likely is dark again. I do not want to risk my little friend in daylight being seen and caught.
Yeah, so maybe the roof stakeout during the night is the best idea, that we can instantly follow them in the morning whenever they decide to go.
And yet somehow remain unseen on the rooftops, given 2 of us are wanted for stabbing people.
That will be the tougher part.
I mean, I can remain unseen.
I have also some things that I can do, but
I can create a disguise. It would take me time though. For a good disguise, it would take me too long because I would have to do it overnight probably.
if I get some rest for a short amount of time before we actually do this, I could take care of both of us for the way there, at least.
At the same time? Okay.
One after another would be best.
Alright. Are there any roofs nearby that might be like hidden from surrounding buildings? What would be a good place to set up?
I mean, any of the surrounding roofs. If you're already on the roof, people do not really look up, but you might have stray hissing coming past.
Yeah, we should be good with those, I think, hopefully.
The roof of the building itself is quite isolated because it is the highest roof in that area. Then again, you also might deal with stray hissing that climb that high. Unlikely, but it is a possibility.
I think I can deal with the hissing.
How are your stealth capabilities in broad daylight? Or towards the evening?
Undetectable.
I just have the one way for an hour, but that's it.
What if I just happen to be there tonight after sunset for follow-up questions? And follow-up questions need to be asked of the entire crew and try to get them out of the room. Not that I can guarantee it. I will try, of course. Would that be a good opportunity?
That will certainly make everything
that might be useful.
much easier.
Yeah.
Because then I'm not a direct target.
Speaking of investigating, do you know of or have you heard anything of the ship they were on being sunk?
Yes, I was there when it was being sunk.
Okay. What happened exactly?
There were a lot of cats that were
not
everywhere.
Responsible for the boat
No,
sinking.
I assume it's one of the bigger beasties in the waters. Might have been a stray tentacle? No, not this into shallow water.
Interesting.
A stray, sorry, what?
Tentacle.
I wonder if the cat lady asked the lady of the lake to help.
Aren't you concerned about the stray? Okay.
It's the ocean. Move on.
Okay.
It happens. It's a legit danger of ship travel. Not so much later in the year, but they are out there.
Yikes. All right.
I wonder if I could make friends with it.
Maybe save that for later.
That's a fascinating idea. She looks genuinely amused by that.
No, it isn't. Don't encourage her. Okay. So, being there, we need to get into the city. Then get on the roof probably. And I look pedestrian.
I would do it
That's the easy
around
part.
dinner time because then most of the Carbac Sea Dogs will be downstairs as well.
Pedestrian.
Well, we can get
Yes,
in and out unseen. That's no problem.
Dinner time in the Wiggly Danger is around 19. Not always exact. It depends on the poor woman.
Just
if she
after sunset,
gets.
basically.
I'm pretty sure she didn't expect to have to cook for this many people.
Perhaps you want me to do that detailed plan of the tavern now, Cassius?
That would be good. But one thing, and I look towards Destrian.
Destrian goes, I would appreciate it if you would do all illegal planning outside my home.
Yes.
And I will now pretend like I never heard any of this.
I will likely also not be able to make it here tomorrow morning if we're doing this stakeout and following them into the market.
That's like, no, like, deal with it. I don't want the city guard bothering my peaceful life here. You are excused. Do not come back if you fail.
Yes. Got it.
Don't think there's much chance of that. You'll see him soon enough.
Alright. I think we should plan somewhere else then.
Well, there's an awfully lovely beach just down the way. Very good for drawing things in the sand.
I would rather have it on paper.
Then I suggest you find some paper.
I have paper.
Good. Then we're fine.
Alright.
I think that's us done here.
Yes. Thank you for the tea. We'll just deal with our things now.
He opens the door and steps aside.
Walking right through.
Well, thank you, Destrian. All goes well.
Who goes out first, by the way?
I do.
Samira, by the sounds of it, she's already gone.
Yep, she's out of there. Of course.
Well, just a moment, because certain someone was talking to Destrian.
No, I would just say if nothing happens, I'll see you tomorrow, probably.
He will not.
Thank you again.
Layla will go after Viera and Samira.
Before we
Vera's
move on,
staying
could we-
put until Layla goes.
Yeah, so Layla is waiting for you to go first.
Ladies first.
But of course, she kind of like gets up and then bows towards you and motions with her hand for you to go first.
Yeah.
I suspect I'm anything but a lady. But sure.
How
And then
about we
she
go
walks
out at the same time? And so like she like follows you.
I'm certainly slim enough to fit through the doorway.
So am I. And she kind of like wiggles sideways like a crab. And grins at you. And she does
That's
the
adorable.
she does the
I've
pincing
seen
motion.
that before, but
Yeah.
not on a human.
Yeah, she does the pincer motions, as she wiggles out and grins at you. She's a bit taller than you. So yeah, but yeah, outside, at a distance of like good 50, 60 feet, sits Spot with big eyes and like
we
breathing
break
very.
right here.
Yeah, break right here. Good
Thank
idea.
You.
Yeah, I need to go to place as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, break time, snack time.
So does Spot have a mouthful of fish while he's talking to
No, he's like. He looks like he's been running.
Oh no, the Caleb better not be transported right now.
I think
That's
that's
irrelevant.
exactly what's happening.
Guess
but-
what's happening?
It's irrelevant.
Damn.
Yeah.
They're moving. They're moving. They're moving. The
Okay.
cat lord.
Do you have someone else following, or did you leave that to come here and tell that, and there's no one else following?
Misha told me to come and tell you.
So to answer the question, is there someone else following?
The others.
Okay. Well, go and rejoin the others and find out exactly where they take him.
To the warehouse. To the warehouse. Oh.
Maybe.
The rat lord is there too. They're taking him. The rats. And he kind of hisses.
The rat lord.
No, the rat lord is taking the cat lord.
To the warehouse.
Yes.
Kind of a look at the other two, like, are we going to do something?
So technically, Misha wasn't quite being such a traitor then, I guess. He was spot on about that. Yeah, okay. He's taking him to the warehouse.
Mind you, Spot is also clearly very upset and potentially not accurately portraying what's happening.
Okay. Rejoin them, Spot.
Are you gonna help? You said you're gonna help.
Not now. They're gonna move him to the warehouse. There's no ship that can take him anywhere else.
Yes, there is.
The Mothers of Mercy.
Yeah.
But
it would have to be.
You know what you can do?
Right.
You can check the docks to see if the Mothers of Mercy is preparing to board and set sail.
And when I know, because it took me a while to find you even here. How do I find you?
The beach right here.
Okay,
check if they're ready to set sail.
And he's like gone.
Okay.
Half like stumbling over his own leggies.
Then they're the ones transporting. If not, it's
and
not
Layla like grits
no
like,
time.
He's adorable.
No, he's not. He's a traitor.
Oh, he's not a traitor. He's just cute.
You don't know the story.
I mean, he told me a whole bunch about you, but not,
That makes him a traitor.
Exactly.
He snitched. Snitches get stitches.
He didn't snitch. I just chatted him up.
It's also in a.
How do you know that phrase?
How do I know the phrase?
Yes.
Okay, do we really have time to discuss that? No.
Yeah,
okay,
while we're walking to the beach, I spent 20 days in Arable. I heard about snitches getting stitches. It was something someone said in one of the taverns. It kind of makes sense.
In Arable? Huh. It's more like a Westgate thing.
I mean, in the tavern we're staying in occasionally, yeah, makes sense. It was pretty rowdy.
Perhaps I was in a rough tavern. I don't know. I didn't.
Nah, that was not a rough tavern.
Was it not?
Nope.
I don't know. Nope. Like, traveling for me was pretty new. I'd only been on the road for a month and a half-ish, around about then. I'd traveled through a couple of really dodgy places too. The kind where I actually just chose not to go into the city and I just camped outside instead.
Isn't that what you always do?
Not always. The small villages and the hamlets and stuff, I went into those quite happily. I'm not anti-cities. I'm just anti-destruction, which is normally what civilization and cities do to the area around.
Yeah. Okay, that's a whole other thing.
I think we're getting off point.
Yes. A whole other thing.
Layla is like listening.
Not giving away anything.
Let's kind of debate this because apparently that's also happening now.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I think. Seems like you were quite busy.
Oh yes.
Well, we've been hired to fight the Cat Lord, and we found him. He was being held in the same tavern the 3 grannies were in. Coincidence? Not so much, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiberius would pretty much do anything for money.
Yes. The snotty little gnome with the tiger pelt on his bedroom floor.
How do you know that? She kind of wiggles her eyebrow. Said you.
Because I told you I can get in unseen.
Yes, he is a little shit. Not a big fan of him.
He sells everything for money, including people, by the sounds of it.
I
And
would
he
not be
sold
surprised,
he's selling
considering
the
he
cat lord as a
treats his
slave.
own sister like a slave in his establishment.
Ah,
Yep.
lovely.
Oh boy, sounds like a lovely guy. Not our problem currently. What is our problem is that they are moving now, the catalog now, and I was hoping we would have a little bit more time to actually clear our name, which
Yes,
we're on
we
a
cannot
tighter
get.
schedule about.
You were hoping for convenience, Cassius.
Yeah, once, just like once.
I hate to be the one to break it to you, but life very little.
I know. I know.
That's Lena
I
really
know.
laughing in character.
It's
Life doesn't give a shit about your convenience, unfortunately.
it's shit timing for sure. We two of us cannot even move.
Well,
right
we've
now.
already pointed out we want them to move him to the warehouse because the warehouse is further out on the outskirts of town. It's not in the dead center of anything. It's easier to scout, it's easier to scope, it's easier to hit if that's what we want to do.
And we're getting the information from Spot if it's something immediate right now, or if we can wait until other ships come.
True.
Mm-hmm.
True. Yeah, let's just focus on this first. We need to be able to actually do something in the town before.
So we're focusing on rescuing the cat lord, or are we focusing on?
No, our names.
Our names.
Okay.
Not stabby people in the streets.
So the plan is currently that we are going to go at sunset, which is, judging by that shitty little ball in the sky, fairly imminent. Couple of hours away.
It will take me about at least an hour to get through a decent amount of the crew first. If I go straight for them, that will raise suspicion.
Yeah, but you've got about an hour before you have to do that.
And I can alert everyone to basically let us know when they're leaving the room. And before that, we need to get situated already. So at dusk, we should get moving.
Yeah, and I what you said, Sabir, I can actually move in the town. I kind of forgot about that for now. So, but then moving onto the roof unseen would be more of an issue.
Like I said, if you give me a bit of a break before we break in, then I can just give us invisibility for that time.
All right.
Well, we're starting a short rest right now, I presume.
Well, yeah. You're sitting down to draw the map.
No, because I need to sleep. This plan has no fucking chance of success if I'm still exhausted, which means I need at least 4 hours sleep.
Well. Okay.
As I pointed out, this has been eating away into my sleep time.
I think you'd need to do the map before going to sleep, so Cassius has enough time to also get a look at.
Well, but if Pierre is going in anyway to teleport this thing out, I don't need to know the map. I just need to be outside.
I know, but in case, I don't know if there's a plan C or anything where you'd need to go in.
I'll use the old map. It's fine. Or did you actually draw that map ever as well, or no?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sketched it for you using a forgery kit.
I'll use the sketch.
I can tell you now, the old map is accurate enough.
Okay.
But
that's all I need.
Sleep.
Yes, sleep.
And quite a while after sunset is the earliest I'll be able to do anything.
So yeah, Layla, we're probably have to meet you there around. Well, I think it should be like 5 hours from here that we need to have them out of their rooms. I think that gives us enough time.
Well, like I said, I cannot really time it perfectly. I will just interrogate or go for the classical wrap-up after detention, as like who saw what, if people have seen more, additional witnesses for the trial, especially for this precarious diplomatic situation. The captain will, of course, cooperate, but it will take me a while to get through pretending to be interested.
Yeah. Yeah, but you would have to start a little bit later if it's only gonna take you. You estimated an hour, but
Well, at least an hour.
you can take your time. I think because
Vera,
she's
how long?
asleep. She's
How
asleep.
Do
long
you
will you
have a
start?
way of letting me know you're outside?
So Mira can send you a message.
Potentially, I don't know if it would work through wherever I am currently and you are then at the same time.
What?
There's
But
there are slight limits.
Yeah, but I'm sure we can. The easiest thing to do would be as if you can do the interviews in the main common room where the bar is. That way we
But
can make
that
sure
would
there's only
be
one wall
that
between
would be
you.
where I would do the interview. Yes.
Yeah. So there'd only be one wall of stone between
Okay, so I
you,
would
and
know where you. It
it
should
worked
work.
through that. Yeah.
Okay. And Viera, when you're asleep now, how long would you need to rest? When would
4
you?
hours.
Uh, it would be dark by then already, correct?
Correct.
Should me and Cassis go beforehand and you come after?
Do you want me to
Because
give
if I,
dark vision to Cassius?
how long does that last?
8 hours.
Well, I mean, if you have it anyway.
you have it now.
I currently can do it. Yes.
Yes, it would be the best to do so, I think.
Yeah.
Uh, and if you can cast it for Vinny as well, then I just need to get him here.
He needs to be here.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna. And she pops into Vinny Vision.
Yeah, in the back.
Mm-hmm. What are they doing currently?
At the moment, just chilling.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to communicate with him to basically ask if he can get to me as quick as possible, being unseen now in daylight. Basically trying to get the BAMF ability right now. When he can BAMF in and out of existence and back to me.
Okay, so you're bamfing him.
Use an
Yeah, I'm
action
bamfing
to
into me.
dismiss your familiar, and then resummon him.
Okay, yeah, sure. He bamfs. Let me describe it.
Okay, I'll be basically talking to Vinny to, because I don't know how that works, to basically so they can take the lead, and then Vinny appears on basically you can't see it, but Vinny appears from the glass mandala at my chest, just peeks out from my shirt.
Like Layla grins. Oh, I assume that's the shadow puppet.
Yes.
He goes by the name Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Winnie. That's adorable. In a creepy kind of way.
The things you find adorable astound me.
She kind of winks at you.
Yes, this is wasting my sleep time.
Vera,
yes.
can you
vision?
give the dark vision to Vinny as well? And I think it would be best me and Cassis get situated on the roof at just after dusk, so I can have some rest and get my invisibility back.
Yes.
Viera settles down and then kind of closes her eyes, picturing all the different creatures that can see in the dark with their night's eyes, and then reaches out and touches Vinny. And then
he has that glowing golden eyes already, so he gets little cat eyes at the second, just little slits.
Cat eyes.
Yeah.
And then she turns and says, "Your turn, handsome." And then
yours.
does the same thing, and then reaches out and touches his temple.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything when it's light. I always expect it to do something weird.
Not yet.
That's a darling. I think I got little cat eye slits right now.
He waves with both hands.
Hi, Vinny. But now I need to sleep.
Okay.
Lest I get more exhausted. And Viera's just going to kind of settle down on the sand on her haunches
Okay.
Yeah, before you go to sleep, one more thing. If
She
we're gonna
briefly opens an eye.
if we're gonna leave here earlier, are you gonna be okay by yourself? Do you have
Yes, of course.
All right.
You know me, I can move pretty well.
Alright.
Well, so what you doing?
Basically,
Sleeping.
Vera is going to sleep, and Samira is just going to turn to the others too. So, do we need to talk something else out, or is this basically the plan?
Layla.
She like grins, so run it again past me. I will be the distraction, and you will
Mm-hmm.
look for the chest, not remove the things.
Mm-hmm.
Try to keep
No.
everything as inconspicuous as possible, so
Mm-hmm.
they don't think that somebody went for their things. Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
try not to alert them. It would be really great. Um, Especially try not to do anything that casts suspicious on me. Because again, I would prefer if it's not my face tomorrow that stabs people randomly in the street.
I will let you know once we are on the roof, and you can then answer to me.
Can you try it out now so I know what it feels like? I don't like surprises.
Oh, sure.
Feels weird.
Okay. Uh, Casting message and pointing at her, I talk and say, your lips will move, but no one else will hear you. You can answer.
She kind of scrunches up her face like I never liked that spell.
So you
At
know
least
it.
I know. Yes, it is common trick about among the wizardry kind. Some
Mm.
magically capable rogues. It's creepy. It feels like somebody's moist whispering into your ear. You know,
That's
like
the
a perv.
description. Yes. Did not associate that at the moment, but okay. Did not need a mental
She
image.
Yes,
grins like,
yes, 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 and we're
"You're
like a
welcome."
perv. Gross.
Elbow in the ribs to him. um. So yes, I can let you know when we are on the roof, when we all are on the roof, and you can answer me to rough estimate how long you think you need to reach the grannies to talk to them. So we are aware.
All right. Well, then I have a very boring evening ahead of me. So if you would excuse me now,
Mm.
I will go and be pretend useful. And she kind
You
of
do
gets up,
that.
like, wipes off the sand off her pants, leans her staff against her shoulder, and just starts wandering away.
Okay. Uh, do you think I can move Viera without waking up?
No.
Even if I tell her that I'm moving her.
Her head is currently shaking slightly.
Fuck. I just wanted to carry her to a broth.
I
So
think,
she'd be safe even while we're leaving ahead of time.
we can go and fetch him and tell him to come here with Matteo.
Okay, that's a possibility. How you starting to walk towards the bit broth. How you feeling about this?
Um, it's good. Like, I think just doing something. All this planning is making me way too fucking anxious. I just like doing it and then just improvising.
I don't know. I'm both glad that we are doing something now and also very rushed because everything just happened
Sure,
in
but
the span of a
sometimes.
night.
Yeah. How are you feeling? Then? Too
It's,
rushed? Ready?
no, I mean I'm not gonna do much during the heist. It's basically be supporting you two, I think. through Vinny. We need to test Vinny touching you.
Oh, is that a right now thing?
It's a possibility that I'll need to do that tonight. So yes, it's a right now thing. Over the span of the couple hours. You can prepare yourself a bit. Don't worry.
Just get it over with. Just.
Okay. Okay.
Like I
give me
reach
a
out
hand.
my hand. Uh-huh.
Just give him
If it feels weird, I'm gonna pull back.
Okay.
Right.
Don't worry. Vinny's just gonna touch you a little bit, one step at a time. Okay. Just like clasping your hand.
Vinny like gives you like a high five with one hand. It feels warm. And gives you a high five with the other hand. And then he does.
But make escape one.
I don't join in on this. I just hold out my hand for him to give it.
And he starts like doing like the crouch down and up while he's doing it.
Can he can I ask him to like step on my hand like completely?
Sure. Could you just go around his wrist for a second, Vinny?
Yeah. He just wraps itself around your hand, and you have like a shadowy wristband that looks up at you because his face is on the back of your hand.
All right. And how does it feel?
There is a slight prickling. No, not prickling. Wait, I'm stuck with the freaking German words.
You can say the German word.
Yeah, but Chris will not know what I mean.
You can say it in we
kribbeln.
Like a kribbeln. Okay, that's hard to translate.
Yeah, exactly.
A kriebel. That's
what?
Sorry. Kriebel.
Wait, I got it.
Like it's kind of like an itch, but
yeah.
Not really. It doesn't it's not a persistent itch, but like a short-term itch, basically. Like a tickling.
Yeah.
I think it's more like tickling.
Yeah, it's a tingle, slight tingle.
Yeah, tingle. Yeah. That's the word. Thank you. Like a tingle. Yeah, a tingle sensation between your shoulder blades where the rock is.
Okay.
It's not unpleasant.
Well, it is.
It's not. It's not like my god, it's a pain. No, it's not unpleasant.
How does it go?
Yeah.
Well, it's
doable.
It's all right.
Okay, just let's try out the spell, and I'll cast Enhance Ability through Vinny. Yeah, extra dexterous now.
Yeah. You feel like your muscles and joints are a bit more limber.
Oh, that's nice.
The back of your hand is still staring back at you, right?
That's kind of creepy. I just point my hand the other way so it doesn't look at me.
Yeah. If you're trying it out, he's gonna wave his little arms. So now your arm has arms.
Weird. All right. Okay, but I think the biggest reaction was there when I did the healing stuff. But I'm not gonna do it right now because I might need that later.
And none of us is hurt either. I can rest, but I don't think it works for you.
No, I need to sleep. Have my beauty sleep,
Okay, so it's gonna happen like this. I'm gonna go first invisibly, and then Vinny's gonna stay with you and make you invisible.
I can go with you for the entire time up until we're at the inn, and then
and then Vinny will have to cast invisibility on you.
Could you help me with one thing though?
Yes.
I'm gonna close my eyes if we're getting to some parts of the city. Let's take the most casual route where the less people are, but I'm still gonna have my eyes downcast.
Okay.
Because that seemed to help with the people thing. But you have to guide me if that's okay.
I'll do so. I'll be right behind you and basically steer you.
Okay.
I can't be in front because people will bump into me, and that would be weird.
Yeah, but let's take the There's a long way around, right? Like the other bridge.
Think so. Yes.
think that's better.
Yeah. Lower and upwards. Going upwards.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to go through the markets at all.
No.
It's near our old inn.
Okay. Yeah, I think we walked past it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think the rest was happening.
Huh.
Okay, so what you doing? When?
Well, we've
So-
brought Ibratha and Matteo to where Viera is sleeping.
Yes.
Yeah, you find them. I mean, not easily, but you do, right?
Well, we'll find Matteo
Matteo,
probably,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
Breath is there.
Yeah, Breath is like
Uh,
staring down at you, is like ready to pounce.
We're going. Pierre's on the beach.
He's just
I don't
gonna
know.
just fud down, grab Matteo's leash, and just
Oh.
start leading him.
I think he understood me.
He like looks back at you over his shoulder, and just like for the nose, like exhale, like
Finger gun at him.
yeah.
Oh, very smart.
I don't. And like when he's out, kind of like out of earshot, we're walking again. How do you feel about that guy, actually?
Ah,
Ibra?
I'm not really sure. I've never really done much with him, but he's her like companion, like Vinny is mine, so I guess he's cool.
Is he? I don't know.
Why?
He gives me
What's
the
your?
creeps.
Is it a big cat thing or something else?
Well, that's probably part of it.
Are you good with any kind of animal? Let me just ask that. Because bad with spiders, you weren't really on good terms with Snaga as well at first, and that's more lizardy, and now cats?
Well, Snaga was just like withholding information, and I don't like that. So that was more of a person thing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because he's an animal? I don't know. I don't think so. No, I'm not great with animals. Well, I mean, there were like cats, a lot of cats around in the cities where I was, dogs as well. But normally, dogs I don't have a good experience with because sometimes they're guard dogs, and you can distract them, but it's. I'd rather just not deal with them because they can also smell you, and it's a bit harder to hide. Otherwise, I don't get in nature much. So yeah, rats I don't like.
Never had any pet?
I mean there was this stray that I found when I was really young, and like tried to like feed him and raise him a little bit, and it was nice, but my father made me give him away. So yeah, that was amazing. So no, I didn't really have a pet.
Well, you're surrounded by plenty of animals now, so make up for lost time.
What about you? Any pets?
I mean, not in my later life, but I think. But it wasn't really my pet, but we did have a couple of snakes that like to show off.
Snakes.
Yeah, we were pretty much near some of the, you know, drier parts, desert and everything. Snakes were common around there. Also, at sea snakes were around as well. Rich people show off shit sometimes. I'm really petable, but I don't mind them.
So it's kind of more like a status thing.
Yeah.
I met people like that. Yeah. Makes sense. But you personally didn't really.
Not really. I knew some people who had pets, and I've always liked them, but never myself. No.
Weird question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider Winnie to be a pet or no?
Not really. I mean, Vinny's more of a friend, like the name says. Vinny has their own mind, own thoughts, own actions. Don't really consider that a pet.
Sure. Huh. Just thinking about also what they're trying to do with the Cat Lord. That's
Yeah,
is it?
that's very dubious. I don't like that.
Fair enough. Actually, there was something else that was bothering me. So we did have the conversation after what Vera did with the dagger.
Yes.
And you had quite a, I mean, like your reaction was, I didn't really need this like empathy thing to notice like how angry you were, and was kind of giving me like a fucking backlash. But then
I'm sorry about that.
no,
I
no,
try to keep my distance during the evening, but
but then when we were talking about this whole cat lore thing, I asked Vera what she wanted to do. I also said what I wanted to do, which was not get involved anymore because they're a trader's bunch of assholes. And then we asked you, and you were like, "Oh, I'll go with what the group wants." But well, first of all, that kind of bothered me because there wasn't really a group decision yet. And I kind of wondered, like, why didn't you speak up while you had such a harsh reaction to the planning? Why didn't you want to be involved then, or well, not involved, but why we were like, oh, I'll just go along with it in the second time?
I guess I'm kind of why I am, and especially was mad about what she did at the moment. Didn't want to affect that our planning for the future, and I am kind of torn on the issue of my own like desire about helping the catalog, because I don't like, care about him personally or have some sort of connection with Valence like Vera does, but I just the selling of person is not something that I generally like to look away from. So I'm a bit torn there.
But you should say so then. The way you said it sounded more like, meh, I'll just do whatever you guys want. But now you're saying it differently, and you're still torn on it, but you're acknowledging it. And if the selling of people is really something you're against, then that's fine. But I was just wondering, like, why didn't you speak up?
I mean, I think I didn't really speak up on that decision because I didn't want to. It was a bit hypocritical of me. I didn't want to influence the choice too much based on my emotions at that time. I've calmed down a lot since yesterday. I was just tired of having a fight or anything. But yes, I guess if we're doing the thinking of doing the catalog thing, then I'd be all for it. If we're all against it, then I'm aware I cannot. There's fuck ton of slaves around. Cannot save everyone. Yeah, it's sort of on that note. I am going with the group as well. It's more, I'm a bit realistic on that.
Yeah. All right. That's fine.
I guess I wanted to say thank you for the support yesterday with the discussion afterwards.
I mean, someone had to be the grown up.
Even just so you know, even with all the joking and everything, you are pretty much a smart man. You've proven yourself a competent person.
Ah, That's all a trick. It's all theatrics.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
so what's going on behind that mind? Today, for example.
Sorry?
So what was going on in your brain today, for example, during adulting?
How not to. Well, how to prevent from, first of all, fight breaking out, and second of all, to actually do something productive instead of bickering with her, because that really didn't go anywhere. And the truth is, we do need allies. We have a severe lack of allies. Vera constantly says, well, we might have the rats. Well, we might not anymore. Spot's story is any true at all. And I don't count the Hissen as any allies because
Yes.
they've proven not to be trusted. So uh, currently we have none. Probably even the caravan that we helped are, if they hear about you guys stabbing other people, they're like, "Ugh, yikes, maybe not."
Yeah. Keep the distance.
So currently she was our best bet. And while I definitely agree with what you guys said about how she carried herself. Sometimes it's just necessary to just nod and agree with people until you get what you want.
Yeah. I guess it went a bit out of bounds. God, she was just so irritating at the beginning. So smug. She knew she had all the power in her hands.
Yeah. And those people just lord it over someone, and that's fine. Then you take on a different role. And you don't have to like be completely submissive. Sometimes you can go a little bit against it, but it's more about estimating how they're standing in it, and if you can really see. I mean, she was at the point of leaving. She basically already said it. So then you just need to smooth things over. And in the end, we need her. And as soon as we don't need her anymore, then we can go our separate ways. And and if she has any dirt on us left after that, we'll deal with her then. That's the way you like. I mean, that's the way I grew up with dealing with people. So
Smart way to think. Very practical.
yeah, I think so. But
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We have some time. I should rest for a bit to get myself back to normal. So are you going to inside in the room with Vera together?
I'm gonna go on the roof with you first.
Okay.
And then act as necessary. I think VR is still the best bet to go in. I can't easily get out. That is true.
The only thing I'm thinking about is Layla did bring up possibility of other evidences being around. I don't know if Viera would know what exactly to look for. I don't know if I would either. I think you would be the more experienced person among us.
Possibly. Yeah. Maybe I do need to go in, but it's just I don't really have a good way. I can't turn into a spider, luckily.
True.
Or I can't teleport, which is not luckily, but
we need to figure out the window situation.
yeah, let's move towards there first, or did you want to take your rest?
Yes, we can talk at the same time, but I think basically taking short rest right now.
Okay, short rest.
Yeah, short rest.
It's an hour later, but 7 minutes before sun dark, dawn, dusk. You know what I mean. It's weird.
Sun out, yes.
Small ball.
Dusk, yeah. 7 minutes till dusk.
As soon as the sun begins to set, we can make our way over there.
Yeah.
I think before we leave, it'd be good to finish talking. I don't want to risk anyone overhearing us on the roof.
Yeah. So I think in that short rest, this would have been part of it.
Yeah. I think the window. Maybe Vera can open the window or something else. You can do it from however close the roof is or anything. I could help you along with, the thing you're feeling currently.
Yeah.
But then I'd only have one more invisibility left,
I
so
think the
we'd have to
invisibility.
ration.
Yeah, I think the invisibility is a bit more important. If VR can open the window and she can pull out a rope and I can easily climb it, I'm not that massive of a climber without any rope, so I can jump around, but just if we're on the rooftop, so that's gonna be interesting anyway. But then I can get in, I can take a look very quickly and then get out, go the same way. But then you have a rope hanging outside of the window.
Hopefully they're not going to be in the room, so we don't have to be invisible at the moment. So if we need the enhanced physicality, then we could do that, and before leaving, after we've left no trace, hopefully, I can take a little bit more time to get us the invisibility back on the roof or somewhere else.
Question.
Yes?
Can you make items invisible?
Let me just... I don't know. I can make items on a person invisible. But I don't know if I can make items invisible.
Because I was thinking, if I need a rope to climb into a window,
you can just... I don't think I can make the rope invisible, and also that it would be a bit of a waste.
Yeah, no, that's true.
You could just put it in your pocket or in your backpack after. Oh, speaking of which, I need to empty out the sack so we have stuff to put in, enough room to put things in.
We're not taking anything. We're not taking anything from the room.
Yes, but you don't want to carry around a backpack, so if you need a rope, you can put it in there.
Oh, into the magic bag.
Yes, exactly. You don't want to have something bulky on your person. I don't know how climbing a window or anything is gonna work with a stuffed backpack.
I was gonna leave my backpack just somewhere, but I do need the rope. Yes, that's true. Okay, yeah, let's do that now. Okay. Is there a rope in there? Actually, I don't have a rope.
We have a rope on the saddlebags. We can put it inside.
Which are with here at the beach.
We are currently during the short rest.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Fuck, I
we are during the short rest.
No. Yeah. I thought we were already closer. I was like, oh shit.
No worries. I'm just gonna dump out the tent at the saddle next to the saddlebag, so I have enough room for rope and stuff the rope inside. Okay. Anything else to prepare before it gets dark and we need to move?
What else is in that bag? Like anything that could be useful?
There's my portrait, a couple clothes, arrowheads, mushrooms, the light fire starting ones, a lot of sand, so please leave that alone. A healer's kit, the drugs, rations, my cloak, my handmade one, the book, and some more oil. So if you need to burn down the room, you can use the oil.
Thought leaving no trace was part of the plan.
Well, if nothing is there left to point towards us,
No, probably
kind
not.
of the same thing.
Yeah. I don't think Layla would count that as leaving no evidence.
Darn it.
No, okay. That's...
unless maybe you can use the oil if you need to open the chest very quietly and it hasn't been oiled yet. Some shit like that. I don't know. You see things. I don't know.
I have some stuff that can help with that. It's all in all my kit.
I didn't stuff your kit in here.
I have my kit.
Are you guys moving? Because it's been now 10 minutes of docking and the sun is down.
That was. I think this was still during the short
that
rest.
was during the short rest.
Okay.
Yes.
An hour of just talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think unless we have something else to discuss during the short rest, we can move now.
Yeah. No. We're going to move, and at some point probably Samir is going to move behind me and be invisible.
Yeah. I think we're going to move. Yeah, we're just cutting right through. I think to get through the fields to get to the other bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we're like here near the houses, I'm gonna go invisible. And we're gonna move the rest of the way towards the middle bridge. And as soon as we're like around about here, I'm staying behind Cassius to basically maneuver him around in case he closes his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If there's not any people or business
No,
around,
it's quiet on this side.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Still,
perfect.
I'm in case it's gonna come up, I'm just extend that spell slow. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So, no idea from what angle we're coming at, but
From below.
I'm moving the token. I guess from this side we plan to climb up.
Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for the easiest way to skill up, and if I don't see like a good way, we're gonna walk around a little bit to find a place what I estimate to be the easiest.
Okay, then let me drop you onto the roof because you would get on there easily enough. Are you helping Samira up, by the way?
Oh. Climbing? Would that not? Okay.
You're not a rogue. You don't have a climbing speed, so.
Well, I also don't have a climbing speed.
But you are very dexterous. She isn't.
That's true.
I thought climbing was like athletics. That's
but
why.
she's athletic.
Yeah. Okay.
So what I'll do is to help her is to try to find a route which requires like jumping around, and I'm gonna try to find a route that requires just like things that I couldn't do, like straight
handholds that I could pull myself up from.
So I'm gonna try to, if I need to roll for it, it's fine, but I'm gonna try to look for basically considering her abilities.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be going first now since I'm so that I'm invisible, and then Vinny staying on Cassius gonna, as soon as I'm up there and decently out of view, making him invisible so he can make his way up there.
Okay. Let me get the map on. Give me a second.
By the way, athletics is a +6, so I should be fine. Unless I need to make a roll.
Yeah, my rolls are gonna be with disadvantage. Oh, yours are also gonna be with disadvantage, right?
So I'm gonna drop you on the roof directly. Where's Vinny, by the way?
Cassius is armband.
Okay. Cassius, you have some like concentration effects on you. By the way, if you don't have any concentration stuff on you that you're actively maintaining, remove it. Remove it from your sheet.
Am I?
Yeah, I see it on your token. It's in
Where
the
do I see
effects, I think.
Yeah. In passive effects, it should be.
In temporary effects, yeah.
Oh, sorry. That shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
All good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Activate.
Activate. Oh.
I don't see what. Wait. It's loading still. Oh, there you go.
Wait, I think I uncovered the entire thing. Just give me a second.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
I'm not looking to the left. I'm just looking to the right.
Don't look.
I'm just looking at the roofs. Just empty roofs.
It's already zoomed in at the roofs. Don't worry.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Now we can see just the room for the grannies. But Vinny's not currently in there, so we shouldn't see this. I should see this.
Let me
I can
remove
see
Vinny.
the room for the grannies. So.
Vinny is with us, so if you could move Vinny to us.
Yeah.
I don't want to move Vinny because it's walls and it would not work anyways.
Let me get. Okay.
And
then I will pull out Vinny. Sorry about this.
No
No
worries.
worries.
There you go.
There you go, Bo. Buddy.
Yeah.
Ow. Yeah. Okay.
And just double checking the map. No global illumination. Safe. Okay.
Well,
Alright.
we both have dark vision. So
Yeah.
it shouldn't be this dark. Because I can't see shit right now.
Yeah, but let
See
me.
things.
What's the dark
Can
vision
see
again?
things. 60 feet.
60 feet. 60 feet.
Yeah, and give it to Vinny preemptively as well if he needs to do some scouting.
Yeah, it's dim vision, right? Yeah, it's dim vision.
Yeah.
That's better. I was like, what? I can't see shit.
Yeah, it's my usual sight.
Token vision 60.
My usual sight. Bragger.
There you go.
Brag. Thank you.
Just the tiniest of flexes, yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I think we actually said we're gonna be on the roof of the inn. So.
Oh.
Well, you can't see the window from there. If you're
yeah, that's
watching
true.
them,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah, no, actually,
like,
it's
you
true.
know.
I mean, we can send Vinny. I already said we send Vinny in there to let me know if they're leaving.
Yeah, but the point was that I would have to like get in there if necessary, so I would actually not be on the other roof.
Staying here. Okay. So we're staying here and just hidden from sight, so I can take my short rest if possible.
Yeah, well, you will be out, not in the complete view of the window. I hope that's clear.
And let me actually do global illumination after all to maintain that, like, you do not have a cutoff vision. I fucking hate that. It's like nobody sees like that. Jesus Christ.
It's just like sight, darkness, complete.
Yeah, I can currently see like.
Yeah,
way
that's
off.
much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you would be able to see the roofs, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just hiding behind something and just taking an hour to short rest. Let me know if something is disturbing my short rest, so I can not.
You're taking another short rest after the initial one you had.
I'm not taking a short rest. I don't need it.
I am taking one.
Okay, so that's another one. Okay, so okay. That's an hour.
Happen?
Yeah, that's an hour. Not yet.
Not yet. All right.
I mean, we're waiting on Vera anyway, so you know.
Okay. What you doing? It's like an hour away from Vera showing up, potentially.
It's chilling.
Okay.
Actually, while she's short resting, I'm gonna take the silk root out of the magic bag, putting it in my own bag.
I love it. Let me just go.
I'll do a sleight of hand check. I mean, I'm still a rogue. I still have to steal from the party, right? Come on.
I mean, yeah.
Not.
Let me just. I need. Do we do a roll as well? Perception.
Yeah,
really, what's your passive perception?
Your passive is -5 because you've got
I know.
disadvantage.
No.
I wouldn't see it. I have disadvantage. With disadvantage, so that's -5, right? I wouldn't see it. No.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Even with a
It's
terrible roll.
Yeah, but it's like even you are aware, Cassius, how shoddy of a job you just did.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself.
Yeah. And you're very happy that Samira is actually very focused on the grannies in the window, right?
Yeah. Here you go. Here's the description, and I'm gonna just delete that off the thing.
Did you post it in the?
Yeah, I see.
I see.
Okay, so
Thank you.
An hour passes. Viera, you wake up.
Yes. So Viera's gonna open her eyes and see Abrath's there, and just smile. And then
He head bumps you.
she's gonna head bump him back. I need you to stay here. We're going back into the city. If you can lead Mateo into the forest a little bit and keep him safe.
Bites the leash and just starts pulling Mateo away. Mateo's like chewing.
I'll see you later.
Very chill with that. There's by the way.
Chewing on? It's sand.
By the way, Samira, where the fuck did you put the tent?
Dumped it on the ground.
Yeah, so Mateo's being led away. Viera, you turn around, there's a tent on the ground there.
For God's sake, children. Abrath.
Abrath stops.
1 minute. And Viera picks up the tent and takes it over to Mateo.
Yeah.
Presumably there are kind of straps on the back.
Oh yeah, saddlebags. Yeah, you can fix it. Yeah.
So she's gonna strap it to one of the saddlebags.
Yeah.
And then give him a little ruffle between the ears and say, "Okay, I'll see you later. We'll go hunting."
And yeah, Abrath will, take Mateo away.
Thank you. And she will watch him go until he disappears into the tree line. And then she'll turn to look at the city, let out a very big sigh, and start heading towards it.
Which direction are you taking?
The same route she's always taken, down to the bottom bridge, and
so you're also coming from below?
The rat bridge, basically, where she saw the rat king, rat lord.
Yeah, okay.
Crossing there and then up onto the roofs immediately, and then moving across the rooftops until she gets to... she's actually going to end up coming from the other side, because you said those rooftops, she knows those rooftops come to the attic, so she's going to be around and onto the top of the actual inn.
I mean, put yourself wherever the heck you want, you're on the map.
Yeah. So she's basically going to end up peering around this chimney stack to look at them.
Waving.
That would be like just
Tiny bit further.
Yeah.
Oh, why are there two Vieras?
Yeah, because that one's rubbish.
Because the granny is now out and stabbing some more people.
I can't delete it, so yeah, there you go.
Okay.
At which point she's gonna get in range and then just
Look at her.
I sent her a message. Good morning, evening. Do you have anything to say? Just so we can keep quiet.
You hear a sigh.
Passive aggressive.
There's a little bit of a sigh and a pause. I presume Cassius is coming.
Sending another message. You come over here so we can talk? I don't want to keep casting the spell.
It's honestly better if you guys come around to this side.
Casting another spell. Give me just a second. I need to check in with Merc Lady.
Sure.
What's going on?
She said we should go over there to her
Okay.
spot. Just give me a minute. I need to alert Layla. Where is the common room? Where's the bar? Again?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take out the sketch that I have and kind of
Thank you.
look at it where we are and then point roughly in the direction.
Okay, using that as a guide, I'll point in that direction. Layla, we're in position. Estimate on the grannies?
Oh, Captain, I'm happy that you will send a man to get them.
She was
yeah. And then, and then it breaks off because too many words, right?
I think I think she's getting them now. Like, maybe we should go.
Yep. Can you send Vinny? Oh no, and I should Vinny have Vinny on me. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. Are you going? Am I going as well? What is going on?
Time's ticking.
I think we're going. We're going.
We're both going?
Yep.
Okay.
Which way are you going?
How wide is that distance over here?
This here is on the level with the window to the grannies. This would be behind, like if you take this side, right? Because this is like tilted, right? So you could actually walk on this side, right?
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, it's the distance. Use the measuring tool.
Okay.
But it's also up. It's also up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
This roof
not...
up 15 feet.
Yeah, this is way
15,
up.
20 feet.
Yeah. No, I can't jump that.
Are you paying attention to Viera at this particular point in time?
Probably
doesn't sound like
moving.
Doesn't.
I don't like you said. We I think we're just moving.
So which way are you moving?
She's currently pointing at this rooftop. Hand outstretched, flat out pointing at this rooftop.
I think we need to go there.
Okay. And we're gonna move. Oh, no, not there.
No, Jesus. Not that way. Not that way.
Sorry.
Cassius just slid off the roof and landed in the street.
Yeah, I'm moving this way basically. Over, like this.
Oh, are these roofs right next to each other? Can
yes,
we find them easily?
Yeah, you can just walk over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Viera is basically walking across and still pointing down in this direction.
Hands up shrugging motion. Okay. Making a way.
You're just leading like us like a bunch of idiots.
Basically.
Can I just have a general acrobatics from Cassius and Samira, please?
I'm keeping low on the ground, so I have my hands on the ground and can I do athletics?
Uh-oh.
Acrobatics?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean you're born on a roof. It's fine.
Pray for me, please. Please pray for me. This is gonna be a straight roll.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty good.
So, Viera, are you a little bit more impressed with Cassius how he's skulking across the roofs?
She's paying attention. She's currently pointing at this roof up here.
Oh my! I just about had a heart attack.
It's like Cassius is like strolling and he's just like looking at Samir like, oh.
It's just like bunny hopping occasionally, just walking, just crawling.
And then she's basically going to be like pointing over that way. And if Cassius looks at her a bit confused because there's the edge of a roof, she's going to be making a motion of like over the roof, further behind you.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
And is this steppable? This one?
Yeah, they're all on the same level. The building in the middle is the highest one. It's like 15 feet above. The roof is, higher. These roofs are basically on the same level as the ground, as the first floor.
The level below me.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm 10-15 feet above you.
Yeah.
So we'd have to like climb up here, basically.
As you're walking towards me, Viera's got her finger on her lips. Shh.
We need to go now.
There's a window down here that goes into the attic. It goes to the bed of the blue-haired gnome.
Why am I here?
Because we should all be here.
I'm not going in.
No, but you're back up here in case things go wrong. Cassius and I are going in the window here.
And I can watch through the window.
Viera kind of slips down.
We need to go now. I think
And-
that it's
and-
their
and-
turn now.
I hold out my hand. Can you give me Vinny?
All right. Briefly holding your hand to transfer him over.
You can watch through Vinny's eyes. That way you'll see us.
But if you need help, I'm all the way over here.
It should be
That
fine.
sucks.
We should be fine. Let's go.
It's
Okay.
It's gonna be fine.
Good luck. I'm just over there, and I point towards the middle of this roof, so I can lie down on the floor. Just lie down flat on my tummy.
Yep. So Viera's gonna peek inside the window.
The attic window?
Yes.
Nobody there.
Is the window open?
It's it's ajar. You can try to push it open.
Try it. Well, Cassius, and you know how windows work. Open it up.
You also know how windows work. Okay, he's gonna go to the window and try to open it up sneakily, like without it creaking. And if I start to hear it creaking, I'll stop.
You do have oil.
I mean, you just push it open. It's really easy. It's
Alright.
yeah.
Overthinking it, I think.
Yep.
Perhaps.
And I'm gonna go in.
That's basically us, but you know.
Yep. I'm going in.
And then Viera.
I want to point out, sorry for the interruption. All three of you have fate points.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, fuck yeah!
Yeah, Snaga just
Wow.
dumped a fate point on each of you.
Ooh.
One for
Snaga,
Cassius, one for
thank
Viera,
you.
one for Samira. Sorry.
Damn.
Usually I don't
damn,
interrupt, but this is worth the interruption.
Yeah, it definitely
This is good news.
This is very good news.
We might need those.
Yes. We
Actually-
very well might well.
Ooh.
Oh.
I have to check what the fate points again do. You can remove one level exhaustion, right?
You can with a fate
Yes.
point.
Oh, that will be useful for you. Like
Yes.
very useful.
Right
Yeah,
now.
I'm going to instantly do that.
Okay, I'll.
So how do you describe this?
It's you have a sudden rush of adrenaline because this is the stuff this is your thing. This is your wheelhouse. You know, getting into buildings, picking locks in a city. You feel good about this. This is like and this adrenaline pumping. It's like you're your old self because you've been way out of your league, right? Out of your comfort zone. And it's like suddenly everything clicks into place. The stars have aligned. The spirits are on your side, Cassius. This is your moment to shine. One fate point.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah. As soon as they're inside and out of view for me, I'm gonna go Vinny Vision.
Okay, I'm letting you move, Vinny. So, Cassius, you go in first, right? Into the attic? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Let me move you to the...
And Vinny.
And Vinny. Vinny's currently with
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Yeah.
It's actually easier if I just, like, dump the token directly there. Because I didn't plan for things to go
Just
this way.
taking a long rest because I didn't actually take a long rest before I moved over. So.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. There we go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Viera, are you following him? Or are you going
Yes,
your own
of
way?
course. Sliding straight in behind him.
Well, then let me dump you there as well. Let me remove you from here. And Viera. Okay.
So, Viera is going to...
And yes, there's a little linen doll on that bedroll.
on the bed.
Yeah.
She's gonna very quietly slip down to here to
With stealth
sneak
check.
a peek around the corner.
Like at this point, don't just tell me you're quiet. Roll me a stealth check. You're fine.
Tapping further into the bond with Vinny, I'm gonna whisper through him. I'll just be positioning myself. I need to get closer. I'll go back to the first roof.
Cassius, you have another fate point, sorry.
Be right back.
Wow.
Wow.
Someone's favored.
Wow.
Against Naga.
Yeah. I
Nice.
think he didn't want you to use it for removing of.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, buddy. I had to.
Yeah.
That's gonna improve.
Not having disadvantage on all your checks is just too good not to use it.
I had to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so
thank
you
you
know.
for the second one.
Yeah, you have another one, so keep that in mind. Okay, sorry for interrupting. Keep going.
No worries.
Yeah. I just said that, and then I make my way just very out of Vinny vision, making my way back towards the first roof in person, because I just realized I have a distance thing I need to keep up. Because I need to be within 100 feet to do the touch through thing.
Yeah.
And I'm basically, when I'm moving with Viera, I'm moving with Viera, like in her steps, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
move your
dogging the
token.
same steps I did.
Viera's going
Being
to
away
point
from-
out the hatch in the floor, whispering. Hatch number 1, used quite often.
You will not.
She's kind of then going to turn and point down the corridor that's in front of them that they were heading towards and say, round the corner, hatch number 2, same place. Just in case you need exits.
Lying back down again, I'll just pop back in and just whisper again, I'm back!
At
Where
this
does
point,
this one lead?
Who are you whispering to, by the way?
I'm whispering through Vinny. I can
so
speak
we
through
can
Vinny.
we can hear we can hear her.
Mhm.
We'll acknowledge and just say yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hatch to a storage room next to the gnome's room,
Okay.
and the granny's is just next to that. So Vieira's going to very quietly lift the hatch and kind of peek under to see. She's lifting it like half an inch and looking down to make sure the storage room is empty first. We have to move quick. Ginny.
What?
Ginny.
What?
Vieira's looking down the hatch into the storage room.
Oh,
Is
there's
there
nobody
anyone
in there. No.
Okay.
Sorry, I was
In
changing
that
music.
case,
I'm gonna whisper to Vinny. Use a mirror. Where's
sudden music
Sorry.
deafened me. I didn't hear what you said, Cassius. You whispered to
Yeah.
Vinny, where's what?
Yeah. Where are the grannies?
I'll pop back out of vision and look. God, I have to scroll in and out so often.
They're not
Fuck.
in the room anymore.
Okay, they're not in the room. Okay, popping back in, scrolling once more. They're gone. You can go.
And I point to Viera. All signs clear. Let's go.
How good are you with locks?
Whoops, sorry.
Just gonna open the door slightly and then just peek out. Is there anybody moving? Any guards? Any kind of
No.
sign of grannies walking past to go downstairs?
Not here. No.
Not here. Okay. Very quickly going to slide across to. Well, apparently, I can't go to that block because there's a wall in the way. But yeah, sure.
It's a pillar.
she's-
You just ran into a
Yeah.
pillar face first.
Yeah, I know. She's gonna point at the door and say, "Shit, no." And then move over to the granny's door. And she's basically peeking downstairs because she knows roughly where the door is. So she's looking to see if there's any signs downstairs in the door, or if there's any sign of any of the guards at the windows or anything like that. And she's
No,
gonna
no,
stay
there's
away
no
from
one.
about-
There's no guards in that classical. They're guests in this inn, right? So.
Yeah, I know, but that's what she's looking for. She's looking for
No.
those sea dogs. But
No.
yeah, open the door, Cassius. Get on with it.
First, like, very quickly to Samira. Can you check with Vinny underneath the door?
Hmm? Oh,
Vieira's-
Can you step back so I can pull Winnie?
sorry.
Thank you.
Oh.
They're not in
Oh,
there.
they're
They're
in
not
there.
in there. No, they're not in there.
Okay.
You give me a heart attack.
Escape! Flee
Sorry.
for your lives!
All right, perfect.
Sorry.
While she's doing that, I'm
You gave me a fucking heart attack.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
Just peeking the head through under the door. I'll just say, yeah.
Before Cassius even touches the door, Vieira's casting Detect Magic. So she's got a 10-minute radius of Detect Magic.
I'm just checking where that would hit. Just a second. No, you pick up on Vinny and yourself and Cassius, but no. Cassius'
Nothing
finger
else.
is
So,
very, very magical.
That's why I do the finger guns. And why I'm so good with locks.
Vieira's just gonna give him a sort of quizzical look and say, "There's nothing magical, no magical traps."
Okay. Thanks. And I'm gonna open the door. Is it locked?
Yes, it is locked. It's a
I'm
normal, very, like one of those big hole locks, very simple. Yeah, but you gotta roll me one
All
check.
right.
It's not a complex
Yes, I'm
lock.
gonna take from my side pocket basically. It's like he's gonna like whip out these tools. They're pretty intricate looking. Just like bunch of like latches and stuff to just like wiggle the what's they called? The springs. And yeah, I'm gonna roll my thieves tools. How do I roll my thieves tools?
You should have them in your inventory and you can click on them.
I have them in my inventory.
Yes.
And I can click on them.
And then use thieves tools.
Hey. And then normal.
Oh.
You slip. And you kind of like bend your tool a tiny bit, so the DC will go up for the next check.
Looking through under the door. What's taking so long?
Actually, I'm gonna use that other fate point to reroll that.
Okay, fair enough.
Just use them. Use them while you got them.
You rerolling that, and that means the damage that I was about to tell you happened did not happen.
Ooh.
Depending on your next roll.
Come on.
Yeah,
okay.
you're fine. Yeah. There's a moment of like where you think like, oh shit, I'm rusty, and then there's like this like just grips you again, like, no, this is what I'm used to. I'm good at this. I'm good at this, and then you just click, like, fuck yeah, I'm good at this.
Amazing.
Well, let me unlock it for you, dude. Just give me a sec. God damn it. Give me a second. There.
Oh wow.
I'm patient. Rocks fall. Everyone dies.
All right. Where is this fucking chest?
You have two.
Right by the beds.
Yeah.
You can see them right underneath the beds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give in directly to where it should be. The chest for the notebook.
Okay.
Vieira's going to. She's standing inside the door with the door partially
Yeah, I mean, leave it open.
closed.
Yeah,
but
I will assume that you're just
she's
peeking.
acting as scout,
Yeah.
essentially.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell mercenary chick that we are currently in the room. Hold them for as long as you can.
Okay. Popping out of mini vision, I'll point once more, cast message. Engaged in room. Hold as long as possible. Estimated time.
So, you are Sanseer, so tell me more about yourself. Take your time.
Awesome. Going back into Vinny. Should be good to go.
Good.
Gonna take a look at this lock. I'm gonna look at Viera first, actually, and point at it.
There's no sign of anything magical in this room at all, is there?
No.
Okay. Nothing magical here at all.
Alright.
While he's doing that, I'm going to investigate the room to see if there's kind of any signs of hidden things being stashed under beds, under pillows, under stuff in the fireplace, in the barrels, in the ceiling.
Aside from chests. Okay, yeah, no.
Aside from chests.
You have clothing, you know. There's actually the sword is there, the great sword.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
You know, and the hammer. Santa's hammer. The venom dagger, of course, is already gone. So.
Alright, I'm gonna open this fucking chest, or try at least.
Yeah.
No more rerolls. Fucking hell.
Fuck.
Well, you can try one more time.
Seeing that he's having trouble.
You're not seeing that. I mean, unless you have. Vinny. Okay, you're in Vinny. Okay.
And yeah, I am in Vinny.
Well, okay, but please do point out to me where you're looking at the moment, right? So.
Oh, I moved Vinny back once I finished my conversation with Vera. I moved Vinny back to Cassius's armband hand in case people came and I have to make him invisible.
Okay.
That's the logic there. That's why he's right next to him.
Yeah, so you can like see him struggling with it, like slightly cursing.
Yeah, you just scratch the lock.
Yeah. Cassius.
I am.
No. Viera just walks over to him and reaches out and touches him.
You did it for me.
Enhanced ability. Save your spells for invisibility.
Okay.
So you now have advantage on dexterity checks.
You've used that before, but thanks.
You should have asked.
Yeah.
You were so sure of your
I'm
ability.
sorry, Snaga just gave you another fate point.
Good. Save it for the reroll in case your advantage still doesn't help.
Well,
Yeah.
but this scratched the lock, and I don't want to scratch the lock. That's the important bit.
Yeah, but the fate point is after that.
Yeah. So.
Happened.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Can't change it. Can't change it. Preemptively.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I rolled the Thesil, so now can I do the advantage by alt-clicking use Thesils? I think it can.
You should be able to.
Try this.
There you go.
That's a little bit more like it.
A little bit too late.
Also, Viera, you have mending, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mending could fix the scratch, by the way.
Save my ass.
I'm waiting for him to finish fucking up the lock before I mend it. Why do you think I have mending?
You're such a hero. Okay. So now after with it advantage, kind of like refocus myself, kind of slap myself like softly in the face so it doesn't make any sound, and just pop it open. So easy.
Okay.
And what's in the chest?
Investigation check.
Okay. Vinny would like to give him advantage and help along with looking.
Okay. Okay, so you go for the chest, right? And at the very bottom, underneath a pile of clothing and stuff, you find on top a regular coin pouch that looks very used. And then you found a secondary pouch with more coins at the very bottom, hidden underneath stuff.
Okay.
How many more coins? Quick idea. Is it all platinum? Is it all gold?
From heft.
I mean, again,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
not
there, Viera.
opening it.
Shut up. It's like he's looking into the thing.
I'm looking, so basically I'm not gonna try to like weigh it too much by taking it out completely. I'm gonna leave it in place as much as possible. but I'm gonna like feel around basically to get an estimate how many coins are in there.
It's significantly more than in the regular pouch. It's way
Okay.
bigger and heavier.
And it just looks like a regular coin pouch, right?
It
Just
looks like a
like
pouch, not the regular
thing.
pouch.
Okay.
Coin pouch. The regular coin pouch on top is a regular coin pouch. The pouch underneath is a pouch.
Oh,
Like a
that's
little-
like a bigger pouch.
It's more like a small sack.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
tiny sack. Yeah.
I'm gonna like memorize that thing
No-
as
no
good as
judgment
possible,
here.
like what it looks like completely, just like basically every angle that I can get without touching it too much.
The pouch itself?
The pouch itself,
it looks like a small sack. Yeah, it's close.
Okay, fine. Then I'm going to. So that's it for this chest, right?
Roll me an intelligence check. But he just went for an entire chest. Let me see if he can put the stuff back in the way it was.
Alright.
Is that not the chest with the notes? Is the other one with the notes?
It's the other one with the notes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. You put everything back. Close the chest. Are you locking it again?
Fuck it, I'm gonna re-roll this. Yeah. Or do I see that I... Oh, okay, now I see the roll. Yeah. Thank you, Snaga, again for saving. Oh,
Okay.
can't say anything, but might be worse.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
much better DC. Thank you.
Whew.
Okay.
Getting help from all the sides, like I can't do anything on my own. Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
You're
Alright.
just inspired tonight.
Yeah, I'm feeling
Oh.
super inspired.
You were like about to close the chest. It's like, oh wait, no, that ain't right. And then you start like sorting it out. It's like, okay, it's better.
Yeah. Okay, and then I am going to relock it. Try to at least.
Okay, roll me feast tools. You have advantage. Yeah.
Thank fucking God.
Yeah, you're fine. You lock it again. You have another fate point, by the way.
Wow. He's just dealing them out like candy.
Yeah.
Damn, Snaga.
That's the last one. Last one.
Alright. I'll try to use it.
Okay.
I'll try not to use it.
Um,
Moving
as
over
soon as
to
he
the other chest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick break when he is opening the next lock to check in with Layla through message again. Quick check-in, how's it looking?
You don't get any response.
No response?
No response.
Once more. Please answer so I can know, or at least warn them.
There's a small break, and then you go, I'm talking and you can't hear me, can't answer.
Okay.
And then you
Listen,
remember
sorry.
that when people answer with this spell, that no audible sound comes out, which in a conversation, in the middle of a conversation, is probably weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we should warn her of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like, she's trying her best to be inconspicuous, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
As Cassius is done with this first chest, Vera's going to walk over and kind of check to see if there's any signs of it being opened.
Oh, yes. There's an obvious scratch across the lock
She'll
part.
tut and sigh,
Back in vision.
and then cast Mending on the lock to remove the scratches.
Yeah, you're
No.
fine. Okay, Cassius. Do it!
Alright. Doing it.
Okay, there you go.
Pops open like it was meant to be like this.
Just needed a little bit of practice. Okay, what's in the chest? Investigation. Let's go.
Advantage again with Vinny helping. He can't put stuff back in, but he can help with searching.
You find the books easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are specifically 2 notebooks, journals that were hand-bound, visibly. It's not even the same, like the type. Like some of the paper looks older, some is newer. So like parts were added, and the 2 outsides are like there's no spine to them, right? The spine is like you can see the stitching of the papers, of the piles of papers, and when you open it up, it's recipe books.
Oh.
But as you go through the stuff, you find another coin pouch, similar, like smaller one, like in the other chest. Yeah, actually, you had to. No, that's fine. Yeah. So similar like in the other chest, you also find like a smaller coin pouch, but at the very bottom, inside a sock, you find a golden signet ring.
Ooh.
Can you describe the signet ring for me?
It has like, it looks like a crown of antlers, if you will.
Crown of antlers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I mean.
And like, okay, so basically what I'm doing again is completely memorizing what this ring looks like turning it over.
Yeah, I will later give you like the exact symbol what it looks like. I don't have it available, but like yeah, it's a clear family. It's a clear family signet ring.
Are there any engravings?
No.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna, and that's basically everything in this chest, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna again roll to put everything back.
Intelligence. Perfect.
All natural, baby. All me.
Yeah, this one's all you. Wow.
All me. Fucking hell. Okay, putting everything back, and I'm gonna relock the chest. I'm rolling so fucking much. Love it. Love it.
You're fine.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay. Then I'm gonna like finish locking up, looking over, no scratches. Then look at Viera.
Viera's gonna take a look at it because she's been in here before and looked at these chests before, and just double check that there's no signs of any damage.
No, it's fine.
Second guessing me. Alright, I get it.
Thumbs up, good to go.
Good.
And Viera moves outside the room.
Yeah, relocking the door.
One last one.
Yes.
Well, 2 to go.
Ah! Okay. I just scroll up to where this thing is. Scrolling is weird.
I do think you have another fate point. Yeah, yes you do.
I have 2 now? It's ridiculous.
No, you have one.
Oh, just the one. Yeah, just
left.
the one. Yeah,
One
one
left.
left. Yeah. No, I'm gonna lock this one. Yep. And I'm going to follow Viera.
Well, Viera's going to double check the lock first for signs of damage, and if it's okay.
As you do that, stop, move back.
Oh.
Because downstairs, somebody will come out into the middle part. Give me a second.
With Vinny's passive 18 perception, would I see that?
I mean, they all can hear that.
Everybody sees it.
Immediate invisibility for Cassius. Just immediately.
A blue-haired gnome steps out.
Of where?
Well, you can
Downstairs.
see him. Yeah.
Okay. Viera's going to crouch down to keep herself low.
Yeah, Cassius will do the same because he probably doesn't see that he's invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be I got you.
Roll me stealth, Viera. And Cassius actually for not making noises as well. With advantage.
The third one today.
If you were not invisible, you would be now invisible.
Yep. I mean, I still had advantage from the ability.
Okay,
so.
yeah. So he spends like a minute or two basically getting water out of the well, and then waddles back inside.
Yeah. Viera's gonna kind of move up and then peek down the stairs. Obviously gone.
Yeah.
and then walk to the door, and then point at the door.
I'm gonna look at her. Kind of shake my head. But then...
Which you cannot see.
But then I'm... Oh yeah, actually, yeah. No, you can't see.
Cassius?
And then I just grin and I start opening it.
Roll me. That's actually. I'm sorry. This is a better lock. Much better lock.
Okay.
This one is multiple bolts. Multiple, thingies.
Yeah.
So
What
it's gonna
did
be
we in the end
free.
do?
Tumblers.
It's gonna tumblers, multiple tumblers. It's gonna be 3 tumblers. You have to roll me 3 different checks.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about this system. It just gives me more opportunity to fail instead of to succeed. I'm not sure I like that.
Well, yeah.
Alright. I'll try. I said I was doing it, and I wasn't even inspecting the
You
lock.
do
I'm
have
just going.
advantage and 1 fate point.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. That's true. I'm just gonna roll it again because I lost the tool.
You can just roll a d20 plus 6.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
And then so that's 1.
Yeah, that's 1. DC 20, by the way.
Oh.
Sorry, no, DC 15. DC 15. No, not
Okay,
20.
you're good. You're good.
Yeah, you're
you're
good.
fine.
Oh, gotta love it.
Wait, make Finny check.
Winnie goes
This
checking.
door.
Close the door. Don't open the door. You don't see. She sees.
Yeah. Okay. Peeking my head, I just do a quick lap around the corner.
Mhm.
Nobody's here, right?
No,
Back,
nobody's here.
Peek through. Peek under the door. Clear. And back onto Cass's arm, which I can see through blindsight.
Yes.
I cannot lose Cassius, which is an advantage.
I just stand in the room and I look at Vera and I whisper to her, "Where?"
She's gonna point around the corner and say desk with notes in Gnomish, I think. Language I couldn't read.
Can't read.
Point to the bookshelf on the bottom right hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's expensive books. She's gonna point to the wardrobes and say like bookshelf in that corner, skeleton key in this bedside table, I think, or set of keys in this side table.
Can't take anything.
So I'm not saying we take anything. I don't know if any of this might implicate him as involved, which is also evidence.
Okay.
Can you check the paper? Can you read the paper?
No. If it's Gnomish, no.
Well, I don't know. I assume
Okay.
it's Gnomish.
Are there any papers on the desk that I can easily see?
Yes. Yeah.
What language? Or can I read what they're in?
Gnomish. You can't read them.
And I just... No.
There is, on the opposite side of the desk, no, sorry, on the chair itself, I didn't put it here, but I want to point it out, there is what looks to be like a golden leash. It looks almost like the handle of a bullwhip, right? But like gold covered. There's a very... And the reason why it draws your attention, because there's a bunch of gold in this room, right? Like the leggies of the tables are golden. Like this room is like so ostentatious, it actually makes you slightly nauseous, right?
Well,
because
would it make me slightly nauseous?
Yes, because it's one of those things where like you can see that clearly somebody has more money than taste.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So it's like you see everything is expensive, but not necessarily that stylish. Yeah. And the
Doesn't match.
colors, the colors are clashing, and like you would never have put this like animal pelt on the floor in this room. Like what the fuck? But the reason why the leash catches your attention, and because it looks like the beginning of a leash. There's no like extension, like real, like it's like somebody cut off the leash from the handle. But the handle itself in the pommel in the back has a red gem that you recognize in the shape and pattern, very similar to a certain other red gem that you're currently wearing.
Uh-huh.
It's bigger.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Do I feel the ring
Also,
on
is
my hand
your
respond?
detect magic thing is still going, right? Because it's been no. Okay.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Concentration cancels out.
Concentration spell cancelled when I did enhance
Yeah.
ability.
Shinny, do I feel the ring on my hand respond?
No.
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 Thank fuck. Well, I'm still gonna look at it, and this invisibility isn't helping.
Yes.
I really want to take it. This is hard. Okay. Could I roll something that would prevent me from taking it? Because my first inclination is taking
Wisdom
it, but
saving
I'm trying
throw.
Would I also have advantage? But no, because that's empathy.
No,
shit,
if
not...
anything, I will give you disadvantage on it.
Because
Because you really want it.
Disadvantage? Oh boy. Oh boy.
No, I'm not giving you disadvantage. Like I said, if anything, I will give you
okay.
disadvantage. It's gonna be DC 15, so good luck.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Because I, as a player, do want to be smart about this.
You cannot roll a wisdom
have a
save
fate
above
point.
14. You have never done above a 14.
You can use a fate
Your
point to add
time.
+2.
Oh, what's favored by the
Ooh.
gods?
Oh, okay, yeah. You feel the ring on your finger getting slightly warmer in the section where the amber is.
But you said it didn't react. Sorry.
No. It's to the favored by the gods. This is what it is.
Oh,
reacting.
okay. Oh, sorry. I was like, what?
Yeah. You were like,
okay, sorry.
You were like trying to resist and failing, and then you feel that warmth, and it's actually, it gets hot. You feel that the warmth comes from the amber, which then translates into the ring, and then suddenly the ring is like, right, and that no, I shouldn't be doing this.
Slap on the hand. I'll just
basically, you got slapped on the hand.
Jolt back a little bit. Shake my head. Okay. Then I say to Vera, can't read this shit. What else?
Expensive books on the bookshelf.
Useless. It's too much. Takes too much time.
I don't know. There's lots of stuff in here. There's that's all I paid attention to.
I'm gonna take a look around, see if I...
She did point out the key in the nightstand.
The key in the nightstand.
And that's open, right? Is that... well, would you lock a key behind a key? Actually, I'm gonna go up to the nightstand, see if I can open it.
Yeah, you can open it. There's no key.
Okay, I'm gonna take the key that's in there.
No, there is no key.
You said there was a skeleton key.
Yeah, she told you there is one.
I told you there was a skeleton key.
Oh, and I'm gonna look. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
You go and look. Sorry. There is no key in there.
Oh, close it again. I can try the desk. And I'll go over to the desk and I'll see if it's locked.
There's no lock.
There's no like drawers or anything.
There's drawers. There's no locks.
Oh, it's all drawers. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go through the drawers. I'm gonna ignore any papers. I'm gonna look for probably something that has the same as the signet ring.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And anything. Well, yeah. That's anything else that stands out. That would be.
You have loose coins. Actually, what would stand out to you? There's no coins. There's a few loose change. This is the owner of the tavern. Where's the money?
Yeah, skipping it somewhere else. Possibly in a basement. Okay. yeah, if there's nothing else like possibly incriminating, nothing that stands out, I'll close everything after me, make sure everything is still in the right place, and then tap Pierre on the shoulder, saying,
Pierre,
"Ready to
are
go."
you paying attention, by the way, in the meantime?
I'm staying watch, looking downstairs.
Okay. Because the door downstairs will swing open, right?
She's peeking through the door. It's not wide open while she's looking down.
Yeah. I'm just telling you because you're paying attention, right? Just a second. Yeah, this was not supposed to be locked. But basically, the door swings open. And guess who comes through?
Vera quietly closes the door. Cassius. Shh. Sansia coming upstairs.
Yeah, it's quiet.
So basically, Sansa comes first, followed by Rosa, and then Jackie. Let me move. Okay. Isaac. It's tedious. What the heck was that about? It's like, that sounds here. I don't know. Let's just, we had our food. Let's just go sleep. It's a boring town. Nothing happening here besides, well, nothing. Nothing's happening. What would ever be happening here? Jackie just like follows quietly. And then they go into the room. And let me put them in their place. Jackie will... Are you watching, by the way?
No, the door is closed.
Okay.
I'm not watching. Yeah. The door is closed.
Yeah, there's a pause for a brief moment. You can hear like Sanzir and Rosa, basically the voices are getting quieter, right? There's a pause.
I'm in my body currently, leaving Vinny's vision so I can duck down properly, so they don't see me.
The door closes. You can hear like the door closing and locking.
Very quietly open up the door.
Stealth check. You okay?
I'll peek up over the roof to see into the room just for a second and to go and then go back down.
Roll me stealth check, Samira.
Okay. I am on not immediately. I'm very much to the left.
Yeah, but if you can see them, they can potentially see you. That's how it works usually. So this is why I said roll me a stealth check.
Fuck. Okay. Fuck.
Still have a fate point.
Yeah, I do. Fate point. Immediately reroll. Just a normal roll once, okay? Or just disadvantage again.
Disadvantage again.
Why are you rolling with disadvantage? Oh, you have the exhaustion, right?
Exhaustion, yeah. A disadvantage again?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, fate point is done. Thank you, Snaga, saving our asses here today.
Wow.
Yep. Let me redeem that. Okay.
Okay. And that quick peek of maybe 6 seconds, what did I see?
You see the back head of Sanzir as she sits down on the chair, and you duck down just in time before she turns around. She would have absolutely seen you.
Yeah, I'll just squeeze myself further downwards and just go back into mini vision. Are we leaving?
Cassius, are we done?
And you would be more like here, by the way, behind the roof. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see them. Just saying.
Where?
I moved you.
Okay. Then before going back into Vinivision, I'll just like edge, like quick little snake walk right away from there. Just go away.
You're just crawling. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just army crawling at snail pace.
Okay, so back to the people inside.
Vieira's gonna slide outside the door. Still moving stealthily.
I'm gonna lock this door behind me. Come on.
Vieira's kind of crouching down so that if anyone downstairs is looking through windows upstairs, then
You're fine.
there's less chance of seeing me.
Alright. Lock it quickly again, and then...
You need to make just one or all three again.
Actually, he would have to move all three again.
Oh my god.
Yeah, roll me 2 more. Good point,
Lena,
thank you.
Lena, why you do this?
I mean, we're already on the edge of our seats. Come on.
That's true. That's fine.
Nope.
You still
Okay.
have that fate point?
Yep.
Yep, I'm gonna reroll.
You can
Use
re-roll
that
or
last
do a
one.
+2.
Oh, and the DC was
You
15,
can't
right?
Yes.
do a +2 after it's been rolled. You have to use
I have
it
to say
before you roll.
beforehand. Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
And then I need one more, so that
Yes.
was a reroll, and then one more.
You're fine.
Hey, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Snaga
Very good.
fucking saved your asses.
Oh lord. I think we all owe Snaga and beer, Jesus. Several at least.
Yeah.
Just
Man.
take it and go.
Yeah. And then
And then Vieira is gonna double check the lock, see if there's any signs of damage while he's moving away.
No, it's fine.
oops, sorry.
And
I was also gonna move that direction.
We are sharing the same space, so you know.
Yeah.
and then close that.
And I point to that one. That wasn't locked, right?
This was not locked.
Okay. Yep.
And then click on the stairs to go up.
Yes. Ooh. Ah.
This is going up and down.
I clicked on the stairs again while trying to click on myself.
Yeah. We know the blue-haired gnome's downstairs, so up and out the window. Go.
Alright. Move myself to here. And then she needs to take over.
Hey.
Okay, let me grab you all free and delete you from here.
My heart is pounding.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
As soon as they're out the window, I'll go back into my vision and try to whisper a message towards the bar again at Layla. Weren't caught. Currently leaving. Good to go. Meet back at beach.
Sure.
No, well, I don't hear that. Shit.
Yeah, I'll pop back into Vinivision.
There you go.
I updated Layla, and I asked her to meet us back at the beach. Discuss the signet and everything, the evidence.
No, we need to stake out here if they leave in the morning. If Rosa leaves. Second part of the plan.
Fuck. So what do I tell her?
It's, by the way, 9:15 at the moment. You have the entire fucking night.
We can leave and come back early morning. You need to sleep. And you're not going to sleep on a rooftop. And she's not going to go anywhere until after breakfast at 7 a.m.
No meeting? Okay, I'm telling the meeting's cancelled.
Meeting at the beach. Meeting at the beach.
Okay,
That's
we
fine.
are meeting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry.
I'm
Vieira's
sending
going to make
Vinny.
sure. Sorry.
I'm sending Vinny into the room now and leaving.
Okay.
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 Are you coming to me?
Meet us halfway around.
Okay.
Actually, no. You get down onto the street. We'll come to you.
I need to drop your invisibility, Cassius.
That's fine.
I need
Good.
it. Meet you at the old inn.
I'm gonna drop Vinny into the room with the grannies, okay?
Yeah. And then just mentally tell Vinny to make his way stealthily back into the pouch at his own time.
Bam.
And cast invisibility on myself, which drops it on Cassius. And just make my way, same way I went up, I make my way down and just walk towards the inn we stayed at previously.
Double eyebrow raise at Vieira. Well.
What did she find? She said something about it. Simple?
There's a signet ring with a crown of antlers. Very nice. Looks unlike anything they were having. Nothing, no comparable jewelry at least.
So,
And a pouch in the other chest hidden with many more coins. It wasn't a coin pouch, but it was a big pouch with a lot of shit in there. A lot of coins, I think. Don't know what nomination, but yeah, I'm whispering, but I don't want to like. That this is a stage whisper.
Let's get down onto the ground and meet her at the old tavern.
Yeah.
Then we'll start to make our way out of town.
Once they're at the old tavern, I'm still invisible. I'm keeping myself invisible, but I tap them on the shoulder. Just, it's me. Let's go. I'll keep being invisible.
Okay.
I'm following.
Yeah. And then we go along the bridge, I think. Just
yeah. Same way we came, we're going back.
No, we're not. We're gonna go we're gonna go all the way down and around the bottom of the river.
Oh,
good to know.
And into the forest there, and then we're gonna disappear into the forest, and Vieira's gonna lead them back through the forest ways. She's also going to, once we're 100 feet into the forest, Samira drop the invisibility.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
And she's gonna cast Pass Without Trace on all of us. We can't get tracked from here. So let's go.
What a rush. Let's do it again.
So
can't believe this worked.
Do we think we've found something?
The ring
I think so, yes.
The ring and the pouch were specifically hidden very well, well. One was in the sock.
They would be evidence, I think. They would be worthy evidence.
It would be something. The notebooks were recipes. Bullshit.
I don't think they noticed anything, but give me just a second so I can see if there's any agitation or anything. Back with them, and I'll pop into Vinny.
Oh yeah, they're agitated.
They are?
About Layla.
Ooh, what are they talking about?
Smug
I want to
bitch.
gossip.
And by the way, that pesky woman is being repeated multiple times, so now you know who the pesky woman is.
Okay.
Yep.
They're not a big fan of her. But they also think that she's super freaking stupid because she fell for it. They never specifically say anything, right?
Yeah,
but
she
fell for it, and now she's like just confirming, and it's like, oh yeah, they're all stupid here, no problem.
Okay, dropping back into myself. We're good to go. They didn't notice anything. They're just complaining about Layla. She's the pesky woman, by the way.
Well,
that makes so much sense, if I'm honest. Bit rusty on your lock work there, Cassius. You damaged one of the locks.
Don't mention it. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I did amazing. I was amazing. All me, baby.
again, you
I
haven't,
mean,
you didn't feel this well since you arrived in Arabelle, right?
Fuck.
Yeah,
Oh, let's.
You certainly look a bit chipper.
Oh man, let's
get moving.
Let's go to the warehouse and bust this cat out right now.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
let's just fucking do
No.
it. Let's just do it. Let's just fucking
No.
do it.
I'm game.
We're meeting back at the beach. We have priorities.
We didn't say what time.
Come on, I need sleep today still.
Do you?
I'm exhausted.
Weak.
Slap him on the shoulder.
Alright, let's go.
I think it's safe to say the one thing we have learned is that even doing this sort of stuff, we are much better as a team.
Yeah.
Yes, that went surprisingly smoothly.
Yeah, thanks for the help on the unlock. That's definitely a neat trick. And I definitely want to learn that from you.
I figure removing the scratches and stuff would make it less traceable, so...
Yep. Yeah.
So
You saved my ass.
I mean, I don't even know how that stuff works, but I know what damage looks like, so...
No, thank you, Vera. Seriously. Thanks.
That's okay. It's the teamwork, so... Wouldn't have got in there without you.
Alright. And I think we just start moving.
Yeah.
And eventually you get to the beach.
Vieira's going to be looking for Mateo and Ibrath on the way.
They're further away from the way, right?
Yeah, but we're circling all the way around through that forest around the farm.
Okay, well, yeah, then you would bump into them.
So
she's actually very close to where Layla is, like in the back with Mateo. She's just like sitting on the beach and looking out to, you know,
okay.
the staff resting on her lap.
Time.
She's gonna ruffle his ears and take Mateo's leash and kind of tie it to the tree that's nearby and say, "You can go hunting if you want. I'll catch up."
Yeah, I'll give Samira actually her magic bag back.
He will head bump you. Give your hand a lick and then hurry off.
I'll do the switcheroo with the rope and the tent again.
Yep.
Not noticing that something is missing.
Are you guys being quiet, by the way, or?
Yeah, we're gonna scare the absolute bejesus out of
And then
exactly
roll me
my
stealth
plan.
check.
Exactly my plan.
Oh god.
How long does the enhanced ability last?
An hour, so it'll still be up. Yeah. It's probably getting towards the end of it, but I would imagine.
Yeah, no. He hears me with a 15.
Stomp.
Yeah, I'm not even caring about being stealthy. I'm just going up to the donkey and just doing my shit.
Yeah, she will turn around. Cassia slips away just in time. So she locks eyes on Vieira and Samira.
Oh, Vieira with a 25? With a pass
No. Oh, yes.
Vieira is 15.
We've all got plus 10 stealth.
Ah,
pass without a trace.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait. No, she sees Samir.
Hi. How did it go on your end?
We're your friends.
Right here.
She tenses, and you can see the hands tightening on the staff, and you can see her that she takes a moment and then relaxes.
And then from the other side of the tree, I come walking and I throw like a sparks of prestidigitation, like.
Are you trying to scare her still, or?
Yep, with the prestidigitation, I'm gonna like spark it up.
Ah, cool. Oh, how far away are you from her?
Oh my god, I knew it.
With prestidigitation, 10 feet.
Ah, okay.
Ooh, you're gonna get smacked.
Yeah, she takes a side step. Right. And just narrowly misses you.
Ooh.
I dodge out of the way.
You can hear the thud of that. That quarterstaff is not just covered in metal, right? This thing is an oofty thing.
Wow, careful with that. You might hurt someone.
Yeah, you shouldn't sneak up on people like that.
That's pretty much what he does, to be fair, if you want to learn a little bit more about him.
Yes, he's a bit of an asshole.
You shouldn't
But
sneak up on
he's
your
a lovable
allies if you
asshole.
don't want to be punched in the face.
We've all learned that lesson.
Yeah, she grins.
And we just look at each other. I think we've all snuck up on each other before.
She's
Yep.
not mad. She's amused, right?
Mhm.
How did it go?
Lightens the tension. Good, in and out. A little bit of a scratch lock, but nothing I couldn't fix.
They didn't seem to notice anything. They were just complaining about you.
Like, Cassius just looks at Viera like betrayed. Like, why did you have to mention the scratch? Like, he just looks at you like, go on.
Didn't say it was you.
No, she said it.
But yeah.
So,
Yeah.
what did you find?
So, in the chest that is directly opposite to the door. I don't know whose that is. No clue.
That is Rosa's. That's the chest that Rosa's dagger was hanging above.
Yeah.
Rosa and Sanzia.
All right. There's a bunch of clothing, a coin pouch, but most interestingly, a very hefty pouch full of coins hidden beneath everything else.
Did you check the coins?
I didn't look at any of the coins. I didn't want to displace it too much.
All right.
But I
Fair enough.
I mean, it looks like a sack, but it's definitely
even
weighted.
If it's coppers, I got the impression that it was a lot of coins, like 1,000 coins.
It's quite a bunch.
And why would anyone carry 1,000 coppers?
Then the other chest.
Yeah.
Diagonally opposite to it.
Did you find those books? Were the romance novels? Were the steamy romance novels?
Recipe books.
Oh,
Cooking
boring.
recipes.
Yep.
Did you write any? Did you find any written confessions?
Yes, actually. Now that you mention it.
She like raises her eyebrow. Oh.
There's a very shitty, playful grin on Viera's face.
Yeah,
but, like,
she grins back.
Not.
Yeah.
But hidden underneath everything else, there was a smelly sock with a signet ring in it with a crown of antlers. Looked very expensive. There wasn't any other jewelry.
She kind of squints her eyes and like she then like hold on, and then she'll have you repeat like exactly what it looked like, which of course eventually you know that. I will show you the picture eventually. And she's like, that's a noble house in. There was a robbery gone wrong. Nobody knows who did it, but the signet ring went missing. We know that much.
On this island?
Yes.
Where did it take place? Who was robbed?
Well, like I said, and she will like explain who the noble is. It's like one of the like higher ranking, basically nobility. Nothing. But basically, what happened?
Was anyone killed? You said robbery gone wrong.
Gone wrong because the guards walked in on them. Nobody saw who it was exactly. They were really well covered. It was 3 people, and the ring went missing. They were about to get more, but basically the guard stepped in and hindered them, but they got away. So nobody knew who it was. And she was like, it was 3 perpetrators. So this is amazing. That's exactly what we needed, because if they did a robbery in the city, which was a week ago, then why wouldn't they rob all the caravans? Especially with that money pouch.
I mean, I don't know much about your laws here, but robbery isn't the same as running around stabbing people, I guess.
No.
But it's something.
Well, it's something. Well, now we have proof that they have robbed people. Now we need...
Is that going to put them in prison?
Well, yes, it will get them detained. Until they're shipped back and being processed back in their own country. Mm-hmm. Now we need to clear your faces. So I assume we're still going to stake out tomorrow, see if Rosa Dearest shows herself as Cassius.
The question is, what are we doing about it? Are we stopping her from taking over her plan? Are we getting other people to see Cassius as well, so that there can't possibly be two of him, kind of situation? That must be an imposter trying to frame him.
Who says I'm not the imposter?
Yes.
Well, we can detain both of you and then find out which of you has the mask. Because there ain't two of you. As popular as you like to think you are, there is definitely not two of you.
I think it would be bad for this world.
One is more than enough, I suspect.
Well, is that a plan then? We jump her while she's out about stabbing people, and then we turn you all in, and we then prove that she was the one hiding. The other proof we have already in the chest.
So...
The other proof in the chest would prove their connection with the robberies. Also proving our connection to... We already went once to the garrison to report them, so that would make sense why they are currently framing us.
Well, yes, it would give way more gravity to your statement.
The only concern I have is that catching this person in the act of portraying Cassius only proves that Cassius is innocent. It doesn't prove that Samira or I didn't run around stabbing people.
Well, I mean, it is implied. Like I said, the guard is actually quite good at what they're doing.
Forgive me, but the laws don't care about implied. As you well know, they want evidence and proof.
Well, yeah, the evidence will be that she can obviously take on the shape of all of you.
Can, but not necessarily did.
Well, that's the best you get.
So we can risk all three of us.
And what happens if they decide to make me guilty?
Well, it would be very unlikely that there's two different groups at the same time running amok in the streets, randomly stabbing people, only slightly in the same way.
Possibly.
My only concern with this is if they choose to detain us for a number of days, the Cat Lord himself will get shipped off as a slave. There is a time limit on removing him from that warehouse.
Well, how much is it worth to you? I can pull a favor, potentially keep the ship here. She grins.
Well, do you want to see an innocent cat sent off to be a slave or a pet?
I mean, cats are pets.
He's more like
He's
a
not
person.
a cat. He can talk, he can think.
He's one of the Hissen. Wait,
No,
they're talking
he's
about...
not even the Hissen. He's the Cat Lord. He's a Shadow Panther.
Oh, you're talking about Nachtalb.
Yes.
Who got him?
Possibly Tiberius?
By all accounts, the gnome.
Was that what Spot was talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, then is he now in some
warehouse?
What is it? Warehouse?
In the warehouse, yes.
We could pull heist number 2 tonight.
Ooh.
I'm good to go. Samira needs some sleep.
Could you tip off your guard friends to look in that warehouse?
Well, I had a friend in the tavern who can help with the heist tomorrow. They're a bit too drunk to help tonight.
Bit of a conundrum then, if we're stopping Rosa from stabbing people in the marketplace versus...
Well, it so happens that the captain of the ship, Creo, was actually in the tavern talking to Tiberius. So I assume this is what the transport is about.
So we were not sure if Creo is from the Mother's Mercy, correct?
He's the captain, yes.
So they do slave trading?
Yikes.
They transport goods.
And slaves?
No, they transport goods, but if he doesn't know that this is a slave, then he doesn't know.
So he's your friend?
Acquaintance. Yes,
Could you-
contact. But like I
I mean,
said,
if-
they're of no good use without coin and not tonight because they're not exactly sober.
If you could keep them here, that would give us a little bit more of breathing space.
Yes, then we'd have a couple more days.
Yeah.
Figure this out.
We don't have many more days left anyway. I think we have 3 before the Cat Lord is moved. So that's when the ship is due to sail, I guess.
Mm. Yeah. I'm not sure how much I can stall with Destrin, but I'll check with him tomorrow.
Well, we don't need to stall with him.
He said that you should solve it or not come back.
Well, that's with the grannies. That's separate from the Cat Lord.
Well, we're dealing
If
with
we're
the
doing-
Graven still tomorrow.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, that's true.
So, I could help you. I don't mind a bit of a rough and tumble. She kind of grins and gives Cassis a wink.
Vieira just looks vaguely concerned.
Wow,
Alright.
are we in for an adventure or are we not in for an adventure? Are we gonna go beat somebody?
Possibly.
Preferably not injure anybody at all, because unlike the people running around stabbing people in our faces, we tend not to run around just bludgeoning random people.
Oh, that bludgeon people. I just beat them unconscious.
Same thing where I'm from. I guess your world's a little bit different when it comes
Oh, your
to...
friend bludgeons people very gently with her hammer?
Remember what you said about possible blunt trauma?
She does.
Ah,
She only bludgeons people who deserve it.
Well, so do I. So let's go bludgeon some people who deserve it.
Now?
Let's deal with the grannies. We'll do that tomorrow.
All right. Boring.
Once the grannies are locked up, it'll be easier to clear our name.
It's like she rolls her eyes, like boring.
Besides, Samira needs to sleep. This is getting...
Yes, if I want to
late.
bludgeon something, I need to enjoy it, and now I'm not enjoying anything.
She gets a little bit grumpy when she's tired.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's okay. Speaking of which, Samira,
Mm-hmm.
Vieira kind of does a little flourish, and in her hand, a small handful of berries appear.
Oh,
No one's going hunting tonight, I'm afraid, and it's far too late to get you anything for food. So
thank you for thinking of that.
the best that I can do on short notice.
Well,
would
I
have
will
one of
leave you
those.
be.
Do you want food for the day?
No, I
Where-
had
where can
dinner at the Wiggly.
Well, where can we find you tomorrow?
I will come and pick you up very early.
Before dawn.
I need to sleep, Vera. I don't have 4 hours of sleep.
Shut up
Yeah.
and go to sleep then.
Wow,
In
I
8
guess you
hours.
talk to each other like this as well. Good to know.
All
Like I
those little
said-
assholes. Don't you get the vibe already?
Like I
They're
said,
they're
she's
assholes.
cranky. She's tired. It's fine.
Just pointing a finger at Cassius. What did you say?
She like
Nothing.
leans towards Cassius, like she has anger issues, right?
Nah. She's fine. She's a loving person when you get to know her.
Uh-huh.
Dropping the hand, smiling at him. Thank you.
Either way, I'll let you two set up camp wherever you like. I'll find you.
Should you also sleep?
No,
It's
I
probably
slept
a good
before I
idea.
came out.
Alright. Cheers.
Okay, let's go.
I don't need as much sleep as you. Remember?
That's true. Well, see you, Layla. Don't let anyone sneak up on you.
She will try to trip you on the way out.
I'll try to dodge it.
Well, no, she's
go
gonna
out.
attack. Fuck's sake, never mind. You dodge it.
Nice try.
This one's a slippery one. You need a bit more surprise with him.
Oh, good.
A lot more surprise. That was pretty obvious.
She gets Cassius and Wicked and saunters off. And then Min saunters off, like, nice, like,
Whilst
twist
she's
to the
still
hip.
in earshot, Vieira's just going to turn around and start heading for the trees and say, "Someone fancies you. You're the only person getting winks."
I mean, who wouldn't wink at me?
I've never winked at you.
That's
Well,
not true.
That's not true, actually.
Not in that way.
That's a blatant lie, Vera. It doesn't
Watch-
matter in
She's
what way.
sauntering off. I'll catch up to you two later.
Alright, thank you for the berries.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Stay safe.
Yes,
Keep
stay
a-
safe.
Keep a watch going, Cassius. I suspect I'll return.
And
Oh.
we're calling it here. Because we're 40 minutes over session end.
Shush,
I'll
I'm not finished
return.
yet.
I'll return when?
I'll return shortly past midnight.
Sounds good.
Or actually, just
I'm
get
still
some.
I'm
just
still
get some
pretty
sleep.
awake. It's okay. I can stay up for a couple of hours.
You were getting up at 5 before dawn. Sleep.
But I feel great. I
Sleep.
feel
Sleep.
Linking my elbow into his and just start dragging. Come on, let's go to bed. Let's go to bed.
I'm not
Come on.
tired.
Come on.
And,
I wanna
Come on.
go. Gotta steal
Vieira-
something.
Vieira
Come
ends
on, you
the
grumpy baby,
conversation
come on.
by shifting into a shadow panther and then disappearing into the trees.
We gotta set up tent anyway. Get your energy out then. Come on.
Vieira, you
Fine.
still have 1 fate point. Please note it somewhere.
But doesn't it expire?
No, it doesn't.
Because I didn't have to make any rolls.
It doesn't
Did not.
expire.
I will give myself 1 inspiration on my character sheet
Yeah.
to remind me. It's the best I can do. Oh, actually, no, I can do better than that. I can put it in resource number 3.
Okay. I
Ooh.
redeemed it from Saga, so no,
Fate
you have it
points.
on your sheet.
1 out of 1. Oh, no,
Alrighty.
not 11, just 1.
Yep. We set camp back exactly the same place as last time because that one was semi-safe. And then knock ourselves out. Like, sleep.
Well, so that's it.
Yeah?
I'm calling
Yeah,
it here.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Perfect moment. Step 1 of the heist is done. So let's call it a night. Head over to the office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, thank you for watching. None of your business, Naga. She is not at high level. She's not Kriya's level. She's level 5. And no, not one more week. You're not getting 1 more week. Kriya was in the tavern. You're now on real time with the party. Because there's nothing you can squeeze into literally 12 hours. Like, nope. You are in real time with the party. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday, as usual, for more shenanigans and planning. See what we if there's anything we can additionally plan. Otherwise, that's it. Yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and see you on Wednesday on the usual time, 9 p.m. CST. I love you all. I hope you enjoyed, and bye.